It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last, helping our partners embrace the work ahead, day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
I'm Mark Aldis, England Men's Open head coach.
My name's Martin Wright and I'm the head of the women's programme for England Touch.
Hi, I'm Tim Osborne. I'm the England Mixed Open coach. Across the regions and the grassroots development, Chris, it's super exciting to see how we've grown over the past 14 years with the nationals. This time of year is pretty important for the elite end of the game because we get to see our open squad players perform in tough environments. And that helps us with selection through to the next international tournament.
Nationals is super important for us. It's the one point in the year where the whole country comes together, all the different regions competing really hard, playing amazing touch, but also great to see the community all together for this weekend.
It's a really important weekend for us. This, whilst we see the players at camps, you get to see them in a live environment here. So very, very important.
We have two objectives. First of all, we're looking for talent identification. So we're looking for the players in England that can come up to make up part of the open squads, but we're also looking for the players that are within our squad selection for Euro Championships this summer.
Same things we look for in all of our teams in terms of good core skills done well, fast, accurately, at speed, strength of character, resilience, teamwork, all of those core important attributes that we look for in our elite players.
Clearly we're going to see some interesting stuff on day three. Day one, everyone's looking pretty fresh. There's some tired faces towards the end now, but day three is where it's at. So those semi-finals and finals on Monday are really important.
We have a 3-year cycle through the World Cup. This first year is all about building the foundations of our team. The boys in the men's open squad have come together really nicely, built a great connection, and building through to the World Cup in 2028.
I think it's about the speed that the juniors come through. So our junior program is really churning out good athletes at the moment from the age of sort of 15 to 18. And I can see a number of them in this Opens Nationals tournament at the moment. And it's about how quickly they come through and challenge for places in 2028.
It was Asia Pacific Opens Cup last weekend in Australia. What have you seen from that tournament that you're going to go as almost like as an early pointer towards New Zealand 28?
Going to keep that to myself, mate. We're going to look at that, scrutinise it with the other Opens coaches and tactically, strategically plan for 2028.
Touch is touch and coaching is coaching, and both are really rewarding. I'd say it's slightly different coaching the women. It's a very rewarding experience. They've been really open in listening to what I'm trying to bring to the program. They're quite studious. They like to learn. They like to seek feedback. It's a real pleasurable place to coach.
I was Women's Opens head coach before that as well, Chris, for 4 years. And it's not a big adaptation, to be honest. It's about problem solving and figuring out what are the key problems to fix for the individuals, the team, and the squad. So, yeah, not a big change, to be honest, whatsoever. Still the same game.
Mate, I'm loving it. Absolutely love it. The talent, the quality of the players in our open squads is fantastic. I think it's a real honour and a privilege to get to coach them. And the effort that they put into being the best they can be to improving themselves and each other, it's pretty inspiring.
The Marketing and Business Development Program, it's a program where people who are either new to Vermeer or new to your current role, you get together for about 5 weeks over the first 5 or 6 months of your time here. And you really get to start learning about the people, the products, the culture, and it really equips you to be successful in your role.
Some people are coming into Vermeer not knowing anything, so it's meeting people and getting opportunities and getting your face like exposure and getting their exposure to you so you know everyone already.
And it kind of creates a more effective worker because they have that base knowledge of everyone that they're going to be working around and with. In my position with training, it exposed me to other areas of thought that I wouldn't originally include in my training exercises or in the way that I go about building those and routing those exercises.
Vermeer is a huge worldwide manufacturer, over 3,000 team members. There's a lot that goes on here. So this program does a good job of boiling down how our products are manufactured to how we distribute them through our dealer network, and then just connecting you with different people all across the Vermeer mile so you can do your job.
I've always been operations side, so this one showed me the other side of the company, and I have no idea when it comes to sales. So this has really kind of showed me, like, using some of my engineering background and stuff about the product that I already know. Now I get to use it and learn about the sales and how we forecast and how we should sell it and how do we market it the right way. And so now I feel more equipped to be in my position than with my just engineering degree in general.
My favorite part of the program was not only making friends in the group, because you kind of bond with the people in the group, and there was about 8 of us in there, and they're still my friends to this day, but my favorite part was also making contacts with the people and the presenters. In my position, there's a lot of times where someone will say, hey, reach out to this person, and you've never actually met that person before. So now actually meeting that person and putting a face with the name, it makes my job a lot easier.
My favorite part was getting to meet with executives. We get a couple one-on-one sessions where they share kind of their whole career story, and you get a chance to ask them questions too about your own development at Vermeer. So you get to connect with them on a personal level, which is something you don't get a chance to do at a lot of other companies. So I think that was a really unique opportunity.
I just graduated, and I know that working at a company like Vermeer, I'm cared for, and they want to push me to be the best person I can. And as a young professional, it gives me a heightened sense of value in me as an employee, that the company cares enough to build me and my character.
And that's really what this whole process has been. People wanting me to grow, wanting you to do better, wanting to talk to you and make sure you learn the most out of what you can.
I'm just really grateful to be at a company that will invest this time in me to learn more about the company and get more context to really succeed in my job. If I had not had this program, I would not be connected to so many people who help me do my job every day.
Welcome everyone then to the Highfield Sports Complex in Nottingham for our first game here from what is known on site as Stadium 9, but you may well recognise it as the main field here at Nottingham Sports Ground. It was the venue for the World Cup finals in the Mixed Open and the Men's Open, and we've got action here from the Women's Open. 2 semi-finals, both live for you here with Next Gen. It's the Midlands Tigers taking on the South East Taipans. The other semi-final, of course, between the South East Sharks and the South West Saxons is over on field 1. But it's the Tigers who are led out by some great support for their Mixed Open and men's team as well. And speaking of their men's open side, Will Stockdale is alongside me for this one. Will, welcome to the top deck here in Nottingham. Just how excited are you for this semi-final? Midlands Tigers, well, their women are certainly flying the flag at the top of the table.
Yes, very much so. It's going to be a cracking game. A lot of young talent for Midlands Tigers. So, yeah, it should be good fun.
And it is the South East Taipans they're taking on, of course, with the Southwest Saxons and the South East Sharks in the other semi-final draw. Northwest Touch and the Wildcats are in that playoff, but no silverware up for grab for them today. Well, Taipans in the red will be tapping off here with our first 20 minutes, while the Midlands Tigers are in the white. This will be the venue for all of the major finals today, with the playoffs over on field 1, but there'll be a semi-final each across the day, so make sure you get on Tornify to check out exactly what is happening and where. There goes the hooter, so the Taipans get us underway and running you through this Taipan side. Meg Pemberton, Georgie Hack, Sophie Barkham, Sophia Jeffs, Kenzie McNaught, Stella Buddle, Kendall Buckingham, Anna Camilleri, Nikki Bird, Emily Rona Roper, Naomi Finnett, Erin Payton, Alea Huger, Hannah Lewis, Elena Ellis and Rachel Duggan are all in red today. Some big names in this South East Taipan side.
Yes, definitely. A lot of experience on that team.
But of course there are a plethora of England caps in the Midlands Tiger side as well. Freya Betts, Imogen Loveridge, Ella Dean, Emily Simon, Anna Goddard, Alice Summers, Ella Loveridge of course, Sophie Lloyd, Lucy Evans, another Simon and Phoebe, Abby Wolf, Sophie Ranker, Tamani Kanbabi, Lottie Saunders, Ruby O'Dell and Tilly Palmer-Denning make up the side, and it is Dean taking us on here, one of the outstanding female players progressing through the age groups at the moment. It's quite a young side, this Tigers team, with a sprinkling of experience, and I mean that says everything you need to know about the university scene, of course, in the Midlands. And the club scene as well, which you know well with Nottingham, Will.
Yes, a lot of the girls in this team do come play at Nottingham. It's great to have. We've got a really strong mix set up. The girls just won the women's NTS, which a lot of these girls here played in. And yeah, the university scene is very strong as well.
National Touch Series done and dusted, of course, but the club series will return for that final leg at Leamington Spa later on in the summer, of course, and University Series also wrapped up, which we had live for your next gen, of course, with England Touch at the National Touch Championships here, as it's taken on well by the Midlands Tigers. Good acceleration from Simon. Lovely ball inside for Loveridge. Quick feet. Simon on the scoop. Chance here to open up the scoring, but the pass is into no man's land. Bright start for the Tigers, who've defended well and encountered well, Will. You're expecting them to be the slight favourites here after they finished joint top in the group stage, just ahead of the Taipans in third.
Yes, a very strong team, young team, quick team, but plenty of young experience with a lot of the girls starting very young.
Of course, both Southeast women's sides have made it through. The Sharks top the group on goal difference, plus 29 to the Tigers plus 15. We know just how strong those two regions are at club level in and around the southeast, and then all the way up to regional. The fact that they can string two together from that part of the country, it is really the original heartland of touch, and still showing it now, Will.
Yes, very much so. Both the women's and the men's setup is extremely strong, and it just shows with how competitive when they play against each other.
Kenzie McNaught looking onto the outside. Lovely ball round the corner for Ennis. Finnett. It's a good transition from the Taipans. Can they set up their first real chance of the day? Soft hands into the path of Hugert. Lovely scoop from Jeffs. Hugert, soft hands. Oh, they make it to the edge, and flying
Great
across to make
Alice.
the touch comes Summers. That's brilliant defence, Will, but really lovely move for the Taipans.
Yeah, great setup, getting Phoebe in the touch and then just great hands across the line.
Well, what a great move, but Summers puts a stop to it here, and it's the Tigers' turn to head to the box. Well, round the corner comes Tilly Palmer-Denning. Inside for Lloyd, and then lofted rather aimlessly in field, but they are still going to play here. Hint of a forward pass off the deck. Dean. And then caught. Well, not the most organised set early doors, but they'll grow into the semi-final. This, of course, being the first game on this main field at Stadium 9.
Yeah, I think definitely a bit of probably nerves being semi-final, but I think Dan Powell and Sadie will definitely help out calming the nerves.
Very experienced coaching bench as well alongside this side. Chance though on the far side for Hack, who ball is wayward. Looking for Nicky Bird. We're talking about experience and international pedigree. Bird on the wing is certainly one to look out for. But Emily Rona-Roper, when she does enter the fray in the middle there, will perhaps be the player to control this tie for the Taipans. And a rare error. And Rona-Roper off the deck. Bird. Jeffs. Changing of the guard. On comes Fearnett. Just assessing their options at the moment here. And there, Hugot. Hugot on the scoop. Doesn't come off. It's a couple of scrappy errors at the start of this Women's Open semi-final. Maybe a bit of nerves in a game like this, as you said, Will.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel like both teams have had plenty of experience in different competitions playing in finals.
Lovely scoop. Oh, the one-handed effort from Phoebe Simon would have set them on their way. Two Simons, of course, in play at the moment. Two Loveridges as well. Having this debate, actually, with Chris Simon, who's here today, of course, and a couple of the Northwest Touch Men's Open players about which individual family do you reckon would have the best touch team if you laid them out as they had to play just the 6 of them? Good question, Will.
Yes, that's a very, very good question. I'm
going to give you a minute to think about it, though, because there's plenty of options.
There's plenty.
Of course, 2 sets assists out this day, and the Loveridges and the Simons, of course. Simon to the edge, and Simon on the return. Looks for the heavy touch. Isn't going to get it just yet. Bit of a shove on there. Lovely switch in play. It's Loveridge. The Imogen variety. Good line from Simon. On comes Ruby O'Dell. Change being made during the attacking set here for the Tigers. O'Dell, good pickup. Back to the open side. Hint of an overlap. Played back inside by Loveridge instead. And O'Dell carries it. Big
Good
dummy.
Phoebe.
Sliding through. Is there anyone free? It should be the opener.
Great score.
Brilliant work from Phoebe Simon on the dummy. And then a simple finish in the end. The winger had plenty of space. This is a great pickup. Dummy one side, then the other. Puts McGnaw on the turn. Dotted down by the winger. What a try.
Yeah, it's a cracking try. Phoebe Simon, great pickup, and then just finding the space on the edge.
And then a very simple finish for Ella Loveridge in the corner. Here come Taipans looking to respond from the restart. Good platform for them. 6 touches from halfway. Jeffs, good touch to really slow down their momentum. Jeffs, to accelerate things here. Fearnett takes touch at the 7. Jeffs, Fearnett, long pass over the top is a good read. Stella Buddle caught. Looking very complete at the moment on both sides of the ball, the Tigers.
Yes, definitely.
Slight error there during the box. Important touch on Hack, because with momentum there, the Taipans could have really threatened. They will have 4 touches now. Sophie Jeffs, Fearnett, Jeffs again, Fearnett. Caught by Abby Wolf. Naomi Fearnett lays it back. Jeffs. And Fearnett wants it on this open side and might look to wind up the long ball again. Ella Dean makes the touch. The attack's brought to a close. Need a cleaner breakaway this time already. Well, of course, all of the teams in the pool have already played each other which is a factor that should be mentioned in this one. And the Midlands Tigers, well, they were beaten rather commandingly yesterday. It was a pretty close run game as we headed through to the end of the morning session. But then, the South East Taipans took down the Tigers 6-2 today, this morning, which, well, perhaps just the Tigers needed that time to wake up, because they've started really well here.
Yeah, I think, well, we've just finished our game and they came and spotted us. And after the game, spoke to them and they were very disappointed and they weren't happy with how they performed, but I think they were positive about how they were going to turn out to this game here, and I think they're showing a lot more confidence.
Eventually the touch made by Palmer Denning, and nice step from Barkham. Barkham slides through, but the diving touch from M. Simon brings the move to a close. Yeah, so 6-2 it was when the Taipans played the Tigers just this morning. But a very good record up to that point. Only one other defeat for the Midlands Tigers on their way through.
Unfortunate error by the Midlands Tigers there. Good hands to throw.
It's not the first error we've seen in this area, so it should be another chance.
I think it's somewhere definitely that Dan and Sadie definitely talk about, just cleaning things up here, because I think when they get into the other third of the pitch, they're very strong. And
well, that's great defence, but it's going to be another Taipans attack here. Dummy step on the inside from Payton, and here's Fearnett on the edge. Payton with a good line. Dummy's out the back for Jeffs instead. Could be a 2-on-1 here, but instead it's Alaire Hugo who slides in, but the touch is made. Fearnett, Hugo. We're going to draw out the Tigers here. And then Jeffs, good acceleration. She's in behind as the half needs to find a pass. Cannot pick out Hugo, and it's a great bit of defence from the Tigers in the end. Nervy moments there though, Will, when Jeff slid through.
yeah, looked a good attack. Great touch there.
Good line speed from the Taipans in response as the Tigers look to head towards this near side. Freya Betts draws the first touch. Nice ball on the inside, and Betts with a quick pickup. It's a brilliant transition from the Midlands Tigers.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Popped on the inside for Dean, and then raring to go.
Oh, missed touch.
And Goddard is still going. Goddard, options on the inside.
Great
it's
score by Tilly.
Score. Tilly Palmer Denning running the right line. Well, Anna Goddard, when she got going here, fantastic acceleration. Turn the hips, and then it's a good finish from Tilly Palmer Denning as well. Delightful score, but what a break from Goddard, Will.
Yeah, it was a cracking break. Great speed, found the space, and just finished off by Tilly. Great pass.
So in order for the Taipans to repeat this morning's effort, they now need to score 6 in a row, because it was 6-2 when these sides met this morning, and at the semi-final stage though the Taipans could be out. And it's a big moment as well, because obviously the Midlands Tigers did beat the Sharks, who are the side tipped to go through in our other semi-final between the Saxons and the Sharks. So if they can get over this final hill, then they'll be through. But it's a dummy thrown by Elena Ellis that almost gets them over in response.
Yeah, I think it's just a key thing for Midlands, just to stay on track, know what they need to do, don't try and overcomplicate it. I think that'll be definitely showed by the coaches, Dan and Sadie.
Lovely ball, and the hole opens up through the centre of the park for the Tigers. Playing on home turf, many of these players, of course, at Nottingham University. Loveridge, stumbling pick-up, but a good ball into the path of Saunders. Lloyd. Good carry from Kimbabi, and Kimbabi wants it back again, but look at the step and the acceleration. Summers almost through.
It's that step.
Let's have another look at this one, Will. Oh, beautiful footwork, inside and out.
Oh,
Great covering touch from Kenzie McNaught.
that's a great touch. Fortunate that.
Just
Great.
a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
Summers, a bit frustrated, she couldn't race through. So a fresh set of 6, but still inside their own half, and Summers is racing up again to make a nuisance of herself. Alice Summers, one of those players to pick out as a key cog in the Tigers machine as they come racing forward. But the Taipans have got some really capable players of their own. Another penalty goes in their favour. Sophie Barkham. Jeffs. Fiona. Jeffs with a good pickup. And she rushes away to the open side, but she's caught by Tamani Kumbabi. Well, that's an interesting decision, really, to go for the snipe on only second touch there. Had 4 left in the chamber. Taipans just perhaps rushing to get back into this.
Yeah, I feel like it's not gone their way in the first 40 minutes. But
intercepted by Hugot, so we'll start with 6 touches here. Barkham, Hugot, onto the edge, and it's an ambitious ball, but it's beyond Pemberton. A little bit scrappy from both teams in this area. The Tigers, we know, have got that individual quality, but Taipans are a good unit, just unable really to string enough phases together to really challenge the Tigers, because that's twice they've had touches in the locker when the turnover was forced out of them. Lovely pickup. This is a great transition for the Tigers. Desperate to make the touch, claims the touch, but Loveridge just kept on rolling, eventually has to give it up. We could just see there down the bottom there, Will, the coach was saying, we're going to get them in the middle. I think he's just encouraging them to stay central.
Yeah, Dan Powell, strong coach, strong beliefs. He wants the best from everyone, and he's a great coach to have. It definitely helps me individually. Playing men's open, first year playing at Link, and he's always filling me with confidence and telling me whenever I'm doing something wrong.
Good balance that from a coach. Very confident Tigers performance so far as well. O'Dell. Betts wants it on the inside. Good take from Loveridge. Always chucking the dummy. Imogen Loveridge. Kambabi. Just looking to draw them out here. The Tigers. Palmer Denning.
He's trying to get to the 7 now.
Kambabi, and then good line here from the hot stepper. Alice Summers goes back to the open side. Oh, but it was put down. Penalty
Forward
is still
pass.
going to go for the Taipans for the initial forward pass. And here goes the quick tap from Kendall Buckingham. Great pickups on the way through here. It's a bit overcast today here on our bank holiday Monday, but perfect conditions really for touch. Just a little bit of dew in the surface for the sliding, but nothing too wet to infect the pace of play. As you can see here is Payton. Here's McNaught. Keeps a hold of it this time. Last touch. But that's a good drive from the Taipans, because they've buried the Tigers in that bottom corner.
Yeah, I think definitely this pitch, after just playing on it, it's very dewy, so big passes like that, the chances are some of them will drop down.
Good hands from Betts on this occasion, though. And Betts is again at half.
I think both teams are going to focus on the transition game, and then the line attack will come with it.
Great carry from Ella Dean. Just getting in front of her own player there, and the half is caught. That's unfortunate. Really expansive play from the Tigers. It won't always come off for you. Well, the main body of supporters are actually at both ends of the field here in Stadium 9, with some on the fence, as McNaught makes an early break for the Taipans as we approach half-time here. Is there a chance for them to get on the board? Great touch, and there's no one home for the Taipans. A bit of a miscommunication there as it does come for Pemberton on the edge. Is there still a chance for the Taipans to threaten here? Fiernert. Nice ball on the inside for Hugot. Fiernert. Jeffs. Lovely switch.
Pressure.
And a 2-on-1 here. And it's
That's a great
Pemberton
score.
over to score. Well, that's a brilliant recovery, Will, because it looked like the attack was over when they were caught empty-handed in terms of players on the field. But it's a lovely switch, Will.
Yeah, do well to get both defenders in. and throw. It's a bit late shut, but I mean, it's tough out there, 2-on-1 with that amount of space.
Pemberton scores. Do the Tigers have a response? 1 minute before the break. Tilly Palmer-Denning. Barbie. Well, in fact, it's the number 19, Saunders, out there, not the number 9, Barbie, at the moment. Simon. Looks for the ball inside, but it's not coming. But Simon gets it on the edge and goes herself. Desperate for the touch. Very passionate from Erin Payton, and they are sent back to the 7. Good communication from the referees as well, and the try is eventually given. And Simon is on the score sheet. We've had an assist from Phoebe and a try from Em. Both Simons have the Tigers in control with just a few seconds to go before half-time. Good performance from the Tigers, Will, especially after this morning session where the Taipans put them to the sword.
Yeah, it's definitely what they want going into the half. The coaches, the support, Izzy, Dan, Zadie, we're more than happy with that. I think it's just keeping the confidence and not getting ahead of themselves. I think they don't want to throw the game with their transition, and the line attack will definitely come through with the amount of quality they have.
So the South East Taipans, the only side to take down the Tigers in the pool stage, which they did so this morning, currently trail at the break 3-1 with the Sharks and the Saxons, who the Tigers have beaten already in this tournament, awaiting them in the final in this Women's Open, our first semi-final live here at Stadium 9 at the Nottingham Highfield Sports Centre. We'll be back for the second half in just a few moments' time.
That's me.
So we playing Wales and Oz.
Well, as well, half-time, a reminder that we have various food options and drinks for you here at Nottingham for the National Day. We have hot drinks, something called the dirty latte. No, dirty chai, that's what it is, dirty chai. Also, we have the mouse team, big house, with cheese toasties. Various styles with ham, with bacon. We've got Sammy's kitchen there doing quesadillas. And you've got Chef Steph who's doing. I think he's finished the breakfast box. He was doing that till lunchtime. Now he's doing mac and cheese with chicken. Various different concoctions, let's say. They're called them fusion. When I say this, it's not amazing. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. 1 minute warning. Playing official 1 minute. A reminder, today we are live streaming on Stadium 9 and Pitch 1.
20 minutes left for the Taipans to turn this one around. They'll be disappointed after seeing off the Tigers this morning to trail at the break. Will, what do you think is going to be different about their play after that half-time interval?
I think they're looking strong. When they drive well, they get the yards. The passing's very strong, they're finding the right options.
Well, you've been yelled at as well, Will, by
Yes.
the various coaching staffs that you might have to dip in about 5-10 minutes' time. We're going to keep you here as long as we can. You have got a men's open game to play.
Yes. Friendly against Wales, I think. Just missed out on the semi-final, but look, go and beat Wales and Ireland.
Yeah, it is great to have the men's international sides here as they continue to grow the game. But it is the Tigers now going right to left in this second half in the white and black shorts, taking on the Taipans in red, and they've coughed it up early there, Will, and it's a good bit of pressure to get things started for the Southeast Taipans.
I know it's bad dropping the ball like that, but I think it's something Midlands need to happen because I think they're looking a bit excited in the box. I think they just need to calm down a little bit. Still got 20 minutes to play, more than enough time.
For both teams to either seal this or turn it around. Here goes Jeffs on the carry. Switch for Furnett, lovely hands, late ball on the inside, but caught in the final touch. Good drive from Tigers. They draw the second touch. Convinced there wasn't one there, but you have to wave play on instead. That was a close call, Will.
Yes. M definitely had a big grin while smiling off the pitch there.
Still driving here then, the Tigers, dummy wide, but the touch and pass this time, so Taipans have it back, and it's a bit of a stalemate at the start of this second half. The drive from Jeffs. Nice work round the corner from Huger. Bit of space for Furnett, and they're over on this left-hand side. It's a brilliant early drive. Great pace from Nicky Bird. In a promising position now, the Taipans, only 2 tries behind. McNaught. Ennis draws the touch. McNaught adds some pace into the attack.
Good defence from Abby there.
Really good touch, really important one from Abby Wolf. McNaught slides through, but is caught on the way by Ella Dean. That was a chance for the Taipans, but they couldn't take it. Will.
Yeah, definitely. You can hear the Midlands coaches from up here screaming to the defence, don't let them have the 7, make it hard for them.
But they have been handed a fresh set of 6 after the ball is put down. Hack. Ennis. McNaught at the half. Furnett. Changes coming for the Taipans, so Furnett will just apply the brakes for now. Fresh onto the field is Buckingham, who lifts it for Furnett again, who steps back on the inside. And the score is eventually given. Well, she was convinced, Naomi Furnett, that she was over. Let's have another look at it here. It's good work from Buckingham, fresh on the field. Just a little dip of the shoulder on the inside, Will. Good finish.
Yeah, Taipans definitely needed that. That'll boost their energy. I think Tigers, it would be bad for them, but I think they're just getting a bit lazy in the field. They need to keep them off the 7, listen to their coaches.
Loveridge. Palmer Denning. Simon. Already 1 try for her in this semi-final. Draws the touch eventually. After some clear instructions from the umpire. It's getting a bit feisty out there.
Yeah, definitely. Pressure's on. They know what they need to do.
Lovely ball over the top for Loveridge. Goes for that long ball. But it was always selling Ruby O'Dell a little short. Taipans have it back, but on their own 7.
I think the Midlands just complaining about dropping early from the defence. Big touch there from Imogen.
Nice slide down the left wing from Buddle. Buckingham. Jeffs. Look at the pace injected in that midfield area. Really causing some problems here. Jeffs, Buckingham, great delay on the pass, and Bird is going to touch down a score. Time just seemed to stop there for the Taipans and the Tigers. Thought the touch was made, but the pass was given first. Loveridge caught out on the end. Bird goes over. Taipans equalise. We've got a game on here, Will.
Definitely. Great game coming. Great hands there from Taipans.
Perfect timing on the ball as well, which is such a key aspect to distribution in touch. Oh, just another ball put down. A little bit nervous at the moment, Will.
Yeah, definitely a bit nervous. But I think plenty of time to play. Dan will definitely keep them cool in there. Sadie's taking him in for a talk.
Still the Taipans who come forward though. Ennis finds Hack. Ennis, great pickup. McNaught looks to go herself, but the touch is made. There's a coming together between two Tigers, but it was worth it to keep out Kenzie McNaught.
Yeah, good cover from Tamani. Great touch from Lottie.
There's been no need for a drop-off so far in today's running of things because there's been no knockouts as of yet. But in our first semi-final, it's already a cracking game we have for you here. There's a decision for the umpires to be made here. Is it heavy touch or is it loss of control? Heavy touch is the call. And that's a fortunate one for the Tigers, Will.
Yeah, I think it's just driving hard still, do what they did in the first half. But they've just got to get back on it.
Oh, another ambitious pass to the short side, which is put down. It's something that the Taipans were criticised for in the first half, not using all the touches. It's such a basic thing to point out, but in a semi-final where it's going to be decided by fine margins, you have to at least burn all six.
I think that's definitely one thing that the Tigers coach are going to turn to bring up. Keep the discipline high, stop the drop balls and the forced passes, because they're quick enough. They're quick enough to get through the teams, and they showed that in the first half.
Lovely missed pass from Jeffs. It's a diving touch from Tilly Palmer-Denning to deny the Taipans on this near side and to keep the semi-final alive. So much time left here. Of course, we're just 5 minutes or so into the second half. Good ball off the deck. And Freya Betts. Betts again plays half. It works out on the short side this time for Betts. Oh, look at the soft hands to get Simon in a bit of space. Loveridge. Lovely pick up from Phoebe Simon this time.
Unlucky.
Important touch from Pemberton. You might be able to see in the background of your screen at some point the men's sides who are starting to warm up, of course, ahead of the men's open semi-final, which will be live here next at Stadium 9. Good drive from Loveridge. Up to the 7. Here's a chance for the Tigers to take the lead again. Simon. Loveridge. Back to Simon. Phoebe Simon caught. Penalty. And a big one, Will.
It's what they need. That's what they need. He needs to keep digging at the line, testing the Taipans' defence, because we've got both Simons on now, Lottie and Imogen.
Simon looking to draw the touch. Good pickup. Simon on the return. Goes for the score herself. Bit of contact there between Simon and Alea Huger. And she's not very comfortable on the way down, but I think she's eventually going to get back to her feet. Just took a bit of a knock. I think it's a bit of a knee to head there.
Yeah, it's nothing intentional, just at the dive. I think she's going to be a bit frustrated with the second half performance, but
still some smiles on faces.
Definitely.
On the near side.
Another injury is not what they need.
Saunders. Huge moment in the game now for the Tigers. Loveridge. Simon. Good pickup from Loveridge. Simon's going to dart over herself. It's a brilliant dive. But Taipans make the touch, an important one as well. Still the chance is there for the Midlands Tigers to approach the midway point in this second half. Imogen Loveridge looking to dance through. That's
Great
a
defence.
huge defensive set, Will, in the context of the semi-final.
Yeah, definitely. It's what they need. Bit of falling over there.
Eventually back to their feet here, the Taipans. Real charge of the shoulder there as it was placed down to create the space for Buckingham. Here's Kenzie McNaught.
Midlands really need a stop here. Needs to get back up the pitch.
Great carry from Ennis. McNaught, Ennis, McNaught. This middle pairing really causing problems here. McNaught, it's a great pickup, needs to find a pass. McGuinness, oh! On the spin, looking to grab it. Elena Ennis, but couldn't keep a hold.
Yeah, it's definitely something. Big
Flashed
pass from
wide.
Ellis.
Good hands. Ball on
Great
the inside
hands.
as well.
Oh, turnover though, over the mark. That's not what they needed. That was great hands.
Oh dear, good spot, Will. They kept playing there as you have to say goodbye to Will Stockbridge. He's on to his own men's open game, but thanks for joining us, Will.
Thank you very much for having me.
With 10 minutes to go here, the Taipans looking to create some problems for the Tigers inside their own half. They've got 4 in the chamber. Sophia Jeffs. Sophia Jeffs again in possession. She's got Hack to her right and Hugott to her left. Buckingham. No touch there. Indeed it was made. Good work from O'Dell and company. Jeffs. Dummies back to the open side. Long ball for Pemberton. Good hands. Pemberton manages to ship it on, but the touch was made. Very impressive stuff from the Tigers under real pressure. Some nervous faces down there in the Tigers box. Good pick up from the Tigers. Still looking to transition here. Can't afford to give away another penalty in this area. Big dummy from Simon. Sophie Lloyd. Oh, it's been dispossessed again. Taipans will be handed another chance from halfway, practically a restart. Georgia Hack. Nice footwork from Buddle. Buddle, back round the corner they come. Dropped onto the inside. Rona Roper. What kind of impact can she have in these closing moments? You turn to a player of her experience. Rona Roper, great carry. Lovely step from Fearnett, almost through. Naomi Fearnett, try already for her today in this semi-final. 6-2, the Taipans beat the Tigers today to finish in this third place spot overall. The Tigers were undefeated up to that point. They slipped up and have given themselves this tough semi-final, but can they dig themselves out of danger here after going undefeated across Saturday and Sunday? On Bank Holiday Monday, it's very much still on, this semi-final. Saunders over the top, Fearnett looking for the interception, and the ball goes down, so it's a fresh set of 6 for the Tigers here. So close to the grab. One of the tallest players out there, Fearnett, just about didn't have the reach. Here's Dean, what a time to bring Ella Dean on. Summers, one of those two could be the game changer here. Ella Dean. Loveridge. Fearnett does make the touch. Tigers will have a strike at the line. Ruby O'Dell. Back inside from Summers. Dean, look at her slice through. It's another penalty. And it's greeted like a score by the Tigers. Good ball from Summers, and the penalty there just offside. A fresh set of 6 for the Tigers with 7 minutes to go. Peg back level after leading 3-1. Loveridge! There's 2 in red who claim to make the touch. It's getting very busy here on the sidelines ahead of the men's open semi-final as well, but we're going nowhere at the moment. Could be our first drop out of the game already. Interception from Fearnett. Nothing wrong with it. Just a very ambitious ball back on the near side, and the with every turnover, a drop-off becomes a more and more likely possibility. Of course, there are some huge drop-offs over the years on this pitch. No less than the Mixed Open World Cup final, of course, between Australia and New Zealand, which was a drop-off here in Nottingham 2 years ago. Kenzie McNaught. Good carry from McNaught, but caught on the halfway line. Not a bad defensive set from Tigers. Wouldn't be a bad end result if they can just stay disciplined. But Jess with a brilliant pickup. Oh, it's been put down. And it's almost with an unbelievable take behind her back. Summers, ball on the inside. And it's with a great chase in defence. 5 minutes to go, still locked up at 3-all in this semi-final. Who will face the Saxons or the Sharks in this Women's Open final game? Lovely step from Simon. Is this the drive the Tigers are after? Simon still going. Good to see M. Simon back onto the field alongside Phoebe. Simon, Phoebe Simon, M. Simon. Good delay on the pass. Is it a score for Anna Goddard? Oh, turned away at the door by the Taipans. And we're still alive here. Simon and Simon out in the centre. It's a good line from Goddard. There's the touch from Pemberton. A try saver from the winger. He's already scored in this fixture. Hack, great acceleration. Does really well to lay it back as well. Jeffs on the inside. Hugott. A score would be huge here with just 5.5 minutes to go. Or 4.5, I should say, as it's slapped down. Big chance for the Taipans here. Jeffs, Fearnett. Quick pick up from Jeffs. Fearnett's going to have a try here, and she's got it down so early. But it's a brilliant defensive touch. There's long levers of Fearnett. Shot the ball down long before she was anywhere near the deck. Comes around the corner again. Fearnett, hint of a 3-on-2. The wide ball is put down. Buddle had to dive for it, but just couldn't get there. Tigers survive, but they're a long way from home. Goddard flicked up round the corner as they head towards the box. Cannot give possession away here. They have to use all 6. And they win a penalty. And the door has been opened. So the Tigers now second penalty on the bounce. Tigers are on the march. Kumbabi. Tamani Kumbabi. Summers with those fancy footwork of hers. Kumbabi gets it on the inside. Summers is waiting for it in the link. Tamani Kumbabi, ball on the inside. Summers wants it. Summers! Touch made. We play on in this semi-final. We are just 2.5 minutes away from a drop-off. Summers, Kumbabi, can the Tigers seal it here? Looking for a second, Tilly Palmer-Denning. But the turnover is the end result. Tigers thought they'd scored it. Can they keep them contained? Can they force an error here, the Midlands Tigers, looking to avenge an earlier defeat to this Taipans team by 6-2 in the morning session? What a turnaround it's been on this Bank Holiday Monday after an undefeated run across the weekend for the Midlands Tigers. The men's side have already missed out on a semi-final. They're flying the flag for the local side here at the moment. And they've won it back again after the Taipans burned their 6. Summers. Oh, it's a good grab. It had to be perfect from Tilly Palmer-Denning as they head towards the box. Off the deck again from Sophie Lloyd. Lloyd rushes to keep the pace high. Loveridge steps back off the right boot. Simon. Loveridge takes a stumble. Good pick up from Simon. Loveridge on the inside. It's spilt. And there's no way through again here as we're into our final minute. This might be the last attack really for the Taipans from their own 7. 38:51 on the clock here, but of course we're on the internal timing, although we've been pretty accurate across the weekend so far. Ball out towards the box. Taipans are going to keep going through their phases despite this late semi-final stage. Important touch to shut down Hugert. Jeffs gets it away. Fernett caught. That's the turnover. One last chance for the Tigers then. 40 seconds left to play. They've got to get a shift on here. Loveridge. Great pickup. Simon, is there time? That might be it. That might take us through to the drop-off. They want a turnover there, the Tigers. They're not going to get it. The Taipans are still coming here. Jeffs. Is there a winner to be found in the closing seconds here? Jeffs. There at the half again. Jeffs. There's the hooter. He's got to do it all alone here. Fernett is caught. Good touch from Goddard. We're going to a drop-off. And we will play on. End of the 40 minutes, locked up at 3 apiece. There'll be 2 more minutes of play here before we start losing players in the Women's Open semi-final. We'll be back in just a few moments' time. So we'll get started again from the drop-off. It's 4-on-4, and if it's still level after 2 minutes, then we go down to 3-on-3. So Dean is out there alongside M. Simon. Abby Wolf as well is within the strike pod, and Phoebe Simon too. And the Tigers could look for an early score here. Simon floating wide for Ella Dean. Try Dylan. Tigers have it. Perfect start to the drop-off because there's only a minute and a half left for the Taipans to respond. Phoebe Simon, brilliant pickup, great acceleration. The winger was already across, completely backed her inside man, but Ella Dean had the acceleration to get over. Thought she might pop up in a big moment in this semi-final, and she's put the Midlands Tigers ahead. They need an instant response here. It's the only way really for the Taipans to keep in this tie. Jeffs, Fernett floats it wide, great defence. Barkham caught. A huge moment in the tie. Jeffs, McNaught is on the edge. Jeffs, switch on the inside, McNaught is over. There's the equaliser. It's Kenzie McNaught. How close was this to a defensive touch for the Tigers? There's the dummy on the inside. Oh, she doesn't get there. There's a whisker away from the Tigers, keeping that 1-point lead. And now it might just be who's in possession when the 2 minutes is over. 20 seconds to go. Can the Tigers win it here? Dean, Simon, M. Simon. This should be it. Abby Wolf has won it for the Midlands Tigers. It is the cruelest of deciders, the drop-off. It's decided at the toss 45 minutes ago who will have possession from the very first drop-off. And it happened to be the Tigers, and they were perfect. They scored from their first set of 6. So did the Taipans, and then they knew they had just one roll of the dice to try and seal this semi-final. And on the buzzer, it's Abby Wolf who has sent the Tigers to the final. What a turnaround for the Midlands Tigers, beaten 6-2 just a few hours ago by this Taipans team. that set up this crucial second and third place game. Who will they face in the final this afternoon? Will it be the Sharks or will it be the Saxons? Tigers won't mind, they've beaten them both already this weekend. But as this semi-final has shown you, in the knockout games, anything can happen. What drama here on Stadium 9, the main field here at the English Touch Nationals. Midlands Tigers are on their way to a final. Well, that's the women's division wrapped up in terms of who is left to compete for the biggest prize, but the men's open still has 4 teams gunning for the crown. We've got both semi-finals live for you across our 2 pitches here at the English Nationals on Field 1 and here at Stadium 9. Men's semi-finals to come up next in just a few moments' time.
The Marketing and Business Development Program, it's a program where people who are either new to Vermeer or new to your current role, you get together for about 5 weeks over the first 5 or 6 months of your time here. And you really get to start learning about the people, the products, the culture, and it really equips you to be successful in your role.
Some people are coming into Vermeer not knowing anything, so it's meeting people and getting opportunities and getting your face exposure and getting their exposure to you so you know everyone already.
And it kind of creates a more effective worker because they have that base knowledge of everyone that they're going to be working around and with. In my position with training, it exposed me to other areas of thought that I wouldn't originally include in my training exercises or in the way that I go about building those and routing those exercises.
Vermeer is a huge worldwide manufacturer, over 3,000 team members. There's a lot that goes on here. So this program does a good job of boiling down how our products are manufactured, to how we distribute them through our dealer network, and then just connecting you with different people all across the Vermeer mile so you can do your job.
I've always been operations side, so this one showed me the other side of the company, and I have no idea when it comes to sales. So this has really kind of showed me using some of my engineering background and stuff about the product that I already know. Now I get to use it and learn about the sales and how we forecast and how we should sell it and how do we market it the right way. And so now I feel more equipped to be in my position than with my just engineering degree in general.
My favorite part of the program was not only making friends in the group, because you kind of bond with the people in the group, and there was about 8 of us in there, and they're still my friends to this day, but my favorite part was also making contacts with the people and the presenters. In my position, there's a lot of times where someone will say, hey, reach out to this person, and you've never actually met that person before. So now actually meeting that person and putting a face with the name makes my job a lot easier.
My favorite part was getting to meet with executives. We get a couple one-on-one sessions where they share kind of their whole career story, and you get a chance to ask them questions too about your own development at Vermeer. So you get to connect with them on a personal level, which is something you don't get a chance to do at a lot of other companies. So I think that was a really unique opportunity.
I just graduated, and I know that working at a company like Vermeer, I'm cared for, and they want to push me to be the best person I can. And as a young professional, it gives me a heightened sense of value in me as an employee, that the company cares enough to build me and my character.
And that's really what this whole process has been. People wanting me to grow, wanting you to do better, wanting to talk to you and make sure you learn the most out of what you can.
I'm just really grateful to be at a company that will invest this time in me to learn more about the company and get more context to really succeed in my job. If I had not had this program, I would not be connected to so many people who help me do my job every day.
Welcome back then to the England Touch Nationals here in Nottingham, where we already have our women's finalist, of course, after a stunning semi-final, a drop-off, which the Tigers came through Their men's side have missed out on a semi-final, but we've got another tight game for you here. It's Northwest Touch taking on the Southeast Sharks. Northwest again finished on 17 points, joint level with the Southwest Saxons, the defending champions in the pool stage. Just 1 point of goal difference separated them, and that sent Northwest into second place, where they've got to fend for themselves against a very strong Southeast Sharks side. They're going to be well supported here, Northeast Touch. It's a proper North v South. Well, of course, we have had games this morning. Southwest Saxon secured their place at the top of the pool with a win over the Tigers. Northwest Touch beat the Southeast Taipans. The Sharks put 9 past the Wildcats. But of course, we also know that these two sides have met already in the pool stage. It was another stunner. 8-6 that Northwest Touch were victorious in. But you cannot count out the Sharks. They've been brilliant throughout the tournament. And they also lost to the Saxons by just 3 tries. So we're expecting a tight one here. It's going to be Northwest Touch going right to left in the first 20 minutes in the red and black, taking on the Southeast Sharks in the light blue and navy shoulder. Good early drive here from the Northwest, and then it's straight into the path of the pink scrum-hatted Will Coombs, who's going to dive over, but denied the first attack of the game. Look how quickly Northwest Touch have made it through to the there he is here. It's Sam Dixon, of course, the man to watch in the pink. James Fay, Dixon, Fay, wide pass. Clever, just trying to deflect it off of the defender Sam Clacker, but they keep playing on here. Will Bamber with the early drive. Bamber, and the Sharks head to the box. You can hear lots of noise from that touchline in front of us here, where the Northwest are situated. Great line from Will Seracol, but it's cut out. And we're still a stalemate here after both early attacks. Fay, Dixon, point of the finger from the nearest man, Sam Grinter, who'll play half. Grinter, round the corner comes Gabe Pennington. Oh, just going for that quick pick up there, Sam Grant. Another player to watch out in the middle. They've got such a talented 4 middles, of course, in this Northwest Touch side. To the box again go the Sharks. Off the field goes Weston. And it's an excellent pod to come on in this attacking set. Great pick up by Dom Trippercourt, former England captain. And what a line! Straight through the centre of the field. Dom Tripp, always so creative, just drops it into the path of the number 18 for the Saxons. Check who that number 18 is for the Sharks. In the meantime, it's still a chance here for Northwest Touch to respond. Fay, what a pill! What a pass! Right across the face of the fence to put Cooper Bainbridge in for an equaliser. Stunning ball. Bainbridge did not know it was coming his way at all. Fay at half, and then... oh, it's a lovely pass from Ben Grinter. So off go the Sharks in response. It's an early error.
Is he off?
James O'Donnell gives it away. Mike Rice. The short side comes Pennington. Lovely move again here from the Northwest. Ball on the inside is charged down from Will Bamber. So there'll be 6 more touches for the Sharks. Just confirmation that it's Joe Brewer who switched his number 11 for 18. And he scored the opening try. Sam Grant. Grant looks it inside for Wilkinson. Second charge down. Very clever play from the Northwest. Grant. Wilkinson. Grant. I think we're going to have another penalty here. First penalty at the 7 for the Sharks. Stanley Wilkinson. Grant. Wilkinson. Oh, he's left it behind. Big chance missed for the Northwest. And it's a heavy touch. It's a penalty too. James O'Donnell. Lovely line from Brewer. Try score already today. Charlie Steed. Steed. Brewer. Steed. Brewer. Tripp at the link. Good pick up from Dom Tripp, who's straight through the hole at half. Ball over the top. Has he got it down? Sam Clacker. Diving across Kane Grinter. Who will the umpires opt for here?
That's down.
Complete, boys.
Turnover given. Let's have another look. Oh, he's made it. He has made it. What a dive from Grinter. Great spot by the umpires. And Grant on the charge. Grinter plays half after his try-saving exploits and brilliant acceleration onto the ball from Pennington. Northwest level, but looking for another, and it's through the hands of Jake Morris. Very active touchline on that far side. Clacker. Lay it back. Lovely line. Again from Max Penisier. We've been speaking of great touch families, of course, Jay. The Penisiers will have a stab at things across the generations if it came to it. And look at the footwork in the meantime and the pace from Sean O'Sullivan. Floated wide and great acceleration out on the wing by Harry Richards, but he is caught. Fay pops it straight up for Wilkinson. It might be Morris out there in the link at the moment, who heads to the box. We'll have some changes. Bainbridge. Grinter. Ball back on the inside. Here's Bainbridge. And then it's a turnover, but not a bad transition from Northwest. O'Sullivan heads to the box. Still locked up here. 7.5 minutes into the semi-final penalty. And they're going to lose another 10 yards as well. Well, the Northwest were upset with a description that was ascribed to them by Joe Wright earlier in the week, that they're a bit fiery, a bit feisty, because they'd much rather be recognised for their skill. And indeed, they are that end, but they've given away another 10 here, and they've been punished for it. James O'Donnell slides home. And you've just got to be so squeaky clean here. They lost that extra 10 yards. Marcus Chung, Tripp, O'Donnell. Some world-class touch rugby names for you. Players who have seen it and done it all. That's a good drive from Sam Thorpe. Thorpe wants it on the return. Here's Fay looking to drop it onto the on-rushing Morris. Big chance now for Northwest to equalise straight away. Wilkinson! Oh, it's Jake Morris that time on the line, but he's still sent back packing. Rotating their options out there as well, because it's Pennington and Fay now in the centre. Fay. Love to see Sam Thorpe in a bit of space, but Pennington drops it off for Morris! Caught again, still touches in the chamber for the Northwest. Pennington. Gabe Pennington. Fay, good pick up. Pennington wants it back again. What a pill! Sam Thorpe collects it, and Sam Thorpe scores. A stunning pass from half. Pennington does well to draw in his man, but I believe they've brought it back. Hang on a moment. Well, they've brought it back for a penalty instead. No try given. Well, let's have another look here. It looks like a brilliant ball. Is there a touch? I'm not sure. But the umpires have called it back. There's no score for the Northwest. And here's Penissaire looking to counter for the Sharks. Dom Tripp. Slapped down by Ben Grinter. Ben and Sam both out there for Northwest, of course, in the Grinter family. First chance to see Will Sericold back into the play, but it's been turned over. Bit of afters from Grinter as well. Touch taken rather forcibly from Richardson. Bainbridge, try scorer, back out there in the link. Grant, Wilkinson. Was that attacking pair that led to the opener? Grant. Oh, Fay just trying to tip it on, I think. It was Will Bamber in the link, looking to find a bit of space. Penissaire. Sericold. Chung. Very clean transition at the moment. Dom Tripp. The half just getting a little bit caught there to slow things down. Oh, what a grab! Or it almost was. It was on the sixth touch regardless, so not a big deal. But it was put down on that occasion by Joe Brewer, another try scorer for the Sharks. Brewer up to make a big hit. Excellent work from the Northwest, making good yards. Perfect pick up from Thorpe. Looks to slide through, but he is touched and come back for the penalty, fresh set of 6. All the way to the edge on first phase as they head towards the box again here, the Sharks. Really good carries in there, but given away. Spotted on the far side. Big chance for Northwest here. Inside the Sharks half with 6 touches. Fay. Line speed, outstanding. Off the deck from Grinter. Grinter again finds Sam Dixon. He dances his way through. Grinter again. Dixon. Close to the line here. Is their way through. Just throws the interception. Easily picked off in the end by James Weston. Weston's at half again as they head towards the box. Coombs. Laid back by O'Donnell. Chung looking for that pass inside. It's another opportunity for the Northwest in and around halfway. They're not easy chances to take from this area of the field, but they are opportunities, and at some point the Northwest will have to go hunting for an equaliser. Big dummy from the fast-footed Sam Thorpe. Thorpe. Richardson. Slow play here for the Northwest. What can they conjure up? Thorpe now comes a lot more central with Wilkinson. So many combinations, this Northwest side. Wilkinson. Richardson. What a grab by Grant. Chips it on. Beautiful hands. Penissaire can't get there. And Grinter's over. Northwest equalise, and this time it will be given. This is excellent hands. Richardson with the long ball, and he's just got to scoop it away, Grant. Good finish by Sam Grinter this time. Lovely hands. Thought it was going to go all the way through to the winger. Instead, it's Brewer charging on for the Sharks, who will look for that instant reply. Trip. Penalty not given, although it is called for by the Northwest. Dom Tripp. Bamber, Tripp, drops it in for Steed, but he's caught by Dixon. What a semi-final, back up to 2-2. 5 minutes to go in this first half. Dixon, oh, that's a loose pass. Penalty was coming regardless though, and the Sharks have been gifted an opportunity here. Dom Tripp, keeping his set play a secret from the Northwest. Here we go. Tripp. Dropped off for Coombs. Coombs. O'Sullivan, Coombs, Weston takes a stumble. Sean O'Sullivan looking to spark something, but Weston falters. O'Sullivan, Weston, O'Sullivan again. Tripp in at half, opens up the open side, and it's been spilt. Will Coombs couldn't gather it. Northwest survive a very threatening situation. And there's the carry out from Mike Rice. Floated across for Grinter, the try scorer. Grinter. Good transition. Not with loads of pace, but as the players come round the corner here, they should have maybe an opportunity to trouble the Sharks. Sam Grant. Lovely hands, and oh, just looking for Grinter to run a line, but unfortunately Cooper Bainbridge was caught. Both try scorers looking to combine for Northwest. What a final, been completely breathless so far, just end-to-end stuff. The pace of play is absolutely stunning so far. Lovely scoop, and look at the footwork for O'Sullivan, looks to drop it. It's James O'Donnell that time. But good turnover, Wilkinson looking for a heavy touch. Northwest aren't going to get it. Cooper Bainbridge off the deck from Grinter. Richardson round the corner. Grinter just pops on the inside for Fay. Another combination change in the middle. Dixon at the link. Can't get away from O'Donnell. Lovely hands from Richardson. Penalty. Pennicid penalised. Fresh set of 6. Perfect position to strike here. Just march a few more yards forward. What can Gabe Pennington create? Dixon looks left and right. Caught by Marcus Chung. So much experience in the Shark side. Dixon. Pops it over the top for Fay. No touch as of yet. Pennington. Up come the Sharks. A double touch. Very patient from the Northwest. Dixon, now they'll accelerate. Fay, Richardson can't hold it. I don't think he had the length to reach Sam Grinter. That is a missed opportunity for the Northwest, and they know it. With just 2 minutes to go before half-time, they could go into the break ahead, but instead they'll hand one last chance to the Sharks. Chung, nice work round the corner from Bamber. It's another penalty for the men in blue. Bamber, little hitch kick to get started. Off the deck from Richards. Good pace. Well, they wanted the roll ball, but instead it's another penalty against the Northwest. They are on the wrong side of the referee's whistle today. And it's another huge chance for the Sharks to go in at half-time in front. Round the corner they come. Tripp! Caught Very good touch.
Here we go!
A combination of Fay and Pennington.
Press! 7! Get him out! Get up! Get up!
Brewer gets it on the return. Brewer for his second score. Another big touch from the Northwest. Tense moments in that Northwest touch box. Steed, Brewer, Northwest survive. They just mixed themselves up a little bit there. Brewer and Steed and Dom Tripp. And with seconds to go, Northwest will be very comfortable heading in at 2-all. Dixon drops it off around the corner. Dixon, they maybe will have a chance to strike here. Dummy from Ben Grinter. Here's Ward. Grinter. Grant. Penalty with 20 seconds to go. Sam Grant. Grinter. Grant. They've got to get a shift on here. 7 seconds left. Still going here, Grant. Dances past Tripp, but he's caught, and that will bring the half to an end. Almost an opportunity at the very end of the first half. But in this men's open semi-final, we're locked up at 2 apiece at half-time. It was a narrow game the last time these two teams met this morning. And we could be on for our second drop-off of the semi-final stage. Here's all the highlights from the first half. We'll be back in just a few moments' time.
Ladies game. What an amazing game that was. Went to drop off, and it was just before the buzzer. I think Midlands came out with us on that one. Fantastic game to watch. A request, just to ensure you must be behind the rope barrier. If you are a spectator, please be going behind the barrier. Please also do not cross the pitches. If you are going from one end to the other, please use the side walkways. For those that are crossing the pitches, please do not cross the pitches. Please do not cross the pitches. Thank you. If you're on the sideline, please do not pass the advertising boards. There are seating areas designated on pitch 1 and on Stadium 9 we have a rope line. Do not go beyond the rope line. Please try not to break the rope lines. Please ensure they stay in one piece. What a great day we have. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning.
Can you try and make them, can you attack this way?
Moments away from the start of the second half here in the Men's Open semi-final. Northwest Touch, the joint top scorers after the pool stage, sit in second just behind the Southwest Saxons, their only defeat of the group stage. The Southeast Sharks, with an excellent defensive record, just 31 conceded, second best across all the sides in this Men's Open national pool. They are locked up level at 2 apiece. 20 frantic minutes to come. We've already had one drop-off in the semi-finals, live here on the Stadium 9 pitch. It's the Midlands Tigers through to the women's final in that game. But in the Men's Open, there's still all to play for. Confirmation as well that it'll be the Southeast Sharks who are already through to the Women's Open final. Can their men meet them there? We'll find out. It'll be a tap-off in just seconds here for the blue and aqua of the Sharks, who are going right to left in the second half. The red and black of the northeast, of the northwest, sorry, still looking for a way through to the final. They've been brilliant so far this tournament. They're really flying the flag as the strongest side from the northwest here at the Nationals. Dixon straight onto the field. Quick turnover for the Sharks. They've got some defending to do. Grinter, Wilkinson. Grinter, good carry. Wilkinson, Dixon, is this the opener? Ball down is the call. But the touch was made. Important defence from James Weston. Grinter, Wilkinson, Grinter, Dixon round the corner. There's nowhere to go, but it's flicked off the hand of Marcus Chung. So 6 more at the 7. Don't look too pleased about it in that northwest box. Their mind is on the next job. Ben Grinter, Dixon. Grinter, Dixon again. The door closed on him rather commandingly there by Weston. He's got his number at the moment. Dixon. Interception! The Sharks have it, and they are going to fly through to score. Second try for James O'Donnell. Northwest with a brilliant start to the second half. Piling on the pressure here. And how about the reliever for O'Donnell? Great grab. They were certainly in for a score. And the Irishman had all of the pace to get away. Northwest now looking to respond immediately, but great finish. Weaving inside and out to beat the last man. Great drive from Morris. No score. The Northwest want a penalty, but it's not coming. No touch is the call. That's been deflected off a Shark hand again, so should be 6 more here, depending on the umpire's call. Well now, the penalty's been reversed. No touch, I think, is the eventual call. And what a turnaround for the Sharks then. Not only have they scored to take themselves 3-2 ahead, they've managed to fend off the Northwest on the rebound. Here's Penasir. Floated wide, O'Sullivan. Lovely pick-up from Weston. His pass is wayward. Couple Irishmen in London, of course. Sean O'Sullivan and O'Donnell both come across to represent the Southeast Saxons. They've both had a big impact so far. Richardson on the charge. Cooper Bainbridge eating up space on that far side, but making plenty of yards as well. Bainbridge. Such dangerous footwork. Richardson, switch for Grinter, caught by Weston. His name just keeps popping up again and again in the second half. He's been very important defensively so far. That's a roll ball. but hard touch is the call instead. O'Sullivan. Penasir. Good transition here from Brewer. Will Bamber. Around the corner they come with real intent here, the Sharks. Saracold lets it run. Dom trip, Saracold! Caught at the very last. Cooper Bainbridge makes the touch. So we're going to stay hot here with the Northwest touch driving up this short side. Plenty of changes incoming for them. New pod. That first attacking pod that came oh so close here. It's Grinter and Wilkinson in the middle, but they run out of time. Sharks now in a different position here, and it's a penalty as well. Another 10 yards lost by the Northwest after the umpires have a conversation. Saracold, Chung, Bamber, Tripp. Well, at the moment, it's also locked up at 3 apiece in the other men's final. So, 2 very narrow games, just as we expected. O'Sullivan on the inside line. Great pickup. Can he dance his way through? Brilliant touch from Cooper Bainbridge. Well, Northwest stay in the fight. It's a hard touch. It's going to be a reversal here. Goodness, they are just not getting the rub of the green at the moment, the Northwest. 7 metres out, 6 touches to play with. Sean O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan, back to O'Donnell. Given, it's 4-2. A 2-point buffer emerges in this crucial semi-final. It's a hat-trick for James O'Donnell. You'll turn to your big players in big games like this. And O'Donnell's on the board again. But Northwest touch can feel awfully aggrieved. So the hard touch call went against them. Here comes the response from Grant. Sam Grant. Dixon to his right. Here is Dixon. Winds one up, steps on the inside. Lovely footwork, but there's a real celebration there from Charlie Steed as he catches his man. Grant to the open side. Steed rushes up again. Brilliant defence from the Sharks. Plenty of time left in the game for the Northwest to get back in it, but you feel like the next score needs to be theirs. Bamber, Steed, good carry. And a clean transition, Weston up to halfway. Saracold, Chung. Back inside for Saracold. Chung with a pick-up, maybe chance to threaten here. Chung with the hitch kick. Penalty again for the Sharks. And that penalty count, it is ever rising against Northwest touch. It is keeping them out of this contest. Will Saracold. Heavy first touch. Chung. Marcus Chung. Weston. Chung to the open side. Oh, beautiful step to bamboozle Bainbridge. It's 5 up for the Sharks. It's a massive try. And it's Marcus Chung with a delightful step. Here it is. Just bang off the right boot. Bainbridge was already rushing towards that wing. And the Northwest touch are backs against the wall here. Well, you heard it on the sideline there. Plenty of time. Australian Richardson, and he is right. Northwest need the next score, certainly. Brilliant pickup. Grinter looking to draw out the touch from Bamber. Gets one in the face for his troubles. And I think that's been spotted by the referee as well. And it will be a penalty. A little bit too aggressive from the Sharks. And he's gone as well. So they're down to 5 for this play. And Grinter capitalises. It's another score for Ben Grinter. And just look at how much it means. Back in the game, That's a huge moment in the game where you can see it was the touch from Bamba that was far too aggressive, and the hole he left was exploited straight away by Ben Grinter. Both Grinters now on the score sheet for Northwest. 11 minutes to go. They trail by 2. And they've given the ball away. Well, they can certainly feel like not every decision's gone their way today, but unfortunately that one is of their own making. Just double checking the touches there, the umpires, and there will still be touches in the locker here. I think there were too many on the field in that moment for Northwest. Door open then for the Sharks to re-establish that 3-try buffer. Very casual on the inside from O'Donnell, and he gets it back. O'Donnell looking for Brewer. Good defence. Very important touch as we're back underway here. Steve gives the pass. Just about to keep it alive. Western. O'Donnell caught again. Very good defence from the Northwest. Western throws the dummy. Touched by Mike Rice. And a penalty too. Good work from Mike Rice, who's going to get the Northwest started. Rice. Wilkinson to the short side. Bainbridge. Grinter off the deck. Northwest desperate for a penalty, but Dixon will drive on. Good acceleration. Grinter to Grinter. Dixon stepping off the left. He's got 2 Grinters outside him. He's in the end zone. Back inside the Grinter! Another score for Ben Grinter. 2 in quick succession. Northwest back in the game. Dixon just floating home, and then Grinter, oh, it's so close to being caught by Western. Down on the roll, right in front of the Northwest faithful. Sticks out the tongue as well to James Weston. These boys know each other very well from club and country and regionals past and present. Tripp, Chong, Dom Tripp, one of the most decorated players in the country's history. And how about that for a Hail Mary? Well watched by Northwest. Well, unlike our previous semi-final where the game was so recent, Northwest actually met this Shark side early on Sunday. It was 8-6 to the Northwest on that occasion. But now they trail by a single point as things stand. The Southwest Saxons, the defending champions, are in front by a single point there. It'll be blue on blue as things stand in the final. But a turnover for the Sharks. Put down right on the toes. Dom Tripp. Tripp off the deck. Chung. Sericold. Comes around the corner. O'Donnell, turnover. Bit of a missed opportunity for the Sharks. They can't afford to rest on their laurels here. Just a single try up with so much time left in the game. 7.5 minutes for the Northwest. Big double touch on Dixon, two-handed, but he gets it on the return. Wilkinson, Dixon. Hard line, straight through from Mike Rice, but brilliant covering touch to deny the Northwest an equaliser. It's Marcus Chung again involved. What a game he's had. Sericold. Here's Sericold again, busy work as he heads to the box. What can the changes create then for the Sharks? Very little. Fine margins. The umpires here got a very strict eye on this men's open semi-final. Ambitious ball out wide for Grinter, well taken by the man on the edge. Here comes Richardson. Grinter, Richardson. Sam Grinter. Pennington. Nice ball back out wide from Fay, but Richardson caught. Very creative from Northwest. They did well to really contain the Sharks in this corner. Here's O'Sullivan, good touch, and he does well to lay it back. That's to not be penalised by the refs, who are absolutely on it today. O'Sullivan weaves his way onto the outside. Clean pick up from Harry Richards. Here's Penisseed. Dom Tripp. Tripp, missed pass, one man over! Oh, he's just undersold the ball out wide. Richards still dancing his way through. That needed to be a appeal with a bit more pace on it if they were going to exploit the slight man advantage. Fay with a long floater out wide. The space was there. You've got to be ambitious in semi-finals, but was that the time to chuck the long ball? It's opened the door for the Sharks again here. Marcus Chung. Seracold. Internationals everywhere you look. Will Seracold, Marcus Chung. Touch on the 7. O'Donnell to the near side. Here he is. James O'Donnell, already a hat-trick in this semi-final. O'Donnell, Chung, looking for his second. Oh, what footwork! But he's caught by Fay. James Fay still working hard. Back to the 7 goes Chung. Well, there's nowhere for O'Donnell to go, so they just opt to leave the Northwest as tight into the corner as they can. Very peculiar and particular from the refs, as per. Even the odd inch or so could matter so much in this huge game, which the Northwest still trail by a single point. What a line. Great acceleration down this near side by Josh Ingram, and it might have set up a chance here for Bainbridge, looking for Ingram again. But off target from that ambitious ball. 6 minutes have gone past the 30, and we're into the final 4. One mistake, that's all that they need to try and farm out of the Sharks here in the Northwest. But they've got to keep them out. They can't go too behind at this stage. Dom Tripp. What a beautiful pass, and that might open up a bit of space here. Oh, the delay is outstanding, but the touch is made. Well, I think it was Charlie Steed caught, so it's a call of touch and pass. Dom Tripp, such a brilliantly skilled athlete. There's the footwork from Steed. It is brilliant. Touch there was actually from Sam Grinter on the wing. Dixon loses the cap, so you know it's serious. Dixon, lovely delay on the pass, flicked out the back door. Good work from Wilkinson to get it away. Sharks have it back, and they're on their side for the box as well. 3 minutes. They just need to be flawless, and they know that the spot in the final is theirs. Saxon still in front by 1 over on field 1, but we've got a hell of a game here with 3 minutes to go in this men's open semi-final. Will Coombs on the charge. Coombs catches Dixon. O'Sullivan, O'Donnell. 2 Irishmen out there now for the South East Sharks. Good pick up. O'Donnell through again. Caught at the very last as half by Sam Thorpe. Turnover for the Northwest. Do they have it in them now with 2 minutes to go to work their way down the park and challenge the Sharks here? For the last 10 minutes or so, it's been regulation from both these teams, and finally one of them blinks, and it's the Northwest who give it away. That's a huge penalty. It's Will Bamber, O'Sullivan, O'Donnell, Tripp, former England captain, of course. Here's Tripp, drops it short, gets it back on the return, sent back to the 7. Still with touches in the locker here, the Sharks. O'Sullivan, good pick up from Bamber. Tripp winds one up. Is there space to finish? Huge touch in the corner from Connor Wharton to keep this Northwest touch in the game. Regulation round the corner from Northwest. This is a good box from them. Desperate for a penalty, and they get it. And the door is ajar. Dixon with a tap. Still got a back pedal here, the Sharks. Off the deck from Grinter. Brilliant carry from Sam Grant. But the penalty now goes the other way. It's devastating for Northwest Touch. 60 seconds to go. And they're going to lose 10 more yards as well. Well, the Sharks can smell blood now. They are moments away from the final. O'Sullivan, O'Donnell, Will Bamber. The intensity has dropped out of the floor for the Sharks, who are simply running down the clock. They lead by a single score. Why wouldn't you? O'Donnell, trip. Wide pass, Wharton one-on-one, Richards on the inside! Caught at the very last, but it might not matter. 10 seconds left. They've turned it around, the Sharks, beaten by Northwest. Unless Grinter can sell the dummy, he's caught, that's time! Northwest have vaulted at the final hurdle. They've beaten the Sharks already this weekend, but in the match that mattered, they are felled at the semi-final stage, and it'll be an all-Southern affair in the Men's Open final. South East Sharks are through to yet another regional final here, the England National Touch weekend. Goodness me, what a game. Marcus Chung in the end, and a hat-trick from O'Donnell separated the sides. There are big moments to look back on in that game. The intercept, of course, from O'Donnell, who went coast to coast. The moment when Bamber was sent to the bin and Northwest almost got back into it. What a game, what an advert for Touch at every level. But at the pinnacle of Men's Open, the South East Sharks have delivered. What a game. Well, after two stunning semi-finals, I'm in need of a lie down, I fear, after some absolutely unbelievable touch. A drop-off in the women's game and a one-point game in the Men's Open. What more can you want? Well, in just 10 minutes' time here on Stadium 9, we have a playoff in the Women's Open division. It's Northwest Touch back in action against West Wildcats. South East Sharks through to the Men's Open final.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last, helping our partners embrace the work ahead, day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
Hi, I'm Mark Aldous, England Men's Open head coach.
My name's Martin Wright, and I'm the head of the women's programme for England Touch.
Hi, I'm Tim Osborne. I'm the England Mixed Open coach. Across the regions and the grassroots development, Chris, it's super exciting to see how we've grown over the past 14 years with the nationals. This time of year is pretty important for the elite end of the game because we get to see our open squad players perform in tough environments, and that helps us with selection through to the next international tournament.
Nationals is super important for us. It's the one point in the year where the whole country comes together, all the different regions competing really hard, playing amazing touch, but also great to see the community all together for this weekend.
It's a really important weekend for us. This, whilst we see the players at camps, you get to see them in a live environment here. So very, very important.
We have two objectives. First of all, we're looking for talent identification. So we're looking for the players in England that can come up to make up part of the open squads, but we're also looking for the players that are within our squad selection for Euro Championships this summer.
Same things we look for in all of our teams in terms of good core skills done well, fast, accurately, at speed, strength of character, resilience, teamwork, all of those core important attributes that we look for in our elite players.
Clearly we're going to see some interesting stuff on day three. Day one, everyone's looking pretty fresh. There's some tired faces towards the end now, but day three is where it's at. So those semi-finals and finals on Monday are really important.
We have a 3-year cycle through the World Cup. This first year is all about building the foundations of our team. The boys in the men's open squad have come together really nicely, built a great connection, and building through to the World Cup in 2028.
I think it's about the speed that the juniors come through. So our junior program is really churning out good athletes at the moment from the age of sort of 15 to 18. And I can see a number of them in this Opens Nationals tournament at the moment. And it's about how quickly they come through and challenge for places in 2028.
It was Asia Pacific Opens Cup last weekend in Australia. What have you seen from that tournament that you're going to go as almost like as an early pointer towards New Zealand 28?
Going to keep that to myself, mate. We're going to look at that, scrutinise it with the other Opens coaches, and tactically, strategically plan for 2028.
Touch is touch and coaching is coaching, and both are really rewarding. I'd say it's slightly different coaching the women. It's a very rewarding experience. They've been really open in listening to what I'm trying to bring to the program. They're quite studious. They like to learn. They like to seek feedback. It's a real pleasurable place to coach.
I was Women's Opens head coach before that as well, Chris, for 4 years, and it's not a big adaptation, to be honest. It's about problem solving and figuring out what are the key problems to fix for the individuals, the team, and the squad. So yeah, not a big change, to be honest, whatsoever. Still the same game.
Mate, I'm loving it. I absolutely love it. The talent, the quality of the players in our open squads is fantastic. I think it's a real honour and a privilege to get to coach them. And the effort that they put into being the best they can be to improving themselves and each other, it's pretty inspiring.
Welcome back to Next Gen Live here on Stadium 9. The 5th-6 playoff is one that's going to be remembered. Northeast Touch take on West Wildcats in a big, big game. And I'll be Sam Bork taking you through this one here up on Stadium 9. A bit of a change of scenery for me. I've been over on pitch 1 for most of the tournament, and it's a nice view from up here. And here go the tap off. West Wildcats, I saw a bit of them down on pitch 1 earlier. And now we'll have the tap off just after the klaxon, and here we go. Here go the West Wildcats. Just starting off very well, marauding into that Northwest Touch territory. This is, of course, the 5th, 6th playoff. That's a good bit of evasion, but the touch comes in from the Northeast Touch. And they will forage into that territory again, but get brought back to the 7. And here go the West Wildcats, staunching towards that line, but the defence is ever present from the Northwest. Big left to right zip, but to no avail here for the West Wildcats. And the Northwest will roll through into this first subset. Let's see if it's a complete one. They do roll round at pace. This Women's Open competition is just so highly competitive. Both these teams find themselves in unfamiliar territory. And a little loose ball roll there. And the Northwest coming through once more. What can they bring here? Ball gets popped off into the link. Now moving, and the link will go for it. And unfortunately, forward pass is the call.
I've got another lovely little...
And here go Northwest Touch. Will they get over this time? Brought back to the 7 though. Northwest coming back at it again. They move the ball so well between middle and half, and will that be the first score? Brought back again to the 7, so still struggling to really get into that groove, the Northwest. Swinging round, and the big left to right zip. That's a really great take off the toes. But a last-ditch touch comes in once more from the Wildcats. And there we go, that will be try time First blood taken by the Northwest. Here go the Wildcats. And here go Northeast touch once again, that big right to left. And this 5th, 6th playoff hangs in the balance at the moment. Shifting the ball now well, the Wildcats. Once again, the Wildcats drive up nicely out of middles and then move the ball, swinging and swaying in between, but a good touch comes through from Northwest touch. Once again, really combative play from Northwest touch, but they will get a penalty for the slightly loose roll ball. Now the oncoming pressure from the Northwest, ever present in this game. It's the reason why the Wildcats haven't really been able to push on so far. And that's a fresh 6 though. What can the Wildcats use of this? Wildcats surging towards the line now. The dive comes in from the Wildcats, and that is try time as well. The Northwest left slightly bemused there as Wildcats just stole in. Nice little quickie off the base. And number 5 showing great athleticism to get in between the legs of the Northwest touch players. Here go Northwest though, what can they bring here? Big ball out wide, almost intercepted there. We'll go ball to floor. 4th touch here for Northwest. It's a nice little move and they will go in again, but a touch on the wing.
Wildcats!
A big scream of Wildcats down on the bottom. Wildcats making the most of their own rushing support on the touchline. That's a big right to left zip, and another score comes in for Northwest touch. Oh, apparently not. Commentator's curse has hit me once again here at the Nationals. The touch comes in flying from the Wildcats player on the width. Hit once again. That's 6 and out. Possibly wasted opportunity from the Northwest touch. Intercepted here by Northwest, but a flying tackle comes in. Northwest with a 3-on-2 out on the width, they can use it. They will go down that avenue now. And that will be try time there, this time for the Northwest. The saving grace, as they seem to have burned their opportunity, but a really good handling drill coming through. A really, really well-timed line from the link will result in a second Northwest score. Wildcats driving back at them though. Or as we were told to call them yesterday, the Wiggly Worms. Drive back at the line and a pass is sprayed out to the width, but defended in with maturity once again from Northwest touch. Northwest once again, subset comes through. Good lift off the base and they will forage at 5. And oh, that's opened up and they find themselves in the in-goal area. Can they keep composure? Yes, they can. Again, the Northwest just scythe through the Wildcats defence. And she finds an open player to spare. Again, the composure from the Northwest, keeping themselves calm and relaxed as they find an open opportunity. No rushing it this time, no panic stations needed to be called. And the Northwest get in for a third score of the afternoon. Wildcats trailblazing. Is that offside? Offside. So I believe that will be a fresh 6 here. Again, given the opportunity, but Northwest shut it down in quick succession. Dummies, and then gives in again, but Northwest stand combative. In they go, switch of play, and ball to ground there, so no cigar this time for the Wildcats. And now that Northeast Touch will try and work their way out of dodge, as they'll trail up this box side, looking for the subset. They're probably not as close to the box as they wanted to be, so now the subset have to work that little bit harder. And the pickup there is not the greatest from the Northeast Touch. And it will give possession back to the Wildcats, who have a bit of space here on this left-hand side. Biddle skip pass. And the no-touch turnover there will come for the Northeast. Again, the hands just not supplying for the Northeast, and another turnover and a fresh 6 for the Wildcats, who drive at the line. What can they bring here? Driving for the line once more. That will be 4, and they're brought back to the 7. Can they swing this ball out wide? They're hugging the touchline, but they don't need it here. One more try for the Wildcats. Do they have the minerals here? Swinging round, they do find an avenue of opportunity. Offside penalty, I believe. And again, the Wildcats will try, but the pass is just a bit forward there. So no go. And they will turn the ball over as well. Again, the Northeast just urging themselves to get in, and a great touch, but she could have been offside, and she will find another Northeast player wearing the number 13, and the ball gets dotted down in supreme fashion. Unfortunately, that Wildcats player was offside, so the acting half could just saunter in, and the supporting cast get over the whitewash for a 4th score of the day for the Northeast touch. Third touch for the West Wildcats. Can they get a foothold back in this game and drag themselves back into it? A touch on 6 there means the ball will be turned over. Northeast once more, popping that ball up. Oh, great show and go. But again, the touch comes in, and that's a turnover from the Northeast. So fresh 6 for the Wildcats. Wildcats have got to get over that gain line on 5 here. What Northeast touch once again. Found so much success in this area in the Women's Open. And unfortunately, the gents side of it just being beaten out of the final by a strong Sharks side. But again, the Wildcats with a nice little sweeper move off the quickie. And they'll come back to it as well. Wildcats.
Fuck me.
Here you go. The Wildcats escaping touches, but to no avail once again. They get stopped by this stalwart Northwest defence. Now they have some space and time if they can use their hands effectively, but unfortunately caught up with. And again, this Northwest defence proving that they have the absolute minerals. And the subset is really good as well. They choose to actually forage into the middle of the park, not running down the box line.
Forage, foray.
Making sure that It's a really crisp set of hands. Can they get into the wing? The foot race is on. Score 5 for the Northwest Touch. The wingers having an absolute day of it at the moment. Really crisp hands, and then the lofty left to right gets put over the top. A diving finish in the corner from the number 6. Here go Northwest once again. Moving this ball as the klaxon sounds. The buzzer beater will come in, but not in the way they wanted to. Northwest dominating here up to the half. This West Wildcats side are definitely no slouches, so this is one of those special performances from the Northwest Touch. Second half to come. Can the West Wildcats get back into it in this foothold? They've got 1 score on the board. They need 4 more to catch up to this trailblazing Northwest Touch side. Second half to come in a few moments. Northwest Touch 5, West Wildcats 1. Welcome back to this 5th playoff in the Women's Open category. Northwest Touch with a commanding lead over the West Wildcats at the moment. Everyone in high spirits here in Nottingham. What a day to be a touch rugby player. And I do apologise for the lack of team sheets in the first half. Slight technical issue, but I do have them now. Northwest Touch looking to extend their advantage over this West Wildcats side. And we will have the tap off on the klaxon, and here goes the number 9, Ellie Fay, for the Northwest Touch, and they will swing the ball out wide. It's a nice roll ball as well. Shifting the ball once again, Fay slows it up. Good footwork from Ellie Fay. Now Fay will get the ball off the quickie, and a nice left to right zip. And Ellie Fay has her paws all over that try. Really nice footwork, and then a lovely crisp pass onto the outside, which allows Alice Hobson to just walk in completely unscathed. Ellie Fay once again making things happen for Northwest Touch. West Wildcats' turn. Now with a 5-try deficit. Anything can happen here though, as they take the ball in through Emily Kelly. Then a appeal, but they will be brought back. Good touch on Kelly. Now here's the number 11, ghosting in, finds herself in the in-try area. Has to swing that ball over, and the Wildcats do get in for their second one of the afternoon. Alice Hobson stealing in at half. Just taking the ingenuity, the initiative to take the quick penalty, and then swings it over. Sorry, not Alice Hobson. Tilly Palmer that time for the West Wildcats. Swings it over to Maddie Miles Kingston. Really, really good bit of play from the number 11, Tilly Palmer. She gets in expertly into the try zone, but Northwest will come back with a force. Slowing the ball up once again. And a swinging ball out wide. They are so capitalising and forceful with these balls out wide. West Wildcats have chosen to defend very narrow, leaving that width completely open. And this time Emily Kelly gets in for her name on the score sheet. But the Wildcats will work their way back again into Northwest territory. One more, they could be over once again. They're making a game of it here. The Wildcats have obviously had an awe-inspiring team talk at half-time. Keris Godwin this time gets over the whitewash. And now it's only a 4-score game. Godwin, we've got a nice angle on it here. Comes round on that sweeper line, then checks her hips inside and out, leaving the defender unbalanced, but Northwest, oh, great handling on the outside. Alice Hobson once again. Northwest working through the phases. That's a nice sweeper line and a lovely pill out to the left. Looking for the switch, but not on here. Offside penalty. So a fresh 6 for the Northwest Touch. And as I said before, the Wildcats have made a game of this here. Northwest unlucky to miss out on the semi-finals. Now looking for the big swing. Hands will do here. Oh. It's another touch coming in. But I have to say, so impressive from the Northwest. And played within the air, so it will be another 6. Isabel Hobson this time. Hobson at acting half. Hobson gives off. Another touch comes in from Kate Allen, who was impressive on pitch 1 yesterday in their game. Hobson, now a big searching ball. And that'll be ball down. Really exposing the width here, Northwest touch. If you have a lot of players who can produce that miracle ball. Now they'll put the ball down. And they'll work that subset through. It's probably not as high up the box as they want it to be, but good ingenuity. Here's the try scorer. And 6 and out. Unfortunate for the West Wildcats, but Northwest will come back with a vengeance. They want to kill this game off. The Wildcats have been purring into action so far in the second half. Nice spin and pirouette, and they find themselves in the in goal, and that'll be a try time once again, making it 8. Northwest touch have been absolutely ruthless here today. This time it's Anna Crossley at acting half, and she stays composed and finds Joe Devine, the try scorer, gets over the whitewash.
I genuinely almost got angry.
Now, Wildcats again, they want to make a game of this. Keris Godwin, the try scorer, almost got in once more. Godwin. Now Godwin again, swings the ball over. Ever-present, effervescing defence from the Northwest touch. Everyone expects it. They are so combative in the way they get up off that line. Oh, it's just hands at pace and absolutely killing them out wide. Look for the one back in. No dice this time. They've been on the board 8 times already here today. Every time the Northwest attack, they look like they're going to get a score. Here's Kate Allen looking to stamp her mark on the game. Katie Keys now. Kate Allen. The Northwest just run into contact and they'll set this subset exactly where they want to be here. As the players roll round, the cavalry arrives. Emily Kelly once again. But it will be 6 and out. And the Wildcats, through Kate Allen, will
restart the ball. Katie Keys. And the subset rolling round, bit isolated at half. Here's the try assist at Tilly Palmer. Palmer going a long way and eating up some yards, but not on the mark, says the referee. Northwest just rolling round an absolute pace, but bit of miscommunication on the subset. And it will be brought back, Wildcats ball. Maddie Miles Kingston out on the width. Foot races on here, show and go. Kingston puts the ball down. And now Abby Kirkman into Palmer. Kirkman at acting half. Slows the ball down, does Cara Edwards. And again, they'll drive for the line. Kirkman off to Edwards. Edwards with a nice ball out wide, just not into the hands. So the winger has to break stride. And the ball goes to ground. Palmer makes a nice touch. They've got to fly up out here or they'll have this space that we've talked about on pitch one from the subset. That had essences of a forward pass, but then we'll come back for loss of control on the roll ball. And again, the communication just dying between these two sides as fatigue perhaps starts to set in. They have played a lot of rugby over the past few days. Now here's Keris Rowlands. Rowlands off to Kelly. Rowlands again. Kelly acting half. They're trying to force these Wildcats out now. And it's a good little set play. They're looking for the right to left ripper. But Isabel Hobson caught in possession. Hobson will now shift into middles. Oh, it's a really good take. But it will be 6 and out. Some really nice rugby being played from the Northwest touch. Forcing the Wildcats to stay humble. Palmer. And now they'll swing that ball into the box. And the subset will roll round. And they eat up some good yards as well doing it. Keris Goodwin, the try scorer. Godwin could go. But it's a really good chase down from number 37, Emily Can. Can she do it? Of course she can. There we go. Really important touch to keep this game at a 5-score deficit. Big ball out wide. Anna Crossley. Crossley acting half there. And they'll eat up more yards and go back to Crossley. Crossley has a go. The show and go definitely could have come, but there was the defensive capabilities of Keris Godwin once again. Here go the Northwest. That's a beautiful move. And that's how to play touch rugby. The sweeper line comes round and it's effective hands onto the outside. And the Northwest in complete domination. They play so freely. Katie Keys eating up the yards. Kate Allen now into the hands of number 83, Isabel Willie, but do they get over? Kate Allen has a try. And then we brought back to 7. Do they have the minerals here? Allen. Now into Willie. Keys off to Allen once more. Allen will have a go at the line. Touch gets in there first. Kate Allen is boasting all that athletic prowess. It's a real leadership role in this Wildcats side. The Northwest roll through their subset. Northwest still purring through the gears. Almost a really good touch from Kate Allen. She flying Superman there. Superwoman, I should say. And it is a fantastic touch from Kate Allen wearing the number 87, sorry. Now Katie Keys running around the outside so the subset can be formed. Here goes Palmer, the assister of that fantastic try down the bottom. Palmer, and path just a bit unsympathetic from Abby Kirkman. The ball was behind Tilly Palmer. She couldn't quite take it in her stride. But the Northwest will follow suit and roll round with their subset. And it's a good one at that because it gains them a lot of metres on fourth. Now they'll swing the ball out. This is where they've been doing all the damage. Forward pass, says the referee. So Carly Brimelow doesn't get her name on the score sheet just yet. But here go the Wildcats. Ball inside, Kirkman's on it. Then Palmer. Palmer acting half once again. Cara Edwards. And then into Becca Hickman. And now we'll have a strike here. Again, forcing the Wildcats into a 6 and out. Heavy touch comes in. Penalty comes in for that heavy touch. So a fresh 6 and some substitutes being made for the Northwest touch. Now into Beth Stafford. Stafford dipping and diving out of one contact. Stafford in the link. Stafford will drive. Bit of loss of control from Stafford in the roll ball, so won't matter though. Offside penalty. So a fresh 6 for the Northwest. And they'll come back inside. Zipped out now, and surely that will be try time. And it is. Carly Brimelow does get her score out on the width. But all made by excellence from Anna Crossley. Really nice trailing line. Spots where the space is, does Crossley. 7-6. Brimelow scores the try. Allen into Keys. Allen at acting half. Here goes Kate Allen. Willie, Allen. Allen throws a Hail Mary. There's a very nice look on that pass from Kate Allen. She saw where the space was. Oh, and ball doesn't come quite into ascension for the Northwest this time, but this means that the Wildcats will have one final chance to get another score on the board. Allen into Willie. And that will be the klaxon. Do they have one more? The big left to right gets pulled through by the Wildcats, but in the end, it's a dominant performance. Oh no. Obviously can't finish on a penalty, and there was an offside penalty there. So we will finish with the Northwest having the ball. I'm sure they'll just run it up and finish off the game. Oh no, they've fooled us all. Could they go the length here? It could be a buzzer beater. The hands come through and that will be full time. Northwest almost fooling us there. Full time. And Northwest domination. The Wildcats made it interesting just after half time with some nice scores, but overall the women in Claret have won some pride back. It's 5th, 6th playoff. The Northwest will be victorious. Full time here on Stadium 9. Northwest Touch 10, West Wildcats 3.
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last, helping our partners embrace the work ahead, day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name: Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
Hi, I'm Mark Aldous, England Men's Open head coach.
My name's Martin Wright, and I'm the head of the women's programme for England Touch.
Hi, I'm Tim Osborne. I'm the England Mixed Open coach. Across the regions and the grassroots development, Chris, it's super exciting to see how we've grown over the past 14 years with the nationals. This time of year is pretty important for the elite end of the game because we get to see our open squad players perform in tough environments. And that helps us with selection through to the next international tournament.
Nationals is super important for us. It's the one point in the year where the whole country comes together, all the different regions competing really hard, playing amazing touch, but also great to see the community all together for this weekend.
It's a really important weekend for us. This, whilst we see the players at camps, you get to see them in a live environment here. So very, very important.
We have two objectives. First of all, we're looking for talent identification. So we're looking for the players in England that can come up to make up part of the open squads, but we're also looking for the players that are within our squad selection for Euro Championships this summer.
Number 27, Matthew Clark. Number 9, Katrina Cotti. Number 10, Marcus Evans. Number 14, Reece Jones. Number 19, Sam Norton-Davis. Number 32, Will Lewis. Number 33, Toby Lister. Number 6, Lydia Mills. Number 52, Sophie Southgate. Number 11, Danny Ticehurst. Number 4, and captain, Chris Wade. And number 2, Corey Williams. Coached by Ryan Atwood, Marcus Evans, Jamie Carew, with team manager, Angus Lyon. And last but not least, your referees for this final, Kevin Hobbs, Fergal Evans, and Mike Davis. It's time to get going. Let's hear it one more time for your mixed open final.
Here we go. Mixed open final, Northwest Touch versus the Southwest Saxons. The Saxons looking to go back to back in this division, last year's winners, and they're up against the fresh and fighting Northwest Touch. Joe Wright joined alongside by Ollie Holmes, and we'll be taking you through this mixed open action. Oliver, this is set up to be an interesting one.
A very interesting game, Joe. Yeah, very interesting game there, Joe. I think they were 3 scores up, Saxons versus Northwest earlier in the tournament here. Let's see if Northwest can bridge that gap and give us a good final here.
And I think it's fair to say that this performance so far from the Saxons has been expected with the calibre that they boast. Toby Lister, Danny Ticehurst, Chris Wade with the captain's performance wearing number 4. But then the big man in the middle wearing number 10, Marcus Evans. He's the ball player the Northwest have got to shut down, and for the team in maroon, this feels like an achievement that was potentially out of the realms of possibility going into nationals, but they have stemmed together a few games of touch to take it to any team in this division.
They're a scary side to come up against, Joe. A little bit unpredictable, but I believe they're all on the same page, and you best believe they get a set on that line. The Northwest will score.
And that will be what's in the back of the mind of the Northwest team at the moment. Can we force some repeat sets, get some go forward, create some sustained pressure on this Southwest Saxons line defence as we see the Saxons in shots preparing Lister and co. And now entering the field of play, this dangerous young Northwest pod. Vast majority of these players coming through the under-18 setup. We have Liam Lawton Jr. getting us underway in this mixed final. And Coulter straightens. There is LJ. And Tom Lowe just stepping away from the oncoming press. Coulter in an acting half. There's Lawton coming over towards Ince. Logan Ince getting on the link punish. Logan Ince trying to dive at the line with the link short. Fergal is happy, and I think we have the opening score courtesy of Northwest Logan Ince.
You'll notice, Joe, or at least I have noticed, following the Northwest across this weekend, they love this little link punish here, okay? They use both the males and the females for that entity, and look there, it's worked a treat, hasn't it?
It has. Logan just getting underneath the covering defence, but Will Lewis getting outside of the single shooter. Will Lewis looking to just carve a line all the way. Oh. Lewis goes the full length of the pitch on touch one, and Will Lewis establishes himself early in this game.
Never turn off after a score there, Joe. Northwest will learn their lesson on that one. Nevertheless, a superb spot. Take the space if it's there.
Twice that's happened now to the Northwest off first touch on live stream on the end of day one. It was Simons for the Northeast Raiders that went through, maybe a problem area for them to fix. But one thing that we know that they won't have to fix is their ability to get over the try line as Nurse feeds out to Davies. Wheatley in motion. There is Wheatley trying to take the link on. Back into Nurse. Davies straightens. Tal Nurse a little bit slow to get in there at half. One touch left to play with. Tal Nurse back into Davies. Jones in at half. Tal Nurse carries, straightens, tries to drop a pass off into the wing, but well fielded on that occasion by the Saxons winger in the far corner, Katrina Cotty.
Yeah, superb defence, Joe. I think they covered the short side there, and Northwest never really had an option but to throw.
As Ainscough carries well, sets the tone on this subset, eats the yards up in front of her, and now they roll into their subset. There's the big man, Corey Williams, wearing 2, getting involved for just a moment and then stepping out of the field of play. Joined alongside Lydia Mills, scooping, picking was Lawton Davies. Davies with a good bit of acceleration. And Lawton Davies drops a lovely blind switch. Trust that the cover will be there, and Mia Ainscough gets over, establishes a Saxons lead.
Absolutely superb. Like I said, you see the space you take it. He's put the afterburners on there. Little glance over the shoulder. That's a superb pass there.
It is. And Mia Ainscough happy. It was Annie Ainscough that got that subset underway. Mia finishes it with a bit of exclamation. And back into this dangerous pod of Lowe, Lawton and Ince. There's Lawton. Logan Ince platforming. Tom Lowe in at acting half. Just a little bit stop-start here for the Northwest. Regathering the troops is Lawton Jr. Tom Lowe wanting the dropping early penalty. Tom Lowe going for the link punish. Tom Lowe diving at the line. That looks to be good. It is rinse and repeat for the Northwest. The only difference is the number. Tom Lowe establishes parity.
We are going to see a lot of that there. Like I said, the link punish there, Joe. He's asking for the lady to come up. Once she's up the 7, it's just a foot race to the back, and the bloke is inches off there, isn't he?
Yeah, Marcus Evans almost digging his teammate out of trouble, but Dylan Sharp and Ben Nurse now locked in the D-pod for Northwest, coming up against the dangerous Corey Russell alongside Reece Jones. There is Jones feeding away to Ticehurst. Williams in motion. Ticehurst stepping, Ticehurst diving, but a phenomenal last gasp touch comes in for Annabelle Smith. And now Ticehurst feeding away to Williams, setting the goose loose, getting around Ben Nurse, but Jack Slesser makes a try-saving touch.
Superb, and again from the Northwest wingers there, they're doing a really good job of holding that space and pushing them back into the middle.
Nurse setting good expectations on the subset, followed in suit by Slesser. Bex Holmes captain in an acting half. Holmes just organising her teammates in this subset. Tom Davies setting a platform here on 5th. There's Wheatley. Wheatley setting the goose loose and trying to drive through, but it was well crowded out there by Reece Jones.
Oh yeah, no LA, not quite, Joe. If he pins his ears back, so he might have a smaller chance of getting through that gap. I'd like to see him do that, pin his ears back and let loose.
Absolutely, as we see Annie Ainscough driving Mia Ainscough in acting half, and there's Lawton Davies, there's the combination for the opening score, and now flooding onto the field comes captain Chris Wade wearing 4. Watch out for captain Chris Wade as they look to throw a little phase play to Matthew Clark, who was just hanging deep in the back line there. Good defensive spacing from the Northwest.
Agreed, superb defensive space, and I have to say the wingers are setting the tone here for the Northwest. I do think the Saxons will look for that fade play again. Agreed,
as we see Holmes and Lawton Jr. coming over towards Tom Lowe. That's 4th, 5th coming now. What can Lowe set up? He's back into Lawton. Lawton evades one. Lawton down for Ince now. Ince back to Lawton. 4 on 3 if they can look to execute. It's a lovely long ball rip. Finds its way over to Bex Holmes. The ball was good. It's 6 and change in that far corner. It's good completing sets here from the Northwest.
Something they've been working on all weekend there, Joe, is picking the right option, the right times, and making sure you do make use of that 6. It is a coach killer if you don't.
Yeah, and there's an isolated half there, but Northwest not able to put on the same level of line speed as we saw earlier. And now 5th coming called. Here is Evans, Marcus Evans tapping the ball back into Ryan Atwood. Atwood and Evans combining. Lewis hugging this and short side. Will Lewis tries to escape the covering touch, but it is stubborn work here. And that's 6 and turnover. No change down this short side for Will Lewis.
I would just keep an eye on that option again, Joe, with the Saxons just popping a male on this wing here. It's got many different names. You do try and get that mismatch from male to female.
Yeah, but Ella Wiley stayed alert to it. And now here's Dylan Sharp feeding back on the inside. Sharp in an acting half. Nurse coming to join the play. Ben Nurse setting a platform for Dylan Sharp. Sharp flows a little bit of a speculative loop wrap pass, trying to find Ben Nurse, but Marcus Evans had it all covered.
Just trying to replicate a play earlier, Joe, in the semi-final. A superb cut by both Dylan and Ben. Absolutely clean through the middle.
Yeah, wonderful shot there from Ben Nurse, getting up and trapping the Saxons. But now Will Lewis gets around the pressure of Slessor, and Wiley's isolated. Ainscough cannons onto the ball. This is good momentum manufactured here for the Saxons. And now Rhys Jones platforming, stepping away. But Slessor has it covered and it's picked off. That's touch 0. And Nurse and Sharp and Slessor do a good job at seeing out that offensive set. Sharp and Nurse. What a wonderful semi-final of it did Ben Nurse, and we're looking to carry that form into this final match as we see Davies, Wheatley scooping, Wheatley delivering a nice ball, but then it's shut down with authority by Katrina Cotti.
Unfortunately for the Northwest there, that was a slight miscount on the touch with an intercept. That was touch 0. They should have had an extra touch there, maybe an opportunity to attack the line.
Oh, indeed. Fresh set of 6 here for the Northwest. Nurse wanted to go quickly on pitch ref Fergal, reminding them of where the mark is. There's Wheatley. There's Nurse, again coming towards this link punish. Tal Nurse trying to engage, but it's well crowded out by a very stubborn Saxons defence. The sub-box barking orders. And now back to Nurse and Wheatley. Wheatley wants the link. Fergal's happy with the line speed at the moment. Wheatley might be frustrated by it. Wheatley now works over to Davies. Sweeper coming for Nurse. Wheatley coming back against the grain and whipping a lovely long ball from the hip of Noah Wheatley. Not able to connect with Wiley on this occasion, but that was the right option.
Yeah, agreed. I think the Saxons are asking the Northwest to chuck wide. The Northwest do have to take that option. If only Ella was a couple of inches taller, eh?
Absolutely. Tom Lawton Davies. This is 4th, 5th coming now. Not a good field position platform to scoot from, but Lawton Davies is no familiar to making things happen. Late switch play comes wrapping around. Now there's a 3-on-2, but the Northwest scramble with a relentless efficiency. There was a moment where that disguised switch play to captain Chris Wade looked to undo the Northwest defence, but they just problem solved so well.
Yeah, they've done really good, like you said, at holding their space there. You'll notice that the Saxons have done a really good job at killing their sets on the left-hand side here, making the Northwest work further across.
Yeah, this is 4th now, and this subset has been pretty sticky here. That's 5th now off Coulter, and LJ receives one in the face from Bex Holmes, and that's just a little bit of inaccuracy at the subset.
Yeah, just a touch. Let's see how the Saxons work off the field here. You're hoping touch 3 past the halfway. It looks like that's going to happen for them here.
I'd love to see more line speed coming from the Northwest. Go hunting for the ball. Saxons slow down this subset at will, and Northwest not really getting up and putting too much pressure on them. And Atwood and Evans will be looking to make that count as Atwood feeds Will Lewis. Lewis feeds the extra pass away. It's good, and that ball is down in the corner.
That was some lightning speed we've just seen there. Like you said, Joe, turning it from 0 to 100 in a split second, and they've come out with a score in the corner there.
Yeah, Will Lewis draws and pass. The cover defence of Bexholmes had to make a decision, goes for the pass or playing at the ball, and Saxons establish themselves a 3-2 lead. It's wonderful work once more from Atwood and Lewis and Evans as we see Slesser platforming, Nurse giving. Now Nurse and Dylan Sharp working together. There is Ben Nurse coming over towards this left-hand side, but now that's 5th touch. Nurse and Sharp just looking to kill this ball in the far corner. Sharp almost wriggling his way over, but the Saxons put up a wall in front of him. Really good yards made off this subset, going direct and earning the right to come over to the box side. That's 3rd touch. Nurse tries to put a bit of a nudge on, but it's well navigated initially from the Saxons, and then Slesser has a dabble and gives away the 6 more.
For a moment of jeopardy, I'm sure would have loved Slesser to take that one down the other end for a 3-3 after 10-11 minutes would be wonderful.
Yeah, Northwest really in this game and finding their feet. Nurse making good touches on Wade and Lawton Davies. There is Lawton Davies checking away. Wade in motion. Wade sweeping. Wade driving towards the line. Slesser recovers extremely well. Body position initially was all over the show, and then recovers, uses the speed as Wade working with Lawton Davies. Lawton Davies ripping a lovely long ball. Wiley getting over. Wiley making a try-saver touch. That is phenomenal work from Ella Wiley.
Absolutely superb, Joe. I'm not too certain how she covered that amount of ground in such a short space of time.
Lawton Davies maybe could have just gone through the hands and exposed the 3-on-2, but again, this subset for Northwest, just a problem area right now. Holmes is isolated and has to surrender field possession. That's 4th touch. This is 5th coming, not getting over the halfway at the moment are Northwest, and Davies and Nurse and Wheatley has to create something, but that's 6 in turnover, and Saxons go quickly. And this is bad news for Northwest. It's the fresh legs that are coming on the field, and they'll have a couple touches to play with. Is that dangerous part of Atwood, Lewis and Evans. There's Evans out in that link channel now. Evans, county step back, Marcus Evans, ripping, winding, connecting. And that looks to be ball down and try time. And that is vintage Marcus Evans. And that's a dagger to the heart of Northwest.
Not quite that time round for Ella, although I will say that one was also close there as well. The Southwest have currently had two in a row of the option of the link hole there. Arguably picked the wrong pass, but they have come out with 2 scores.
They have, and now Northwest come back over to this familiar link platform and need a little bit more go forward into their setups as Lawton looking for the open side quickie. Liam Lawton back to Tom Lowe. Lowe now coming down in front of Ince. Ince to Lawton. Lawton ripping long. Lawton to Holmes, but Holmes can't quite take it with her. Again, right options being picked, not quite matching the execution, but there will be a fresh set of 6 for an offside penalty.
And this is the Northwest opportunity now to play exactly the same play and punish them there.
Yeah, Lawton coming back over to Coulter. Coulter wants that link punished, getting Corey Williams up and honest. Coulter diving at the line. Williams was in the right area to make a touch, but it's a good bit of conditioning here for the Northwest, engaging those links early. Attacking towards the Northwest cohort down in this bottom end as we see Lowe back into Lawton. Lawton stepping, inside pass was on, doesn't give it, gives it to Wiley, and that is ball down, if not for the forward pass coming off of Liam Lawton.
Yeah, well spotted by the referees there. We should see Saxons drive down the box. Let's see if they can keep the same momentum that they've been building in the first half.
Yeah, well, this is 3rd touch up on the 10-metre line. Lowe getting up and putting a good bit of line speed on. Ince following in suit with 4th touch, just over halfway. Lawton gets up and makes a touch on 5th, but there's an offside penalty in the midfield. He points to both middles, guilty of not hitting the 7-metre line. And that is a bit criminal from this Northwest midfield.
Granson and Ray McFarlane to control. Ray McFarlane.
As you see Chris Wade coming down for Lawton Davies. Lawton Davies back to Wade. Wade stepping, Wade going hard at the line, but Tom Lowe makes a good touch as Chris Wade just looks. Chris Wade pulls up and subs himself off. You could see he sort of jarred the step there as he got over the try line. That'll be a big miss for the Saxons if the captain goes out injured. Atwood takes his place. There's Atwood, dummied to by Lawton Davies, and that's half court and turnover. And that's a good defensive set from the Northwest. Hopefully something that can catapult them back into a scoring setup.
Yeah, some better progress made here. They've been struggling to get past the halfway on their subset. So there's 3, and in theory they should make it past. This time for a strike in the opposition end.
Yeah, 4, Nurse scooping at Hearth, 5th touch platform coming off the back of Sharp. Dylan Sharp platforming, Nurse accelerating, Nurse spearing a nice ball out into that link channel, but not enough depth on the play out there to undo the good press. Coming in once more from Katrina Cotty on that far wing. And Atwood and Ainscough with a bit of interplay, trying to get around Slesser, but Slesser stays tall. Here is Ainscough once more. This is 5th coming, scooping platform, Slesser shadowing, but the ball's away, and Corey Williams looks to throw something pretty speculative over to Ainscough, and Ainscough recycles the play well, and this would be a glorious score if the Saxons can go make something happen. And it was hands-on head stuff there for Northwest as they were left batting the ball down to save Saxons going over once more.
Again, superb stuff from Ella on the wing there. If she doesn't get in the way of that ball, that would be another score in the corner. Absolutely superb work.
Absolutely, as we see Williams to Jones, Reece Jones accelerating, Reece Jones getting over. And it's a tired defence out there for the Northwest as Jones skates over for the Saxons' 5th.
Yeah, it's one of those. Benny is in the right position there. He's just not quite got the legs to catch the number 14.
Oh, it's unfortunate stuff there for Northwest as the sub-box looks a little bit quieter over there in maroon, whereas the one in blue is buoyant at the moment. Jones working with Davies and Nurse combining, now coming back over towards Wheatley stepping, Wheatley trying to come back on the inside. It's good defence there from Evans and co. As Tal Nurse comes over to the link goes to the wing. Unfortunately though from Izzy Jones, that pass doesn't quite have the beans on it to get over.
Just a touch of head loss there, Joe. We'll see if the Northwest can apply, like you've been asking for, that pressure on the sub.
That's a good first touch there, catching them behind the gain line, but this shooters going only in pairs, and now the half's isolated, and Tal Nurse goes and puts a bit of pressure on. And Will Lewis, though, offers himself, and now Lewis is off to the races, and we know how fast Will Lewis is, but Bex Holmes slams the door in the face of Lewis. Again, Will Lewis threatening as Williams spears a ball across the face of the Saxons attack. Ainscough comes into this link play, and the Saxons looking to disguise a male winger for just a moment. Referees were happy with a touch and pass when the whole play had stopped. And now, 5th touch, Lawton Davies to Williams. Williams goes an extra one, it's an extra pass there, and can Wiley make the touch? Wiley doesn't make the touch. And this time it's Mia Ainscough finishing in the corner. It was simple catch and pass in the end for Matthew Clark, because the damage was done by Williams and Lawton Davies, and Ainscough with the gas to get over in the corner.
That was millimetres there, Joe. Yeah, I think the Saxons have realised that the space is opening up on the left-hand side here for them, and that's exactly what they've taken advantage of.
Yeah, Northwest started fast and got their first scores in the first 3 minutes, and it's been 15 minutes of rough work for this team from the north as they look to come back over to this familiar link platform, but the middles are up making good touches. And now Logan Ince gets over, and Lowe avoids one, it's play away, and that's 6 in turnover. And the boys from the north getting a little bit frustrated with their lack of success on the line.
Yeah, we can just see that frustration creeping in a little bit there, Joe. So it's easier said than done, but it's about keeping a calm head and picking the right options at the right time. I'm sure Sam will be reinforcing that at the half-time team talk.
Absolutely, but again, there's another offside penalty and leaking penalties now at the Northwest.
And that might be another for chat back there as well from number 50, Noah Wheatley.
Potentially, although no chat hand signal as of now, but the extra 10 metres definitely on offer as Williams avoids a touch, comes back on the inside to Atwood, and now Evans as well. Just steadying the ship for a moment. Marcus Evans, familiar sweeper setup, step back option, drops a late pass off to Atwood, and that is Saxons scything through the Northwest defence right on the stroke of half time. That is a commanding performance from the Southwest Saxons.
Yeah, they have controlled probably the second 10 minutes of that first half there, Joe. Like I said, the space is opened on the left. When the Northwest shut that space off, they play against the grain, and that's exactly what's happened there, finding the gap through the middle.
We go into half-time where the Saxons have an extremely commanding lead of 5 tries. 7 tries to 2 over Northwest touch. There's problem solving to be done in that Northwest sub-box. This is for all the marbles. You don't want to leave anything out there, but for the Southwest Saxons, it should be business as usual. We'll be right back with you for the second half in just a few minutes' time.
I can't, come on. No, thank you, though.
So welcome back, and the second half is just about to get underway in this mixed open final. And the Saxons, well, they were out on the pitch early, weren't they, Ollie? And from a Saxons perspective, just what is it that's given them this commanding platform going into the second half?
For me, Joe, just that go forward, particularly in the sub pattern there, that revolves around both teams as well. Saxons are able to get around the halfway line on third touch, exactly what your coach wants you to do. The Northwest are struggling just a touch in that area. If they were to make that simple fix and give that go forward, getting that fresh legs on the pitch, they'll give themselves an opportunity in the second half here.
Absolutely. And then, in the same vein, what is it that the Northwest were doing well? Because to get over this try line twice, it's no small feat, and for that first 10 minutes, they looked to be growing into the game. What was it that gave them that platform?
They're giving that platform in the middle, particularly on their 33 platform, when they play left to right first and then play the opposite way second. I think they just need to pin their ears back again and just attack that line with a little bit more intensity, and they might have some success there.
Agreed, and we'll see how this game plays out as we've got 20 minutes left to decide the victors of the mixed open category. Here is Will Lewis bouncing around and just engaging a few, but it's a good flick touch that comes in from Dylan Sharp, and Lewis escaping a touch, and now this is dangerous. We've seen this all tournament, and Will Lewis puts the dancing shoes on and skips his way over the try line.
He is incredibly quick, Joe. That is a prime example there of pinning your ears back and going for the space as it's presented there. Again, another touch that is a few inches, if not an inch away from being a defensive success there.
Absolutely. But from the Northwest, that is a bit of a nightmare start as the mixed open team has to go again and pick themselves up, dust themselves off. Just need a little bit more foot speed going into these roll balls. That's a touch better there from Tom Davies as Wheatley stepping open side and delivering to Izzy Jones. Izzy Jones back into Wheatley. Wheatley stepping. Wheatley trying to avoid a few, finding the way back into Izzy Jones. But Northwest are playing in quite a condensed area. It's something that we saw in the first half as well. And now they do try and move it open side as Nurse with a late pass away to Wheatley. Wheatley to Jones, and Jones tries to go for a tweener to Holmes. I just love to see them run a little bit more expansive. That's not on fifth touch. Something that comes beforehand, so you've got a platform to use off the back of it. They're not stretching this defence enough, and it means that the Saxons just stay pretty comfortable.
Yeah, so it's about playing your option there, Joe. If the game plan is to play on the short side, which it seems that is the option for the Northwest there, it's about then picking your next option, which is playing open and trusting your 4v3.
Lawton Davies scoops on fifth, drops a late pass off to Will Lewis, and Tal Nurse with a really good defensive touch, and Tom Davies follows suit and just taking the ball back to the mark now. And now Wheatley straightens, gets two up in the touch, but then a loss of accuracy and concentration creeps into the Northwest sub pattern. They surrender a fresh set of six here.
And there will be some tired legs out there. This is their third set there on the pitch for the Northwest. If they do well and don't concede here, they'll have to work hard to get off the pitch.
Yeah, but Lewis driving hard at the line, throws the extra pass to Lydia Mills, but Mills can't quite rein it in. And now Lydia Mills potentially fortunate to get away with her in the roll ball penalty as Wheatley finds Coulter. Here is Wheatley again. Coulter once more. That's fifth touch, and there's just not a lot of momentum. Tom Lowe tries to put on a bit of pace and finds the extra pass to Bex Holmes, but it's taking so many touches for them to get off the pitch. The fresh legs that are coming on just don't really have any sort of attacking platform to work with.
No, and just struggling to develop those overlaps there, Joe. It's about turning the defenders' hips one way, making them feel threatened, and then coming back the other.
Atwood for Williams. Evans back to Williams, and Corey Williams are going to make something happen. Ainscough stepping back on the inside, leaving Tom Lowe on the floor. Ainscough almost finds a way through.
Yeah, there's a lot of confidence coming there from Ainscough. I think that she's really grown into the game through the first half.
Apologies, that's not Ainscough, that's Jess Clark. Goes to the commentator.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, the VC, Jess Clark. And tap penalty here for Northwest. They sub one early, and now the boys have got to work hard to get off the pitch. That's better vertical yards, and now moving laterally over to the box side. That second touch, let's see if they can give the fresh legs an attacking platform to work with. Third, that's a little bit better, and then straightened up as well, orchestrated by Holmes. And now Dylan Sharp, Nurse setting a platform here on fifth, but Sharp just can't take it with him, and you can see the body language from Northwest. It must feel frustrating, but also they're coming up against the most well-drilled defence in this division, and they've got to come up with a little bit of magic to make something happen.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. To beat the reigning champions, you do have to come up with a little bit of magic there. I have to say this Southwest Saxon side, like you said, are very well drilled. They know exactly what pattern to run and when, and that is starting to show in the second half of this game here.
Yeah, fresh set of 6 here off the offside penalty. And calls from the sideline to use all the touches available to them. Jones in 14, Lewis sweeping round, Reece Jones picking back up against the grain, coming over towards Ticehurst, but then there's an incorrect play of the ball, so fresh set of 6 and reprieve for the Northwest.
Yeah, I believe the attacker just put the ball down there before the touch was made, so therefore there's your turnover.
Yeah, Holmes with a good carry, and then another mistake at the subset for Northwest, and it does feel like it's the problem area for this team right now, and they've got to be able to fix it on the fly. So far, they've not been able to do so. And you give Ticehurst and Jones an opportunity to have a go. There's Lewis in motion. Will Lewis straightening. Will Lewis diving. Will Lewis with a hat trick in this final. Will Lewis, well, he's standing out amongst the rest, isn't he?
Almost definitely, Joe. He's got that turn of pace, hasn't he? That's his hat-trick there. Superb. A little dive over the line. It looks like the Northwest middles, their fuel tanks are starting to just run on low. Just need to find that extra 10 minutes worth of energy here, there, or somewhere.
Agreed. And it's this foot speed into the roll ball. Not necessarily making as many metres as the Southwest Saxons. However, this is the pod that's had the keys to this defence so far. Lowe and Lawton working together. Lawton picking away, now coming back against the grain and trying to escape through a gap, and that's half court and turnover. And there was a moment there where you thought Lawton could have ripped right to left, try and find this winger, opt to try and go through the gap himself, and Corey Williams with a good defensive read. And Lawton Davies getting up, and look at the difference in subsets right now. Saxons carrying, Will Lewis straightening, bouncing around Lawton, then back into Ince, and then Clark gets a nice ball down, and now Lewis, blind cut there to Atwood, but Northwest stay wise to it on that occasion. But Saxons, you can tell they're playing with confidence right now.
Yeah, they're starting to loosen up a little bit, aren't they? That being said, the Northwest hands have been free-flowing when they've let them go. It's just that the Saxons, like you said, do have a little bit more confidence to let them fly.
Indeed, you can sort of see that subbing pattern getting off was a little bit stop-start, and now I think this is 5th coming. So Nurse has to create something from almost halfway. Nurse trying to bounce around Atwood. Atwood offside. Nurse escaping through. Ball goes to Slesser. But Ainscough makes a good defensive read. Oh, and Marcus Evans just strolls through the oncoming challenge of Slesser with ease. He is a pleasure to watch when he gets rolling. And now there's Jones and Ticehurst. Ticehurst platforming, Reece Jones back to Ticehurst. There's a 3-on-2, extra pass has to go, and that is a wonderful score. It's Annie Tamir Ainscough getting over in the corner. And this Southwest Saxons team, I mean, how good are they?
Absolutely superb, Joe. That is a textbook example of how to execute your 4v3 on the open side there.
Yeah, and this is the replay of this lovely bit of work from Marcus Evans that got it all going. Big checking wing dummy. And Slesser, well, bought it for $1.
He won't be watching that one back in a hurry.
Nurse and Wheatley, body language from Northwest looking a little bit dejected as Wheatley rips open side to Nurse. Nurse goes to the wing, and that's what we've been asking them to do for 25 minutes. And now they get over. They run that open side platform. And Ella Wiley finishes, but what about this ball from Town Nurse?
Absolutely superb flat pass. He knew exactly where the option was. So they've gone for the link punish on the open side. They've spread open, and then Tal's played that pass over the top of his link, and Ella is waiting there very gratefully.
First bit of variation we've seen off that link punish platform reaps rewards for Northwest. That was a really well worked score, and now they need to back that up with a defensive shutout, but that is easier said than done when you've got Clark and Atwood and Evans all coming towards you, and not to mention the gas man on the outside, Will Lewis. As Evans platforming for an open side quickie, Atwood gets it back from Evans, but another incorrect play of the ball. So Northwest do get their shutout. But again, that roll ball speed is just too slow. That's better from Lowe. And Ince with a good bit of foot speed. This is forthcoming now. And here come the supporting cast for Dylan Sharp. Nurse wrapping around the outside, back on the inside to Sharp. At a much better platform, and Sharp gets the ball down, but that'll be off the mark. They're just not able to piece together that one set of 6 to unlock the Sharks' defence.
Yeah, it looked like they were just stringing the passes together there to get the right momentum and the right sort of space to run into there. I think he was just caught from behind with a touch and didn't quite feel that one, Joe.
Yeah. Tough one to take for Dylan Sharp after you just made all those meters, but then look how easily the Saxons are able to bounce around the oncoming press of Northwest. That's the problem area. Rhys Jones on that occasion it was taking advantage of it, but we've seen Will Lewis do exactly the same as Corey Williams throws a blind pass hoping to connect with Danny Ticehurst. It's good vertical yards on offer, and then Sharp wanting to play the extra pass to Holmes, does. Slesser then carries. That's third touch up over halfway. This is the best subset we've seen so far, and Nurse feeds Davies, and Davies gets the ball down, and Wheatley now gets to use his footwork in a bit of open space, feeds a late pass away, and I tell you what, if Davies was on his toes, might have been able to reel that one in, and then there was a 3-on-1 on the far side. It's good work from Wheatley.
Yeah, Northwest seems to have made those changes on the fly here. Whether it's too little, too late, it's to be decided, Joe. But it's good to see that they've made the right changes and now are attacking the open space.
Yeah, Will Lewis, Lawton Davies, over to Mills. Mills straightens, Mills dishes, Ainscough back on the inside, and Will Lewis. And there is a big bit of contact coming in there from Noah Wheatley on Will Lewis, and the referees have a bit of a decision to be made. That was rugby league-esque on the field here, and we hope that Will Lewis is okay.
I have a slight feeling he was trying to cushion his fall there, Joe, although I'd have to watch it back to make a decision on that one.
Yeah, well, here it is on the replay. And you see, after the ball back on the inside from Ainscough, ooh, it looks a bit too naughty from Wheatley. And Wheatley is sent for time. So we'll spend 2 minutes down there in the naughty box. We'll know a Wheatley. And we do hope that Will Lewis was okay. That won't be one to watch back there for Noah Wheatley. But we move on. Here's Atwood working with Clark. Atwood fizzing to Evans, and this is danger, and Evans just delivers one out there, but on this occasion a little bit inaccurate with the pass from Marcus Evans.
I have to say it is a scary thought, having Bex Holmes running flat out at you from the wing there. She's just done enough just to upset his mojo, and just a little loose hands on the edge there.
Yeah, it's good work there from Bex Holmes, saving a surefire score, just taking the time away from Marcus Evans, and then Coulter goes off on a marauding run up into the guts as Lowe avoids the touch of Evans. That's good from Tom Lowe, who's been certainly a bright spark so far for this Northwest mixed team. There's Lowe taking on Evans. Evans with a muscular touch. Lawton trying to step, but Marcus Evans pinged for a firm touch. There's good explanation there from the on-pitch ref.
Yeah, just explaining that he popped his foot in a place it didn't belong.
Yeah, Lowe and Lawton have got to do a better job at getting all of these middles up, because they're allowing them to get back early, as Lowe looks to just bounce on the outside. Diving touch comes in from Jess Clark.
Yeah, Jess Clark has been immense throughout this game, Joe.
Absolutely, as Lowe once more tries to get over. Just denied And Liam Lawton with a huge end-over-end pass to Bex Holmes, just trying to kill the ball in that far corner. As they still remain a man down, only 5 on the pitch. And Lawton getting over to make a covering touch, but this away set is a good idea from the Saxons, trying to just create as much separation as possible in this midfield. 5 minutes left to go as Evans comes in. And acting half, popping away to Ainscough. There's Lewis in an acting half, feeding back on the inside. And Lewis now picking, going, dropping a pass back off on the inside, and can they finish? Danny Ticehurst it was who thought he'd gone over, but that's 5th touch now. And there's a 3-on-2 if they want to finish. Danny Ticehurst just dives over himself. And the Southwest Saxons, well, they're playing with a swagger about them.
Yeah, they've, like I said, they've got that energy and sort of that commitment to throwing the ball and making the Northwest move.
Is Nurse and Sharp working with Annabelle Smith, and Sharp and Nurse will be looking to just get scores on the board now. Anything will do as Nurse shows a dummy, but Corey Williams gets up and makes a really good touch. Stubborn work here for the Saxons, and Northwest of course still down 5 as Nurse floats a nice ball out onto the wing, but it's picked off and then dropped by Ainscough, but they might give the forward pass first. The referee's having a bit of a discussion. 6 more.
Yeah, I was undecided whether that one was flat or forwards then, Joe. I couldn't quite figure it out, but the referees have given 6 more. Now let's see if the Northwest can take advantage.
Yeah, Nurse and Sharp feeding back to Nurse diving at the line, but again, it's good presentation there from Lawton Davies.
So it'd be nice to see the Northwest now play the other option, potentially with a QB, passing the ball around, working that ball a little bit more.
Yeah, but there's an incorrect play of the ball there, and they won't get the opportunities because of an infringement at the roll ball, and then Nurse with a dominant touch, occupying that roll ball space, and off the back of it, there's a turnover. And now they are back to 6. So Wheatley spending his time in the sin bin and coming out the back of it. Slesser dropping down for Nurse. Sharp coming back in front of Nurse. Nurse in an acting half. Sharp diving at the line. Dylan Sharp trying to beat Marcus Evans, but Evans just stands there unwavered. And then Evans getting up, putting the line speed on for Dylan Sharp, and Nurse as Sharp drops a nice pass off there to Slesser, but Ainscough makes a brilliant touch. And that's 5, and it's just a little bit frustrating for Northwest as Dylan Sharp plays a nice switch pass with Annabelle Smith, but 2 sets of 6 defended by the Southwest Saxons.
And that, Joe, probably explains why they will be 2-time back-to-back champions there. We have seen the quality throughout their team from 1 to 16.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you say? And this final has the feel of it of one team that's further down that developmental track in the mixed open division than another. Southwest Saxons with a really established team now, and Northwest, well, this is the first competition that these guys have been able to play together. Also probably the first time they've had everyone in the same place in this mixed open division. Not a lot of training beforehand. They could be happy with their results as Williams tries to feed out, and then it's batted on, and Ainscough with a switch pass on the inside, and there's a one-handed grab, and Dylan Sharp with a flick touch to stop Reece Jones from getting over and tying this performance off with a bow. And Slesser down for Nurse and Sharp, and it's just a little bit leggy now, this transition, as Williams is able to get up and mark a couple players. And with a minute left to go here, you can't help but feel like this Northwest team, they've done oh so well to get to the position that they're in, but they've just come up against the premier team in the division.
Yeah, I don't think they'll all look back and be too proud of their performances from a performance perspective. But like you said, Joe, a 3-day tournament, it's 3 days of hard touch, it's been fast, it's been furious. And like you said, to get here with such a young side, I believe with an average age of 20. is a phenomenal achievement in itself, isn't it?
That is a phenomenal achievement. It's exciting times if you're in this Northwest Mixed Open team. They can only go from strength to strength. A year, well, one more year's worth of playing experience might have done them the world of good in this final, but as it stands, the Saxons looking to cap off their performance emphatically as Lawton Davies picks to Lewis. Lewis wanted to go one more, but once again, Bex Holmes gets in the passing lane and shuts down another try.
Yeah, I have to say, I think without the Northwest wingers, not just Bex in particular, you've got, I've forgotten the name of the lady on this wing. Wiley, yeah, they've both shut off, and they've stopped probably 3 or 4 scores in this game, Joe.
Absolutely, as Wheatley looks to use those dancing feet to get through a couple, buy some extra meters, and then Will Lewis gets up to put the squeeze on. And Liam Lawton looking to create something on the hooter. Lawton tries to step through, but it's not enough. And realistically, Saxons always in cruise control in that second half. And Southwest Saxons fully deserve the victory, taking them back-to-back champions, spearheaded by that man who was just on your screen, number 32, Will Lewis.
Yeah, I think, as we said, Joe, the Northwest gave it a good effort there. They potentially played the scoreline from the start of the second half onwards, as opposed to the actual touch game itself. But they will be chuffed. What a final, and with 2 more to go. We have Women's Open and Men's Open to follow.
Indeed we do. It is back-to-back finals here, as we were just discussing our male and female MVP for the Mixed Open final. And 2 picks that sort of did it themselves, Will Lewis and Mia Ainscough. I mean, Lewis absolutely phenomenal in that game. That's our first final wrapped up nice and neatly. Southwest Saxons once again the victors. Phenomenal region that's gone from strength to strength and backed up there with double champions. But for now, we turn our attention to our next final in 10 minutes time. That is the Women's Opens, and it's the South East Sharks who'll be looking to retain their title from last year, coming up against the fresh faces of Midlands Tigers. I've been Joe Wright, joined alongside Ollie Holmes. That'll be with you in 10 minutes time.
Wildcats!
There's work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said. solidifying belief and peace of mind. Collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last. Helping our partners embrace the work ahead. Day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
Hi, I'm Mark Aldous, England Men's Open head coach.
My name's Martin Wright, and I'm the head of the women's programme for England Touch.
Hi, I'm Tim Osborne. I'm the England Mixed Open coach. Across the regions and the grassroots development, Chris, it's super exciting to see how we've grown over the past 14 years with the nationals. This time of year is pretty important for the elite end of the game because we get to see our open squad players perform in tough environments, and that helps us with selection through to the next event.
Welcome back then to our final two games here at the England Touch National Championships weekend. On this Bank Holiday Monday, it's the South East Sharks who take on the Midlands Tigers. The Tigers came through against the Taipans in a drop-off in dramatic fashion. And alongside me is Joe Wright. Joe, you caught the other game, of course, where the South East Sharks just about came on top.
Yeah, and they were really tested against that Southwest Saxons team, a team that boasts a lot of young talent. And the Sharks had to dive deep into their playbook to get the victory and allow themselves an opportunity to retain their Women's Open Championship from last year.
And before we get going, here are the two sides representing each team. Of course, for the Midlands Tigers there, it's Freya Betts, Imogen Loveridge, Ella Dean, M. Simon, Anna Goddard, Alice Summers, Ella Loveridge, Sophie Lloyd, Lucy Evans, Phoebe Simon, Abby Wolf, who scored the winner, Sophie Ranch, Tamani Kinbarbi, Lottie Saunders, Ruby Odell, and Tilly Palmer-Denning. And then for the blue of the South East Sharks, it's Millie Holy-Hammond, Zan Hudson, Heather Richardson, Abby Johnston, Bronte Sykes, Emily Irons, B. Graham, Lydia Tysers, Grace Piragos, Lily Merritt, Matilda Tinker, Lauren Fagan, Patricia Hopecroft, Izzy Davis, Jessica Yarker and Ruby Graben. There is so much international pedigree across these two teams, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely, but the player that's really stood out among the rest is number 5, Abby Johnston. Was the winner for this Sharks team last year in drop-off, scoring that vital winning score against the familiar enemy, the Southeast Taipans. But as you say, I mean, you could pick anyone out of that team and they boast amazing international pedigree. And this Midlands Tigers team, well, they're young and exciting and they came through a big test against the Taipans.
Absolutely, the drop-off, the drama, it's what we love here. The home of England touch, really, Nottingham, the heartland that it's become for this Midlands Tigers team. So they certainly are the home favourites, but they're taking on the defending champions, the South East Sharks. It is the Tigers in that yellow and black shorts going from right to left in the first period of 20 minutes. And the Sharks with the dark navy shoulders and the lighter blue bottom half, who are on defensive duties as it's driven on by Loveridge, tipped on by Simon, and we're off and running here.
Yeah, and this is where Midlands Tigers will be looking to start quickly, get fresh sets at the line and challenge this Sharks defence.
Simon finds M. Simon. They're up to the 7 already here. Both Simons out there alongside Loveridge. Simon, Phoebe Simon. Good interplay between the two of them, just drawing the Sharks out here, and now they'll accelerate away. Simon goes for the diving effort, but the touch was made, and an important touch it was from Millie Holy-Hammond.
Yeah, that combination of Haley-Hammond and Hopcroft just having enough to see out the early stanza for the Midlands Tigers.
And how will the Sharks respond with their first box of the day? Long ball over the top and tipped on the inside. Touch taken as they make their early changes here. Powerful line speed though from the Midlands Tigers. Perhaps slightly the favourites coming into this one, Joe, although to be fairness in the final it's difficult to separate anyone.
It is. You get into one of these one-off game situations, then anything can happen, and arguably Midlands Tigers probably boasting a bit better form coming into this final. It was a difficult game for them to overcome against the Taipans, but they were able to stay with them and end up getting the victory. As you see, a lovely platform set there from Loveridge.
Good line from the Taipans here. Goddard, Dean, quick pick up, options both sides. Dean's going to slide through herself and opts for the short option, and it's Ruby O'Dell who opens up the scoring in the Women's Open final.
Yeah, these are two players we've been talking about all weekend. Dean and O'Dell. Dean just having enough pace to get over. Scoops up from 32, pump of the shoulders, and then gets into the in-goal area and finds the supporting player Ruby O'Dell. Only her second nationals here. Ruby O'Dell, one to watch for the future and establishing herself here today.
Well, the South East Sharks were actually beaten by the Midlands Tigers when they met in the pool stage by 4-3, but the Sharks topped the pool on points difference, setting up a slightly easier semi-final against the Saxons as they almost wriggle away. Ball wide, what a response! Great acceleration from Emily Irons, whose name we're going to say an awful lot today, and touchdown by Davis.
Yeah, this is vintage Emily Irons, driving hard at the line, fixing defenders, establishing parity on the score sheet for the South East Sharks. And really, for the Midlands Tigers, once you think about defending one-on-one against Emily Irons, you've got a lot of work to do. She's just got so much acceleration to get over the whitewash.
Turned over in a dangerous area around halfway. Practically a restart then for the Sharks here. Merritt, down she goes. Assessing their options here. Haley-Hammond steps onto the inside, is straight through the hole, but a diving touch and a crucial one from M. Simon to catch the half.
Yeah, and that's no mean feat. Millie Haley-Hammond has bags of wheels and has been causing all sorts of issues, but then you see just one arcing run from the Tigers. They're able to get all the way up to the box side and then saving a touch by playing the extra pass.
Delightful little tip pass, and they're up to halfway, the Tigers. Here's Betts, still playing in at half. And then the space opens up for Goddard. Doesn't back her pace this time on the outside. Wolf throws the dummy. Still going Abby Wolf. And then loses control. Wants the heavy touch. Not sure she's going to get that call, Joe.
No, it won't.
In fact, the penalty does go Midland Tigers' way. It's a little bit soft in this final.
Yeah, I was going to back your call there, Wolf, but the ref having none of it.
Dean. Palmer Denning stepping inside and out, scoring that semi-final win against the Taipans, the only team to actually beat the Tigers today and across this weekend. Dean. Touch made on the 7. Lacking a bit of momentum here. Goddard. Dean. Looking to go on the outside for Goddard. Long ball instead. Racing across to make the touch come. The Sharks, and it's brilliant defence in the end from Matilda Tinker.
Yeah, how Ella Dean is able to manufacture an inch to work with in there, I do not know. It takes a good bit of footwork to get on the outside of Hayley Hammond, but she did exactly that. And this Sharks subset just not quite operating with the efficiency we've seen so far.
Been rescued by Ticehurst. Accelerated round the corner. And Ticehurst with a little bit of space to run into now. Across comes Dean. Piragot. Well, this time it's Richardson with a good run. Inside for Hudson. Hudson floats it over the top, but there's cover across in the shape of Anna Goddard. Nice attack, though, from the Sharks.
It is, and Heather Richardson did a good job at setting a platform, and it was good heads-up play as well from Abby Johnston, just recognising where the space was, checking that inside ball away, and that was played at by the South East Sharks, so Midlands Tigers and Palmer Denning will have a fresh set of 6 to work with and hopefully escape their red zone, but that first touch is a bit sticky.
Slapped down by Izzy Davis, the try scorer for the Sharks, and some quick balls on the inside might open up some space for Kanbabi. And acrobatic over the top if touch entertaining. Simon, they want the heavy touch and they're going to get it again here. That's twice the call's gone their way, Joe.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure about the first one. Again, I'm not too sure about that one. There was a foot in the roll ball area, but it seemed like there was a loss of control beforehand from Summers. But they get away with one here to the Tigers.
Simon steps off the right. Good touch in the end from the Sharks. It had to be.
Yeah, it's Abby Johnston again. He's been an absolute menace for this Sharks team.
Simon gets it back. Summers on the edge, but Simon's going to scoop through. And there is acres of space for Tamani Kanbabi to touch down.
This is wonderful stuff. Just beating the defenders. And you see Summers gets a good platform away, and then it's relatively easy work for Phoebe Simon to get through. Shows the pump, fixes defenders, has the presence of mind to find a supporting cast. And Midlands Tigers, well, they've come out of the blocks firing.
Sharks responded brilliantly, though, at the first time of asking. Irons out there on the field, plenty of playmakers available. Sykes back inside for Hopecroft. Irons can't control it.
That's a bit of a collector's item there. It was good work there by B. Graham and Patricia Hopcroft, but Midlands Tigers again, they just find a way to answer these questions that the Sharks are putting towards them.
Good line speed from Sykes. Tigers back with it. Off the deck from O'Dowd. Lloyd. Dean. Draws in 2 defenders, and Goddard goes scampering away. Gets the ball off before the touch for Wolf, and then it's a little loose. We're in for another tight affair. We've already seen a drop-off in this women's competition at the semi-final stage. Wouldn't be surprised if it's close as we edge towards the end of the first half at least.
Yeah, and the Women's Open division this year has felt really sort of anyone's to take. It's been extremely well balanced. As you see Fagan get muscled off a touch there, but the roll ball's good enough for Hudson.
Nice pass out wide. Is there a touch? Well, I think there has been a call from the referee there. It's going to be a penalty, though, for the Sharks. Time seemed to stop for a moment there, and there's a conversation to be had between the umpires.
Yeah, Hudson will be using all of her experience just to say, what's the call, what's coming? I think it'll be Midlands Tiger ball.
There you see Dom Tripp on the sideline, leaving all Federation of touch. Lovely peel back on the inside. It is fizz right into the path of Hayley Hammond, and the try is given.
Yeah, it's finished by Hayley Hammond, who carves a lovely line off the ball, but Fagan in an acting half gets it from Hayley Hammond and then comes back into her middle partner. And that combination of Fagan and Hayley Hammond has been doing damage for the Sharks all weekend.
Sharks level again, but Tigers with the restart. Here's Ruby O'Dowd. Simon, Loveridge, Steps off the right boot, quick pick up. Simon goes to the edge again, drops it off. For M. Simon, the family connection, back to the 7. It's Phoebe Simon, charge down. Fresh set of 6 coming, because it's clattered off a shark can net.
Yeah, what a way to manufacture a fresh set of 6 there. That's maturity from the Simon sisters.
Simon again. Glides through this time. Touch called by Ticehurst. They're going to have to turn it over here. Well, we saw it in the semi-final from the Taipans, but it's very exciting when a space opens up, Joe. But when you're on the 7, you have to use all 6 of your touches.
You absolutely do. You've got to use all of your set, and Simon just guilty of a bit of white line fever there. Half-court turnover, free reprieve for the Sharks, who have set their stall out in this subset, feeding away to Emily Irons.
Irons. Quick pick up from Sykes. Irons in support. Interception! Just can't get away, but that's a fresh set of 6 for the Tigers. Good grab, Joe.
It was really good line speed that just got up in the passing lane. Make a good defensive read, and now Palmer Denning is working onto the ball.
Betts. Dean. Just sauntering forward. Godden. Dean on the inside. Godden at half. Wolf. Back to Godden again. And they've made it to the 7 here. Dean feeds Godden, who might look to sneak through. Wants that offside call, but it isn't coming.
No. And it's good work here from the Sharks. They number up well in defence, making good reads, not allowing too much space for the ball playing middles of the Midlands Tigers.
It's a great ball round the corner for Ticehurst again. Not the first time she's brought real pace in the transition. Fagan with a good carry. Hudson. Hayley Hammond looking to accelerate through the gap. Caught by Ella Dean.
Yeah, that's a foot race I'd love to see go full length. Ella Dean and Hayley Hammond.
Quick interplay from the Tigers. A little risky in this area of the field. Taken in by Betts. Dean. Betts on the inside, juggles with it. Decent transition from the Tigers. Summers throws the dummy back on the inside. For the try scorer Kambabi. Summers accelerates through. Summers is caught.
That's such a good platform set there by Alice Summers. Just dragging the middle open side, checking back against the grain. Diving touch comes in from Hayley Hammond. But Alice Summers, she's influencing this game so far.
Solid two-handed touch from Hayley Hammond. And it's the Sharks' turn to box, and we've hit a bit of a stalemate. 12 minutes gone in this Women's Open final.
Yeah, well and truly in the grind now as Richardson lies onto the field. There's Hopcroft feeding away. It's nice endeavour, but they've got to go forward on 5th now.
Lovely ball from Bronte Sykes. Will it open up for Johnston? Not quite. Just a bit back and forth at the moment. It's almost as if someone needs to blink first here. And just as we touch upon that concept, it is a turnover and the door has been left open for the Sharks here.
Yeah, this is a dangerous area for the Sharks to be given free ball, especially when you've got Johnston working with that familiar pairing of her and Richardson.
Johnston at half. Richardson to the outside. She looks to go herself and is caught at half, just like the Tigers were down the other end, with plenty of touches still in the chamber.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether it's a case of just it's finals and you're thinking of leaving it all out there and trying to conjure up a bit of magic on first, but you just alleviate all the pressure that you've built, especially from that midfield turnover.
Betts off the deck for M. Simon. Phoebe Simon. Simon again. And the two Simons working in conjunction. M. Simon, Phoebe Simon. What a score it would have been between the two of them.
Yeah, and the referees were happy that that pass had gone. Just drifted forward in the end. It's that connection of Phoebe and M. Simon. And it's really causing Sharks all sorts of problems right now. The Sharks maybe aren't used to having it put against them in such a consistent way as the Tigers have been able to manufacture so far.
Great hands, though, to find the edge, and it's another good transition. Put down this time. So maybe a chance for the Tigers, having to build from halfway. Simon. Lloyd. Simon. Lloyd at half. Changes made for the Tigers mid-attack. Lloyd. Eladine. Caught by 2 in blue.
Offside penalty though.
Anna Goddard will get us going here. This is a real chance for the Tigers to take the lead again.
Yeah, don't be surprised to see Dean combine with Odell once more, occupying that far link channel as Dean comes over to the near
Dean
side.
has Lloyd outside, but opts to keep it in hand. That's a good option, not to throw the risky pass with so much time left to attack.
Yeah, they've learnt from the single touch mistakes that we've had so far.
Goddard. Dean might look to the open side here, but miscommunication between the two of them there. Wolf was coming short. Dean was firing it long.
Yeah, and I wonder if that pass was actually meant for Wolf, or maybe Dean was trying to find Odell in that far link channel. It looked like a pass that was destined to have a few more meters on it. Wolf had a dabble, ball goes down and turnover.
Another transition for the Sharks. They have been able to carve out 1 or 2 opportunities from this kind of position already today. Fagan. Down from Hayley Hammond. Hudson. Hudson zips it out. Fantastic pass. Sykes is caught. Diving touch from Ruby Odell.
Yeah, Odell has had a phenomenal game of it so far on both sides of the ball for the Midlands Tigers. Not one of those players that you want to try and beat in a foot race. Ruby Odell's as fast as anyone, and that might just be given.
But
Ball down.
Eladine hit the deck there and was pretty confident that the hard touch call was coming, but no such case, and they're defending with 4 at the moment. Hayley Hammond ships it on. Touch taken by Fagan and popped over the top and intercepted again. 0 touches now for the Tigers, who are off and running, but it was a good set for the Sharks, which has been wasted, Joe.
Yeah, and again, it's not looking after the touch count, going early, and just as I'm saying about not looking after the ball, Alice Summers is bailed out by the blast of the referee's whistle. With both of these teams, it might be final game jitters, just not looking after this ball in the same way we've seen them do so far.
Fresh set of 6 then for Tigers. First 2 touches takes them to the 10. Phoebe Simon. M. Simon. Palmer Denning. Simon. Palmer Denning on the edge. Simon again. Building nicely here. Still with a touch in the pocket. Simon, great hands between the two of them. Touch taken. Quick ball for Loveridge. Loveridge whips it wide, but it's well over the head of Freya Betts.
It is, and that attacking set just coming to a bit of a halt. There was never really a clear line of dialogue, I feel, on the pitch for what they wanted to set on 5th touch there. And now the Sharks, just with a couple passes, get all the way over to that outside edge, and the yards are eaten up, and that's a wonderful second touch transition, if not for stepping out of the field of play.
Well, that's unfortunate. And with 2.5 minutes or so to go to half-time, maybe one last chance for the Tigers.
They'll have to look after this ball a bit better than they have done so far.
M. Simon, Phoebe Simon. Betts wants to come on the switch, plays half instead. Plenty of yards here for Simon. Changes during the attack again. Might just slow the momentum a touch. Saunders. Betts over the top. Goddard caught.
Yeah, too much ball playing here. You've got to earn the right to play around them. You've got to go forward.
Abby Wolf accelerates. Dean can't find a teammate, and that attack is brought to a close. They're going to lose another 10 there for Dean, refusing to relinquish possession.
Yeah, the referees have been so hot on that all tournament. They want this game restarted as quickly as possible. Any delay will be tap penalty ball. Sharks with a premier position to go through their subset.
Great pace straight through the centre of the park from Merritt, but they won't be able to benefit from it there.
Yeah, you could see Lily Merritt knew what she did off the mark penalty, and 90 seconds left to go. It's got the feeling of a final, hasn't it? Both teams feeling a bit cagey.
Betts just about hangs on off the deck from Goddard. Penalty, one last chance before the end of the first half for Irons and for the Sharks. Bronte Sykes.
Yeah, Tigers haven't realised that they've only got 5 players on the pitch at the moment. They need to figure this out. The coaches
there comes the call.
It.
They're still 1 player short here. Irons. Summers comes rushing on, but the space might be there for Irons. Excellent reach, but not been given just yet. Penalty though. 1 minute to go. Big chance for the Sharks to go ahead before half-time, having already lost to the Tigers by a single try earlier on the day. It's Irons. Draws the touch. Irons steps off the right. Caught again. Graham, Sykes and Irons. What a sight to have out there in the big moments. Bronte Sykes, quick ball for Irons. Sykes on the inside. Whip pass over the top, and it's short of Grace Pyragos. Yeah. That's a missed opportunity again. There's been one or two each for both teams. There's certainly tries left out there in this final.
Absolutely, especially when Midlands Tigers get the number count wrong and only field 5 for 2 touches. That felt like a gilt edge opportunity for the Sharks, not taken.
Good drive from Loveridge, but the touch on Bronte Sykes will bring us through to half-time in our penultimate game here at the England Touch National Championships in Nottingham. It is all level at half-time between the Sharks and the Tigers. 2-2 at the break, 20 minutes still to play. We'll be back in just a few moments' time.
Yes, Megan. Yeah, it's a straight line. That was fun. I'm slightly worried by the massive people.
Say like hi to each other. Just leave the chairs.
Well, as we are on half-time on both pitches, I can confirm Stadium 9 is 2 apiece. Southeast Sharks versus Midlands Tigers.
How are you feeling?
So what have you done to yourself?
Nothing, my calf just
The Midlands Tigers, well, they were pretty worn out, it must be said. A drop off in the semis. It's hard graft and it hasn't got any easier here, despite already having held at that win looming over the South East Sharks. They've already beaten them this weekend. That's not how it's shown up so far today. It's been pretty even. But if anything, South East Sharks slightly in front.
Absolutely. The Sharks with a good opportunity here to get over the try line. First time of asking in the second half, and what a pod it is to do it. Irons working with Johnston and Sykes and Hudson. This is danger for Midlands Tigers.
20 minutes of the Women's Open final left to play. Locked up at 2 apiece. Good ball from laid back by Irons. Johnston. Sykes. Another very athletic touch in defence for the Tigers. This time from Tamani Kanbabi, a scorer already in the final. Round the corner they come. Hudson almost got away. What a touch that was. For the second time of asking from Kanbabi and company.
Yeah, it's a really good diving touch to stop Zan Hudson from getting over. She's been the linchpin in this Sharks team so far. Has been stemming together all their good work, and now the Sharks give away a midfield penalty.
Could have gone either way there. It was a hard touch in the end, and they've lost another 10 yards. So trading restarts realistically here. Off goes Phoebe Simons. Wolf. Stepping back on the inside here goes Ella Dean. Different setup for them here. Wolf round the corner. Wolf gives the pass. Goddard puts it down. Maybe the touch first from Hudson, but it's going to be a turnover.
Yeah, and Midlands Tigers needs to do a better job at getting Sharks out and presenting. They're allowing the Sharks defensive line to drop early. Tigers, I want to see a bit more of that ball playing we saw in the first half to engage those middles and then make them go back the full set of 7.
Nice ball into midfield. Good drive from Fagan. Chance for the Sharks. Hayley Hammond almost through.
Yeah, that combination of Fagan and Hayley Hammond, ever so dangerous as always. There's just a tap restart here. That allows Midlands Tigers to launch their subset, and there's nice hands out to the wing to escape the midfield press initially. And Fagan called offside. And this is a really impressive subset here as Simon spears a ball out into the hands of Palmer Denning. Simon setting a platform.
Just securing you a co-commentator on the final using our man on the ground. I think Chris Simon is going to join you as M. Simon looks to slide through for the Tigers in the meantime. Of course, one more finals come off this. It's the Men's Open contest, but all eyes here on the Tigers, who have looked a little bit improved at the early stage of this first half. Second half, I should say, just 2.5 minutes in.
Absolutely, and they ran a really well-run subset. Lots of hands on display, escaping the pressure of the Sharks, but the Sharks flying onto the pitch now with Abby Johnston.
Good pick-up. Sharks putting on the pressure here. Oh, it was a lovely line run by Hudson. A little bit ambitious with that final ball.
Yeah, but it's good ideas, it's good endeavour, and we've seen this really in all the Sharks teams, running that lazy link line, trying to become a second line of attack. Hudson almost able to connect on that occasion.
Betts. Odell. Dummies it inside to Summers and then gives the pass. Soft hands here to free up Kanbabi. Simon steps on the inside, looking for that offside call, but it's a good touch from Richardson.
It is. Heather Richardson, much improved player, as the line speed from Midlands Tigers causes all sorts of issues for the South East Sharks.
That's Freya Betts who puts on the pressure. Might have been a hard touch, but instead it's Tigers ball. Here's Summers off the deck for Kanbabi. Simon! Phoebe Simon on the line, gingerly back to her feet.
Yeah, just taking a settler and then sewing herself off, so we hope that Phoebe Simon's okay.
Replaced by Goddard. Kanbabi to take the quick tap here. Goddard still going. It's Summers. Kanbabi. Summers has Goddard to the right. Goes herself. Needs an offside call from Abby Johnston. Won't get it. Back to the 7. Still a chance here.
Yeah, keep an eye out for this long ball rip from
Summers. Drawing the touch out of Richardson. Gets the ball away for Kanbabi. Oh, it's an error on the deck from Alice Summers.
And a rare one at that for Summers. Johnston sets off this subset, but the Midlands Tigers, I mean, they find themselves in really good positions. At the moment, they just can't quite grasp that clinical bit of incision that they need.
Best chance of the second half goes awry for the Tigers. Here goes Irons. Little pass out wide. Stutter step from Merritt. Good pace. Just a miscount, I think, from the Sharks. They've still got a touch here. Merritt. Irons on the inside. Lovely switch. Irons accelerates through to score. A try out of nothing. A try out of nowhere with just one touch to come. Emily Irons with great work from Lily Merritt as well. Have another look at this one, Joe.
Yeah, me and Chris Simon just sharing a shrug of the shoulders. What do you do about the Sharks' number 7, Emily Irons? It was always coming. She's already influenced this game once, coming up with a second score there for the Sharks.
Tigers punished not for taking their chance down the other end. Here's Wolf. Dean. They have worked their way up to the 7 very comfortably. Wolf with a quick tap. Stepping on the inside goes Palmer Denning. Can't control it, but just a touch called.
Yeah, so close from Palmer Denning. Wanted that offside penalty, not given from the ref. Now 5th.
Ella Dean. Little tip pass for Wolf. Soft hands, but numbers up. So Sophie Lloyd's caught on the edge.
Yeah, it's good defensive sets here from the Sharks. They're numbering up a bit better. Their defensive spacing is a little bit more measured as well. They need to back that up with a subset here.
Good drive from Ty Sears. Fagan carries it on. They're almost up to halfway with a couple more touches still to play here. Hudson. Still going Hudson. Gets that offside call. Hudson all the way through. And there's no one home for the Tigers. Richardson scores.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but that's Abby Johnston that flies through in an acting half. Johnston accelerates. Hudson get a lovely platform for her. And as you say, presence of mind. It's that familiar middle pairing. They've done it all tournament. Richardson and Johnston.
Tough for the Tigers there, because once that line was broken, there was no one back there to catch the half, let alone put pressure on. Well, now they're 2 tries behind. It was 4-3 when these sides met in the pool stage, but the other way here as the diving touch is made. Loveridge over, but has to retreat to the 7. Suddenly, though, it's 4-2 for the Sharks instead. Yeah. Betts. Loveridge. Imogen Loveridge looking to tease them out here. Nothing coming.
No, Loveridge got up a little bit gingerly off that dive and not moving in the same way we are used to seeing her. She does get up and make a good bit of pressure, but Sharks are able to play around it. Only single shooters at the moment for the Tigers, and that's asking for trouble.
Sharks just have their head ups a little bit more here as Irons hits the box. Fagan. Hayley Hammond, back to Fagan. Hayley Hammond, brilliant scoop. Needed that option there, but M. Simon closed the gap really well.
Yeah, not only that, but Imogen Loveridge shadowed the supporting players for Millie Hayley Hammond. So if Hayley Hammond was to throw that pass, Loveridge was always in that passing lane. It just put the Sharks player off giving that extra ball. But they do get the ball back off the penalty.
Loose pass. Enjoyed by the Bananas down that Sharks end as they're still attacking here. Hayley Hammond. Sykes driven back. Merritt set up that Irons try that has seemed to open the floodgates here for the Sharks. Ambitious, but not executed.
Yeah, and a hand in a way of apology from Hayley Hammond. Not the best work, and allows the Tigers a decent enough platform to sub off. That's 2 touches taken, and now here come the fresh legs and Palmer Denning.
Betts. Odell. Nice ball on the inside from young Ruby Odell. Alice Summers, hitch kick. Throws the dummy inside for Kanbabi. Bit of space here for the Tigers, and it comes off Grace Pyrgos. The winger cuts inside.
Yeah, that was an easy 6 more decision there. Good work from Palmer Denning and Summers. Manufacturing a fresh set of 6. Now they need to take advantage of this. This is essentially a tap-off location. I wonder if they'll go back to that structure to try and get over the try line.
Alice Summers. Odell. Summers. Very casual as they hit the 7. Summers winds one up. Not the pass that was required just at this very moment.
No, just falling short of that wing player out there was Alice Summers, but she does love picking up against the grain from half and looking to use a bit of that ball playing with 10 minutes left to go. The Midlands Tigers will need more of that.
Sharks are now the strong favourites with 10 minutes to play, but we know how quickly the game can change. It's sometimes in the Women's Open a real momentum shifter, and it's momentum that's with Johnston here, who almost snipes through for a second time.
There's good defensive work there from Kanbarbi.
Summers, miss pass as they hit the blocks. Good take from Lloyd. Off the deck from Palmer Denning. Lloyd plays half now for Simon. Lloyd, Dean, fresh legs on here, and it's Phoebe Simon with plenty of pace, and Simon, maybe that pass just had to go as Tinker got across to make the touch.
Yeah, they've got one more touch to play with as they're trying to engage both of these middles. Sharks not allowed to drop early. There is Simon dummying, getting into the in-goal area.
Diving touch from Richardson. Sharks remain 2 tries in front.
Yeah, and on this occasion they're able to shut out Ella Dean, who's been phenomenal for the Midlands Tigers.
Great angle of the diving final. Irons with a good carry though in the meantime here. Sykes, Irons, great line speed.
Yeah, it's really well read there from the Midlands Tigers. That link flying up out of the line and making a defensive play, but then that pass is just too wayward, and you see the hand signal from Emily Irons. She wants calmness now. You can't help but feel that a 3-try deficit might be too much for this Tigers team.
Graham. Haven't seen too much of B. Graham today with the likes of Irons and Ticehurst out there as well. Ticehurst, quick ball for Irons. Patience this time from the Sharks. Lydia Ticehurst. Sykes. Ticehurst looking to drop it for Sykes as she hit the link hole, but not this time.
No.
And in fact, down a little bit uncomfortably there.
Not on this occasion, unfortunately, but on the replay, it's the right option. That delayed pass, just not quite connecting when they need to.
Caught late as well, right in the kidneys there, Ticehurst.
Yeah, it's going to be sore.
We'll play on here. Summers, they need a score, and they need it soon to the Midlands Tigers. Great line speed from Izzy Davis, who of course opened up the scoring and wins that penalty back for the Sharks. How big a moment could that be?
Yeah, if the Sharks can go 3 to the good, then Tigers have got an almighty mountain to climb.
Merritt, Graham, Merritt, Graham again. Graham to seal it. Touch made, just about, by Tilly Palmer-Denning, but there's still a difficult task ahead of them here defensively. Merritt, Graham, Hayley Hammond, Merritt. What a second half she's had. It's a tough touch, but off balance there, the Sharks. So just a reset at the 7.
Yeah, this is Hayley Hammond and Fagan. This is what they want. They want this repeat set of 6.
Lovely footwork, quick ball as well, and sliding in, looking for that offside call, but not getting it this time. And it is a lifeline for the Tigers. Great defensive shift from them.
Yeah, what a set of defence that is from the Tigers. That's so impressive. That's really the big weapons for the Sharks coming at you. You're able to just scramble and set really good speed on this subset.
3 touches though to reach halfway, 4 before that white line. So they might struggle to carve out a real opportunity here, but Simon stepping off the right. Late delay on the pass for M. Simon. That is a good drive, but they need a little bit more with just 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, this feels like a game that's crying out for a moment of magic from someone in white and gold. Not quite happening for them as of yet, and that's a lovely wraparound.
Merritt, soft pass round the corner from Fagan. Fagan again. Keeps a hold of it this time. That's the experience from some of these Sharks players that maybe the Midlands Tigers lack in the big moments, where these players with so many open caps know when to give the big pass and know when to break through, and Johnston is caught just about, and that keeps the Tigers in the game.
What a diving touch that is from M. Simon on Abby Johnston.
Good pickup. Hunted down by Johnston. Touch made.
Yeah, Abby Johnston has just been unplayable all tournament, and he's having a wonderful final here, the blue number 5.
Richardson off the deck. Richardson to the short side, Irons. Hudson, Irons, Hudson, very casual, despite the momentous occasion we're experiencing here in this Women's Open final. A little bit too casual, perhaps. Turnover is the call.
Yeah, forward pass. I did think one of those in there between Irons and Hudson did drift forward.
Yeah, just a little bit too casual, perhaps, that last pass there. But this is a brilliant dive for the try that may well have sealed it for the Sharks. Betts off the deck. Lloyd with a... Palmer Denning, sorry, off the deck there. Summers. Inside for Kumbabi. Summers. There. It's almost like they need just one extra touch to really set up a threatening attack, Joe.
Yeah, they're just losing track of the touch count a little bit here. Maybe some fatigue setting into the legs and the mind of the Tigers players. But I agree, one extra touch, set that dynamic platform.
A rare mistake, a drop ball, but the penalty bails out the Sharks, and we are slowly drifting towards the Sharks' victory. It's not the frantic and tumultuous semi-finals that we might have expected from our two previous games, but it could just be a simple score to seal it. Hayley Hammond caught another penalty though, and unlike the semi-finals that were boiling over with a few minutes to go, with 3 minutes on the clock, this one is slipping through the grasp of the Tigers instead, and the defending champions are making another play for it here. Hayley Hammond. Immediately they pull the handbrake here. Hayley Hammond, Sykes picks it up through the legs. Sykes is all the way over in the end zone and picks out Hayley Hammond to seal the Women's Open.
Yeah, this is... I mean, last 10 minutes, it's been cruise control for the Southeast.
They have looked remarkably comfortable in the last 10 minutes or so, and with just 2 on the clock, in the in-house stadium clock that is, a try for the Tigers here might just spark something. Across came Matilda Tinker. Has Lloyd scored it? Penalty instead.
Yeah, Hopcroft was claiming a no touch, but then that means that you're backing out of the touch, so penalty against Patricia Hopcroft for exactly that.
Simon, completely smothered by women in blue. Simon, good pickup. Long pass over the top, right option, but slips through the grasp of Ella Loveridge. And
Irons loose.
Caught at the very last, but I'm not sure it will count for much here.
No, and Sharks have been so good in this final. They've just weathered the storm when they needed to, relied on the experienced players in their team. And then Emily Irons and Fagan looking to tie it off with a bow, but Tigers do a good job at defending it.
Well, despite a fantastic effort at the drop-off today and a wonderful performance from the Tigers, which has seen them beat every single opponent in the competition on their way through to the final, they cannot do the double over the Sharks as we approach the final few moments here. Will they take a try home with them just down the road in their home region? Perhaps not, as the Sharks stare at the scoreboard and they know that the time is up. It is victory in a second consecutive year for the Southeast Sharks. They are Women's Open champions again. And after a frantic first half, they were so comfortable in those final 20 minutes. 2-2 at the break, but 5-2 at the final whistle.
Yeah, Abby Johnston having an absolute game of it in that second half. And the Sharks, I think, just further along that regional development in the Women's Open side. This Midlands Tigers team is so young, boasts some of the most exciting female talent that England Touch have on offer right now. And it feels like if it didn't happen this year, then future years it's on the cards for the Midlands Tigers. It's a bit of a watch this space moment, I think, for this team from Nottingham.
Yeah, it certainly is a testament to the quality of the Women's Open that no side in the competition will end the tournament undefeated, because despite the Southeast Sharks topping the group, That was after defeat to the Tigers. The Tigers themselves beaten by the Taipans. The Taipans then beaten in the semi by the Tigers in their second meeting. So there is no flawless victory, but it is a fantastic result for the South East Sharks regardless.
Yeah, the Women's Open division has never been more evenly balanced. And on this occasion, as you say, the Sharks come out on top, but teams like Southwest Saxons growing from strength to strength, fielding a brand new team, coming into this Nationals, almost overcoming this Sharks team in the semi-final. That's no mean feat, as we can see. But as you say, this Women's Open side, I mean, what more can you say about the Sharks? They're just so good.
Speaking of the Saxons, they will be in action in just a few minutes' time in our final game of the day here, and our final game of the 3 long days of touch rugby, of course, because they're in action against the South East Sharks, who are looking for a historic double.
Of course they are, and they will not let anyone come against them. This is a replay of last year's final. The Sharks will be looking to go one better than their performance last year. And both of the semi-finals in the Men's Open divisions, well, they were both nail-biters, weren't they?
Absolutely. The Northwest, who were very keen to make it through to a final, were unfortunately beaten. And that will lead us to a big moment in the game here now. With that, the presentations to come, I believe, just before the semi-finals. Well, before that men's final, I will hand you down to Chris Weymouth, of course, from England Touch, who is there with the Women's Open player of the match, of course, Abby Johnston.
You can speak now.
Bronte from South East Sharks, victorious Women's Open champions for, I'm going to say, for another year, but were you expecting, how tough was that game?
Oh, so tough. Like, they had to fight for a whole 40 minutes, and it's such a credit to the standard of women's touch coming through England. Like, that was I think a really high level, good quality final. So good.
What were you saying at half-time in terms of, were there any tweaks to the game plan, Bronte?
Keep in the grind. I think they're a really young, athletic team, and I think our kind of half-time talk was, we're in this, we just need to stick with it and kind of leave it all out there for the last 20 minutes.
And your try at the start, that first try of the second half, gave you that lead. It almost like, and then it was like rinse and repeat for the second one to give you that cushion, that scoop through the middle, really cutting them apart. How hard, okay, first question on that, how hard is that to actually perfect and work on?
The switch? Yeah, pretty hard. I remember Justin Conway always saying, don't switch unless you're going to score. So it's kind of, if you're going to switch, you've got to at least get it.
and once you've done it once, do it again?
Yeah, rinse and repeat until it stops working. Although, to be fair to them, they started reading it really well. So I think it was a big game of adapting. We tried one thing, they adapted, and vice versa. It was, a really good game.
South East, as a region, have dominated this division for a fair number of years. How good is it, from your perspective, to be challenged by Midlands and and Saxons as well?
Oh my gosh, so good, so good. It's so nice that there's like a breadth of that standard and level of touch across the country now. It makes for such a good, I feel like every team could have made a final, but they were the top 4 were all in contention. It's so good, and especially for such a young team, they've got years ahead of them.
100%.
We do not.
No. And massive credit to Nottingham. They've obviously just won NTS, and a lot of the those girls are the Midlands girls, and it's really good to see them come through. I think that's the future of the Women's Open, so super exciting.
Well, congratulations. Go and enjoy the win. It's back up to Wilf and Joe for the Men's Open final, last game of the weekend. South East Sharks, who Bronte and Emily are going to be supporting, obviously, against Southwest Saxons, the reigning champions. Do not go away.
I am so proud.
We've had a Saxons win. We've had a Sharks win.
So here we go. Men's Open final here in the 2026 England Touch Nationals. As always, our last game of the day. And the players in your pitch right now for the South East Sharks: Will Bamber, Joe Brewer, Sam Clacker, Marcus Chung, Will Coombs, James O'Donnell, Sean O'Sullivan, Max Pennicid, Kieran James, Harry Richards, Charlie Steed, Will Sericold, Quinton Tyra, Dom Tripp, Vince Parker and James Weston. And for the Saxons, Sam Baldock, Seb Conahan, Archie Devlin, Felix DeCorno, Anna Shanalanko, Rory Fulton, Cole Graham, Rory Grant, Ben Greer, Matty Hawes, Tom Lawton-Davies, Ben Lenori, Lewis Partridge, Ellis Pearce, Louis Trays and Tom Wilson. A repeat of last year's final, both overcoming staunch opposition in their semi-finals. The Sharks coming through a northwest storm and the Saxons going one better over the Taipans. This is a game for all the marbles, and it finishes and promised to be some game to remember. And I'm joined alongside, well, Mr. Touch himself, Chris Simon.
Thanks, Joe. Great to be up here. First time this weekend. I feel like a bit of a fraud up here for the most important game.
I suppose you've done your dog work, haven't you? You've earned your right to be here.
Thanks very much. I've been coaching this weekend, coaching the mix, but I think the men's and women's, the quality of the Opens we've seen and the number of close games from all around Robins and through the semis, I mean, it's been phenomenal too.
Yeah, and we were saying in the lead up that these Opens categories have never felt more up for grabs for other regions. I think the quality across the board has just increased so much over previous years.
Absolutely, and if you look at, I think, some of the ages of the squads, even the Saxons, there's some young lads in here, and they've got so much potential, a number of England players. I think, yeah, obviously the selectors are here. I would not like to be the selectors this weekend. There's so many players putting their hands up.
Absolutely, and one of the youngest players in the men's Open division, number 1, Quinton Tyra, 16 years old, one of the ones to keep an eye out for. Thrown into the deep end in this tournament, but by all accounts, held his own so far. But there's one thing of holding your own in pool stage games. You've got to bring it when it matters. Men's Open final.
And I think that the semi we just saw with, I was half an eye on the Taipans Saxon semi. What a game it was.
Oh, unreal game. Saxons coming out on top. And who else to get us underway but Louis Trays and Cole Graham, setting tempo in this men's Open final as Trays and Graham maraud their way up onto the 7. Trays stepping, giving a ball away late to Cole Graham. Tripp gets up off the line, makes a good defensive read. And now we'll see what the Saxons can conjure on their 5th platform. Baldock coming down for Trays. Trays looking to rip long, but Steed gets up in the passing lane, and that is first blood to Sharks.
Yeah, good read there, and you see Dom very, very tight at link. He gave Saxons no space at all on that play before, and yeah, they were trying to rip long on the result, but couldn't get the ball away quickly enough.
Yeah, and the foot speed into these rucks is phenomenal so far. That was James O'Donnell. There's Sericold and Chung. Chung dropping down, and now an opportunity for Sericold to carve a line off of James Weston, but not taken, and we're back to back for full sets of 6 here. It's Fulton. Goes down in front of Graham. Trays setting. It's a good subset here for Saxons.
Yeah, I think Saxons did really well indeed then. They set their link really high far side. They were looking to rip long, I think, Sharks. And I think it was Sam Bold that was really up in the passing channel, so he cut it off early.
Indeed, as Devlin looks to create a moment of magic for the Saxons, but Matty Hawes can't quite wriggle away from the oncoming press of Weston. And now O'Donnell and Sericold and Chung get the Sharks rolling through their subset. Is Pennicid, but he'll be brought to a grinding halt as an off-the-mark penalty. Surrenders all momentum. And first penalty, a minute and a half in. You can tell that the referees are sort of setting their stall out with what they're happy with. That was quite close to being on the mark, but they're unhappy with it.
I was going to say, I didn't even see that. It was that fine, I think.
And here is Conahan. Anna Shanalanko. Familiar pairing here with Grant and Lawton-Davies. There is Lawton-Davies dishing a lovely ball out to the wing. Not taken on this occasion for Lewis Partridge. But that combination of Alanko, Grant and Lawton-Davies is a dangerous one for the Saxons.
It is, yeah, and great long ball, but actually I think it was the winger had it read anyway. I don't think who was it out there.
Harry Richards.
Yeah, it was Harry Richards, wasn't it?
Yeah, He's sort of the mainstay on this Sharks wing side as we see Coombs and O'Sullivan fly into their striking platform, and that's James O'Donnell ripping a late pass out the back, asking questions of Will Bamber. Can he get the gas over to the outside edge? Not taken, and we are locked all square. Neither team getting over the try line, but that loss of control will give the Sharks a premier position to do so.
This is probably first proper chance I think either team has had.
And O'Donnell working with O'Sullivan. Back to O'Donnell. O'Donnell diving at the line. Conahan makes a very good touch. Just recovers oh so well.
Yeah, ref's just checking there. I think sideline Jordy's checking whether he was onside or offside, but great play, really, recovery there from Seb Conahan.
Yeah, is O'Donnell. Richards gets us underway. O'Sullivan getting down on Alanko. Coombs feeding. Coombs gets the ball back, and that one cannons between a few.
Going to be forward, is it, I think?
It is.
Ball down.
And something that we've commentated on all Nationals weekend is just how good this pod specifically has been in defence. Lawton Davies and Anushan Alanko taking pride in their defensive work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you often see Lawton Davies, don't you, on the other end of the field, whipping the balls out and controlling the attack, but great to see him bossing defence as well.
Yeah, it's Baldock. Accelerates around the outside, eats up the extra yards on offer, and then Fulton trays in an acting half, back to Rory Fulton, switching with Graham. There is Louis Trays, Cole Graham in at half, Cole Graham accelerating away, Fulton with a late switch. Fulton is able to keep it in hand, but Coombs with a try saver.
Good read, had that pop back just being a little bit high, he was in. Just overstretched forward a little bit, that made the defence be able to take it on.
And you see the crowd start to gather here on pitch one. This men's open final not one to be sniffed at as we see the replay with Graham almost connecting with Fulton. It's good hands by Rory Fulton, but Coombs recognising the threat and shutting it out. Here is Coombs. The subset from Sharks is looking really well drilled right now. It's Penicid, cannons through, and then Seracold tripping at link. Here is Dom Tripp, right-handed one, pick up. Chung accelerates through, but Sam Baldock recovers well.
I did think that it was going to go behind Marcus Chung out to Max, who was just dropping into that link position. You've seen that from Dom Tripp before, whip it out the back.
It's one to keep an eye out for as we get into the latter stages of this game. Sam Baldock with great line speed. Getting up, and now Partridge with a job to do at half, and there's a hard touch penalty given against Tripp.
Yeah, obviously I know these two middles, two links on here at the moment for the Saxons. Call it the Nottingham pod. They play together quite a lot, both up our way here, but also down at Exeter now.
It's Pearce down for Lenori. Devlin in motion, comes back to Pearce. Pearce evades Max Penicid once, but not a second time. And back here to Devlin. Devlin coming over towards Hawes. Devlin feeding away to Lenori. Pearce, Devlin on the long. Devlin stepping away from Tripp. Devlin dummying. Is that ball down? Seracold with a last ditch touch. Devlin.
Sharks links, look how Max Penicid almost on the line. Yeah, he's sat there doing not a lot at the moment and getting away with it.
Agreed. Referees will have to become hot to that because that'll be a problem area. And I'm sure that the Saxons boys are just reminding the sideline ref that Max has got to advance too.
Knowing Max Shepson down here, I'm sure that's happened already.
He can almost guarantee it. As Seracold coming down. Lenori unable to make the touch. Here's Steed.
That was second then. Got Saxons rolling on that touch.
Yeah,
out the back there, we expected that come in.
Oh, it's so good. O'Donnell ripping and getting over the Saxons try line.
Yeah, it was O'Donnell, wasn't it? Ripping out the back is what I expected Tripp to do last time.
Yeah, Bamber with a relatively straightforward catch pass in the end because O'Donnell just speared that ball into his hands.
It was the speed of that ball, but also where he took it on the out, and he just made it almost impossible for the defence to do anything with it.
Yes, we see that almost opportunity for Archie Devlin flash back up. It's a game of millimetres at the moment. Sharks draw first blood on the score sheet as Trays and Graham look to combine. Graham feeds Baldock. Baldock tries to escape the touch, nothing doing as Graham feeds over to Trays. Fulton currently positioned in at half. Graham accelerates through. Fulton dummying, diving at the line. But a good covering touch comes in by James Weston, and the Sharks currently have the answers for the Saxons line attack.
Yeah, I mean, that is, as you said, that's this danger pod at the moment, we think, from Saxons. We're expecting them to do a lot of work in attack. Not had a sniff really yet, I don't think.
See Bamba cannoning through the roll ball. Seracold fitting to Chung. Chung down for Pennicid. Pennicid picking, showing a lovely bit of delay, but Louis Trays and Cole Graham shadow him oh so well. And now Fulton again escaping Pennicid. Swipe touch on offer. Back is to Alanko. It's that familiar pairing again, and it's this unsung middle pod of Lawton Davies and Alanko that gets...
The jittered sub-box move there was all intended by Saxons, as we thought they'd lost the opportunity.
Max will be saying it was preordained.
Absolutely.
It is 1-1, 9 minutes in to this final. Not as high scoring as we've seen some of these men's open games, but maybe it's a case of both defences coming out on top. As we see O'Donnell checking away late to Steed. O'Donnell now in motion. There is James O'Donnell trying to beat Seb Conahan. It's a really good shot.
Pass, I think there, I think is what he's going to give.
Yeah.
No, offside.
It'd be an interesting one to see.
I think Jack's given offside. Yeah, he's given offside earlier. Maybe the play before, because it looks like they're going back to the previous roll ball.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see what Saxons do here. Sharks links were keeping really deep on line attack, on line low D. Let's see how Saxons a little bit less. See what the refs do with theirs. Yeah, very static.
Yeah, it is very static. And O'Donnell stepping. O'Donnell getting around Seb Conahan. And James O'Donnell is having a final of it so far. That was horrible footwork.
Yeah, I think he called Seb offside there. We just have a look back. Yeah, the roll ball's on the 7. Yeah, both offside, middle and link offside by the looks of it.
Yeah, you can just see on the replay those boots of Conahan just never hitting that try line. As we see jubilation in that Sharks sub box, and Dom Tripp just reins in Rory Fulton. Trays and Graham working together once more. Louis Trays just gliding around touches, and then an offside penalty. I mean, Louis Trays, he's just so fluid out there on a touch pitch at the moment. Trays and Graham combining. Dom Tripp trying to get up early, backing that Sean O'Sullivan will protect his short side, and he does indeed.
Yeah, did just enough there to cut Trays off.
We'll see what the Magic Man can create. Trays stepping, Trays diving, but Coombs, I mean, this is what Coombs does better than anyone else, this line defence.
Got his body so low then, I mean, Louis couldn't get underneath him. Whether Will was behind line or on the line, he couldn't get under.
32 scoop, dummy pump, trying to get in the in-goal area, but Sean O'Sullivan's fired up and he's happy he made the touch.
Yeah, Sharks not looking to rush this either, they're slowing it down.
Seems like a team that isn't flustered with the attacking power that's coming against them. They are well-mannered and level heads as Seracold feeds to Chung. Chung down for Pennicid once more. Pennicid looking to rip long, drops a late pass off. And Seracold maybe could have gone through the gap if he took the ball with him. It seems like maybe a little bit of conditioning creeping in from this transition. A few times Pennicid's had the long ball option, opted to go short.
Absolutely, they're running that 32 every time and they're either going short or long. And it'll be interesting to see whether they keep to that over the next 5 or 10 minutes of this half.
It's Conahan. Cannons up, and so does Grant. Grant setting a stunning platform here for Alanko and Lawton Davies. Conahan, dummy, sends Harry Richards to the shot. And Seb Conahan gets over for the second score for the Saxons.
I was still watching back, I think, the replay of the 32 play from the Sharks when Saxons were all of a sudden at the other end of the field. I think that's momentum, Joe, that one.
I think it all comes from that Rory Grant roll ball, that flying into that fifth touch platform. It was brilliant work as we see the angle from the floor. That is lovely stuff from Seb Conahan. As we see Steed picking up from half, hitting O'Donnell. O'Donnell maybe could have given that extra pass away.
Yeah, if he'd flicked that was on, wasn't it?
Steed back down here for O'Donnell. O'Donnell dropping a lovely ball off to Tripp, and Tripp just speculatively drops that ball into an area. Not a lot of opportunity for Sam Clacker to reel that one in.
No, was that last? I think they were just looking to kill it, probably slow the game down there. Don was.
Yeah, Lanco enacting half. It's good work here,
Yeah,
and another penalty.
Yeah, so the ruck going to be 10 forward for Saxons.
Yeah, it's easy enough call. And then once more for good measure as well from the Sharks. And Steed with a muscular touch on Alanko. Ben Lenori winning the hand fight as he glides up towards the 7 metre line. Lenori with Hawes. Lenori just trying to set a bit better of a platform here. Devlin's lurking, Devlin is sweeping, there is Archie Devlin stepping away from one, ripping a pass, and then a bit of a nudge in the back on Pearce, but nothing doing there from Clacker, 6 and change.
Yeah, I think Alex got the ball almost going backwards, jumping up in the air. I think there was nothing in it from Sam.
Steed with a bit of a bobbly roll ball.
Forward over the mark. See what Jack does here, over the mark.
It gives Saxons a fresh set of 6 right on the cusp of the Sharks' red zone. And yet, the referees will bring them even more forward. Bang onto the 7, tap penalty. And who else but Trays and Graham. There is Trays, Cole Graham picking to Devlin. Devlin trying to get around the outside of Will Bamba. Not on this occasion. Baldock trying to drag this link up and get him engaged. Baldock sending the platform for the doggies. Devlin stepping, Devlin. That is devilish from Archie Devlin. Shepston loves it, the Saxons love it. And that is vintage Archie Devlin.
He has got one of the best steps in the business. You've got to say so tight to stop him. Look at there, middle separation, he just steps back.
That's diabolical. And Max Shepston loves it.
Ankle breaker, isn't it, that one, Jay, I think?
Oh, he is. Me and Sam Bork over on Pitch 1 all day have been nominating steps for the Caelan Ponga Award. I think Archie Devlin's just taken that one home with him. As you see, Chung and Sarah Cold looking to re-establish Sharks parity. O'Donnell, that space just crowded out well once again by Anushan Alanko, and O'Donnell, tip pass on from Chung. It's penalty, offside. The Sharks with 4 minutes left to go. This is a golden opportunity. Sarah Cold to Chung. Chung dropping down, trying to step away, but Conahan with a good release off the line. Chung coming over towards O'Donnell now. Tripping at acting half, Tripp back to O'Donnell. O'Donnell trying to get around Rory Grant. That's easier said than done.
Yeah, I think we've seen quite a lot of 32s. Look at the links, that's so deep. You can get up and get out really early. Good. Yeah, links there, not putting, well, for me, not putting the links under any pressure. They're chilling a little bit, both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And both teams have more than enough calibre in the subs box to make that read and fix it on the fly, as Lawton Davies with a wonderful roll ball. And Matty Hawes straightens, goes through Dom Tripp, and here comes Pearce, platforming for Ben Lenori. Lenori coming over to that far side. And then well crowded out in the end by James O'Donnell. The intensity on touches 4 and 5 at the moment from Saxons, it's grown throughout this game so far.
Yeah, it has, absolutely. What is he giving offside there, I think? Yeah, absolutely. And I think Saxons have seen that. They've got Sharks rolling on that 4 and 5 a little bit.
Yeah. As we see, Will Coombs getting involved. O'Sullivan, Pennicid picking, ripping, trying to drop one into Coombs. Coombs with a tap pass onto Bamba, but touch and pass given. This will be turnover ball.
I don't know whether that touch and pass or whether he actually just gave the touch, but I'm questioning whether it was before he got the ball over there. But, we'll move on.
Yes, I agree. Trays stepping into the field of play. offside penalty. Fulton exploding off the left foot into the roll ball. There's Graham. Trey's in at half. Graham moving over towards Baldock now. What can Baldock create? Well, Bamba reins him in with elite efficiency. And then just taking a couple touches. They'll want to have a good crack at the line as Trey's flick pass out to the wing early. You can see what Louis Trey's was trying to do, but never really bringing that defensive line up for the Sharks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think really working the short side quite a bit there, but almost ran out of space. You're look at the 10 or 15 metres from the sideline. A big open side here. I thought we were going to go against the grain and bring it back. Agreed.
There's Richardson and Coombs setting subset expectations. O'Sullivan, that's great foot speed and a static roll ball. And this is the best we've seen as a cheeky little Redlands play comes out from the Sharks early in the game. Normally one of those plays that say for a last gasp winner, but used early here. There's a lovely phase play out to the link. Tripp, does he have the acceleration to get around Baldock? He does, and he swaggers over the try line like a man in his groove. And Dom Tripp, well, normally delivering those passes, this time on the recipient of one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think not quite as good ball. Dom will be saying that it wasn't as good a ball to him. He recovered well though. And the miss, nice, but maybe Dom overran it because it maybe sat a little bit deeper. He'll tell him the ball didn't go in front of him, but good score nonetheless.
Yeah, Tripp establishing a level heading now as Grant. That is stunning. And once again, it's this part of Lawton Davies, Anushan Alanko and Rory Grant that's doing all the damage. This time, Grant executes and feeds to Tom Wilson, but on the replay, Alanko fixing, deep wrapping line from Grant, and Wilson just holds his feet and finishes. And now this game is threatening to burst into what we sort of expected it to be,
Absolutely.
a bit of a shootout.
That's the danger pod for me at the moment. They're looking, much more slick, smoother, giving options.
Coombs feeds to O'Sullivan. That ball is taken down. The referees are happy to let this play. That's a late pass off from Don Tripp to Sean O'Sullivan. And there's a buzzer beater in the first half.
And I think Saxon just switched off. Yeah, the hooter came as they played that last roll ball, maybe expecting the rest to blow it. And then Gareth out there just said play on and scored off the quick face play just on the line.
Yeah, this is stunning. Open side quickie. Dom Tripp stepping back on the inside and then almost tell Sean O'Sullivan, get that, ground that with the pass. There was expectations about it. And the Sharks sub-box exploded into life.
Pretty good half for all. Probably fair, do you think?
I think it is fair. This game's ebbed and flowed a little bit. Neither team really coming out on top. 4-all feels like a fair reflection. And what do you think those conversations are looking like in the sub-box? If I ask you to put the coach's hat back on, what's the information that's coming in from the likes of Max Shepstone?
For me, I don't know whether Max agrees or not, but for me, the Sharks links are chilling. Well, Saxon's link, all the links are chilling on the line D. Neither of the teams are bringing those links into play. The middle are doing all the work, and I think that would be my message out to if it was mixed touch, especially. That's what we'll be trying to do.
Absolutely, and then for the Sharks, it's probably business as usual. They grew into that game and finished really strong.
Yeah, and Saxons have probably just got to read that play where the short's coming in or it's going out the back on the out, and if they can just the link just probably hold a little bit longer, they'll be able to cut that off.
And we'll see if both of these teams can apply those coaching points in the second half. Going into half-time with the Men's Open final, South East Sharks 4, Southwest Saxons 4.
Who says you can save the best till last? Why not start with the best? Nationals here in Nottingham. A fantastic tournament.
Dad, now they come with me or goes to Mummy.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning.
So with about a minute left to go till the final half of touch, and what has been the largest ever England touch nationals here in Nottingham, the sort of de facto heart of touch here in England. We finish with a game that's so eloquently poised. 4 tries apiece, Saxons starting pretty fast, but the Sharks, they grew into that half.
They did, and I think yeah, momentum, it's game momentum, isn't it? And if Sharks need to gain the momentum back, they went up first, and then Saxons been ahead for the rest of that half. And I think if Sharks need to either go off this set and score, or at least D out the following set and then score off the next set.
2026.
Absolutely, but this is the danger pod that's on the pitch at the moment for the South East Sharks. Marcus Chung in 10, Sarah Cold in 2, James O'Donnell, who has had the keys to this Saxons defence. It's a formidable task to see out this fresh set.
It is. To be fair, I think O'Donnell's probably been the pick-out player for Sharks for me for that
Agreed.
half. Is been whipping that ball around, bossing it a little bit in attack, I think. We'll see how well he goes off this.
Agreed. Him and Sean O'Sullivan have been really good for South East Sharks so far. But they will have one last 20-minute opportunity to establish themselves as the victors. And it is James O'Donnell working with Chung. Weston fitting back to Chung. O'Donnell in motion. James Weston picking up against the grain, but Seb Conahan shadows Harry Richards. There's a nice bit of disguise there with the wing coming and hitting a hard line. And James O'Donnell wrapping out the back. Again, links are set back early. There's got to be a long ball option. It's picked up, but it's not quite finished. Transition. Seb Conahan setting standards. Trays and Graham following suit. And now Fulton joining the fray in 1. Graham dropping down in front of Trays. Trays ripping to the link, and Baldock almost getting over, but who else but James O'Donnell making the defensive touch.
He read that really well. The touch before, he was really high, and the option was on there for Saxons to do something off him, but they let him settle, and then he read the next one really well.
Indeed. And now the Sharks coming into the Saxons' territory. Tripp it was. Coombs switching with O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan platforming for Tripp. Long ball ripped to the wing. Inside pass is maybe on. Was that played at? It's 6 more. The referees
didn't see it, but to be fair, both refs were very close to the spot there and called it.
Yeah, and I wonder if they'll start having a look at these links that are sat back, being comfortable.
Even on that, yeah, Louis doing all the work, isn't he, his middle, protecting his link. Link's not having to engage at all. Is the ref going to give that now? No, he's giving in the ruck.
Yeah, it's one to keep an eye out for. Just hugging that try line a little bit too tightly, a little bit lazily are the links for the Saxons. That's better impetus by Baldock, and Tripp wants to take him out, and Baldock stays really explosive on that line, able to crowd out Dom Tripp. Here's O'Sullivan. Now coming over towards Coombs. There's Bamber. Bamber back to Coombs. Coombs to O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan back to Tripp. That's a better setup. Coombs in motion. Tripp ripping. Lovely long ball. The referee's happy.
And I think the difference there on that one, before the middles are just moving across the field as they move the ball, but with firing the ball across, they engaged the link side.
It did, as you see. It's vintage Dom Tripp just firing a dagger through the heart of the Saxons' defence. It's a wonderful finish as well. Diving finish for the Sharks. 5-4 for the team for the South East. And now your de facto Nottingham pod. Got a bit of work to do. There's Devlin playing Matador with the South East defence.
He's just stepped 6 times there just to keep them on their toes.
And Lenori trying to go long, but that's half court and turnover. There was an extra touch in the chamber. That 32 scoop is a familiar platform for Ben Lenori, but not quite reaping reward on that occasion. And our Sharks come to the away set. And Steed coming up the Saxons box side, followed in suit. I think that's Kieran James. There's Tripp platforming for O'Donnell. O'Donnell stepping, switching with Tripp. Tripp ripping long once more. Can they finish? Wrapping round. And that play just sort of grinding to a halt. There's not a lot of open play options on the wing for there.
No, there was when they went far side, I was expecting Dom to rip that ball wide, but Saxons read it and they shuffled across almost as the ball came to give no option on the tap back down.
Here is Anushan Alanko, Tom Lawton-Davies back to Alanko. Alanko playing, Dom Tripp colliding. Apologies, James O'Donnell colliding with his middle partner. And player well-being important.
That might have been head on head there, just having a look at that.
Yeah.
They'll both have a minute.
We'll see here. It's a good platform there, and yeah, a little bit of a head knock there.
A little bit. It didn't look too bad. Hopefully, night wasn't sort of really at full pace, was it?
Not quite. It's Conahan setting platform here.
Dom's
Lawton-Davies. Lawton-Davies. That's ball down. No, it isn't.
Sam Clacker's got him there. It's whether he's offside or onside. I think pretty sure Sam's got him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good read by Sam there. He's beaten Dom on the outside.
Yeah, this is as close as it comes. You see it here on the replay. Lawton-Davies.
Clacker looked offside. Clacker,
yeah,
tell us about that later.
Did. Tom Lawton-Davies maybe feels like he's left one out there, but it won't matter because his middle partner, Anushan Alanko, goes over and puts another score on the board. And you said it's this pod that's got the Midas touch at the moment. Alanko.
Okay, got the link up, got Will Bamber up, it was Will Bamber, yeah.
And
and he saw it was, who was it, Westo? Who was there? Who was the middle? Whoever the middle was just crabbing across, and eventually got into the link channel, made him work a little bit harder, got him off the line, and then beat him in a foot race back to it.
Yeah, Weston and Pennicid and Chung need to get over once more as Weston coming back. Chung looking to rip long. That's a lovely long ball and tap back opportunity. Not taken. And Clacker's not happy, but it's fifth. There's still an opportunity here for the Sharks. Chung gets the ball back off Seracol. Chung bouncing, taps the ball over to the left-hand edge. Pennicid tries to escape, but Rory Fulton's one of the fastest in the business and makes the 6th touch. And Trays just eats up the yards, comes over towards the box side, just unopposed, and Baldock with foot speed, and Fulton driving. That's 3rd touch onto the 10-metre line. Hawes getting over the 10 on 4. This is 5th coming now. What can Lenori conjure? Well, he feeds to Devlin, and Devlin dives at the line. Did Seracol make the touch? He did.
He did. I thought Archie then was going to do a little flick out the back to Matt Hawes as he approached that line. It was a great set again. Such pace for Saxons to get off the line.
Pennicid straight up the guts of the Saxons' defence. We're locked at 5 apiece. Tripp, Richards and acting half. Steed flying round and double switch here. Lovely bit of disguise. Charlie Steed benefiting off the platform of Don Tripp. Ellis Pearce was stumbling his way over. Sam Clacker tries to walk that tightrope, not taken.
There's Lewis Partridge out here, isn't it? Yeah, good D that, Lewis. Didn't quite have enough on it to beat him.
There you'll see. Yeah, Partridge just always really comfortable, and then a penalty there for in the ruck. And then another 10 metres on offer. So Saxons complete their subset wisely. And Baldock now working with Conahan, Grant, Anushan Alanko now, Lawton-Davies.
Danger pod again, see what they're going to do off this. Bringing the link straight in the play, bringing Bamber up.
Yeah, and now Lawton-Davies diving at the line. And that's 5th touch. can hear the calls from Max
can hear the
Shepston.
calls, yeah.
He wants that to go to Rory Grant, but Seb Conahan happy to kill it here in the corner.
I did think when he went short side this side, I could see Dom was staying quite wide as that far link. I thought they were going to step back and go against it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's ball down. Another chance for Saxons. Repeat set here. Will Leeds not stay, do you think?
Yeah,
I think they're going to stay, aren't
they'll
they?
have
Gotta
to.
Stay.
They'll have to. This pod has just been...
Oh, Sam's come in. Mr. Balled up, but the ball's going. He's in.
Oh, it's try time. It's try time.
Good touch, good touch.
That was fingertip stuff.
Joe Brewer making that touch. He's not on our sheet. He's got a different shirt. And we're in 11. That's not Brewer. That's Brewer in the arms, isn't it, out there?
Indeed. Anush Alanko trying to get on that punish. Alanko trying to take Dom wide. And Alanko just stays down for a moment. Dom Tripp, ever the sportsman, just coming over and making sure that Anushan's okay. But Alanko limps off that far side, and is that gonna play with the flow that this pod has been able to manufacture? Tom Lawton-Davies and working with a different middle pairing.
I hope Anushan's all right. He's been dangerous. Him and TLD have been working really well together.
Yeah, Lawton-Davies picking up, coming back against the grain, trying to escape into the in-goal area, but Charlie Steed makes a really good defensive read.
I did think Seb Connan was in an outside Dom Tripp there.
Yeah.
But it's easy to see from here, isn't it? The game's easy when you're up here.
Yeah. Best view in the house. Steed.
That's going to be a forward pass, I think, off the ruck there. It was almost guilty. They looked guilty when that ball was popped up. Jack Harris saw it.
Yeah, and now the Southwest Saxons, we're 10 minutes into this second half, only 10 minutes to go. Saxons struggling with their momentum, and then a forward pass as well, so a repeat sets of turnovers. Is this a case of finals nerves, or do you think it's a bit of fatigue setting in?
I think probably just Anushan's injury over there just slowed the game down a little bit. They've got a little bit of momentum. Both teams were driving really hard, and it's just giving it a little bit of break. Maybe that was what needed by both teams. Coming up for air, 10 minutes to go, sort of, 3/4 of the way through.
There's Chung down for Weston. Weston over towards Seracold. Seracold coming down now for Dom Tripp. Tripp picking up, nice stepping, ball. Lovely ripping ball to Marcus Chung. And that is a beautiful set-piece play, that left to right pill to Marcus Chung, chopping a lovely line.
You sort of know it's coming, but how do you defend it? Because it's so inch perfect, that ball. Yeah, Tom Wilson outside, he's just not quite tight enough maybe, but if he comes in any tighter, Dom goes over the top and there's a miss.
Yeah, and it's one of those, you just compliment the ferocity of the attack, and Devlin stepping away, reined in by Bamba. There's Devlin, want to get on the quickie. Half was a little bit late to giving the ball back.
Did you the hole the Nori had then? I feel that Archie had stepped back, gone the other way.
Yeah, and now 10-metre tap penalty. Steed and acting half, feeding away to O'Donnell.
There's going to be obstruction.
Yeah, you called it, Chris. Obstruction, fresh set of 6 here, and what else? What other pod is it going to be? And Anushan Alanko does enter the field of play once more, so the familiar pairings of Grant, Alanko and Tom Lawton-Davies as Devlin diving at the line. It's well crowded out by the Sharks defence, and it needed to be. Devlin positions himself out at link. Grant now coming over to Anushan Alanko, trying to get the dropping early penalty. Grant to Lawton-Davies. Alanko now. Steed gets up, makes a very good touch, but... Ooh.
Oh, everybody saw that.
Ooh, Charlie Steed.
We won't show replay of that, will we? But Charlie sorted his shoulder out on his own record then. I think that was just in the touch where he realised it had gone. So just a bit of an injury break.
Yeah.
Hopefully Charlie is okay.
Yeah, Charlie Steed is a braver man than me. That is...
Good read by James O'Donnell there. Really good read. It's 5th touch.
Yeah, and again, this game just sort of breaking down into moments where 2 injury breaks have brought all of the momentum back to a grinding halt, and this game is, I mean, it's simmering, isn't it? It's threatening to burst into a proper shootout. It's not really.
I think we're 7.5 to go. We're sort of waiting for that next bit of intensity, aren't we? I think the second half, both teams came out driving really hard. Momentum was really good, and here we go. Max is trying to reignite that part for the Sharks.
Yeah, it's a really good platform here. Chung down to Seracold. Tripp in an acting half. Rips an early ball there to Marcus Chung. Chung tries to beat TLD, but Tom Lawton-Davies just mirrors Marcus Chung and makes the final touch. The play on call by the referees. Tom Lloyd-Davies was expecting a call there, and the Sharks are buoyed by this defensive press. Big contact coming in there, and Conahan with a wry smile as he comes off the pitch.
I was just going to say, I think they bought that penalty. They were looking for the first one, didn't get it, and then they wanted it because they lost all the momentum, didn't they? They were third touch, not even got to the 10, and yeah, Sharks will be annoyed to even give them a sniff there.
Yeah, there's Baldock. Now, Trays working with Graham. Trays open side quickie, Trays stepping, Trays diving, Louis Trays gets his score in the men's open final. It's courteous from Graham, ball back on the inside to Trays. Louis Trays brings parity once more.
And you said at the start, Joe, yeah, this pod was the gun pod, go-to pod. Yeah, I've been waiting for them to do something, and Trays has now brought it to light. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see how much line attack they now get. I don't think I've seen them D, not as a proper set yet. Maybe I'm doing them a disservice.
No, well, when you've got a designated attack pod, you want to keep as horses for courses, isn't it? As Anushan gives away. And then the ruck penalty. And then the Sharks will march forward with 6 touches in the chamber to work with. James O'Donnell.
Rory Grant caught in the ruck there. He knew it. Accidental, but he did absolutely know what he was doing.
Yeah, James O'Donnell working in the middles with Charlie Steeds, just taking a settler of a touch. There is O'Donnell, Steed dummying, Steed trying to go to the wing, but it's picked up by Tom Wilson. That's a bit of a waste of an attack set there.
I'm surprised at Sharks there because, yeah, you only had, I don't know which one was it, was it TLD or Anisham were up? Yep. Nobody else was up. They were all sat on the line, and I'm surprised they even took the touch. But they've regained it back. Yeah, that's good set of defence there from Sharks to win that ball back. Saxon scrambling back to get on line D. That's a forward pass off the ruck, I think.
Yeah, spotted there from the referees, and well spotted. As you say, it's easy from up here on the sideline. It's ever so different.
It is. I think what's good, yeah, you've got Jack, Gareth and Geordie out there, haven't you? And yeah, they are letting this game flow, which is great to see. And they're only giving these decisions where it's imperative, where it's important for the game. Oh, nice play there by Matt Hills.
Yeah, just avoids the no-touch claim. And Lenori sets a good platform, and Fulton, familiar Rory Fulton, foot speed into the roll ball, setting a good platform here for Graham, and Trays scooping, right foot step, Trays escaping as the in-goal area. Trays needs to find a support, he does. Fulton started it, Fulton finishes it, it's stitched together by Trays, but Rory Fulton gives Saxons the lead.
That little hitch kick by Louis Trays just to get through that gap. I thought he was going to get caught. Yeah, it's just, it's just a little one. So close, inches in this game.
Yeah, and Fulton starts it, finishes it, and now Sharks find themselves a try down 4 minutes in this half, and that is an uncharacteristic error from Sean O'Sullivan, who leaves the ball behind him in an acting half. TLD gets the ball down, no touch claim, referees wave it away. Rory Grant throws himself through the roll ball, Hawes, he met chest on chest there by Will Coombs. Coombs now with a bit of work to do coming up against Archie Devlin, but Will Coombs.
Well done by Will Coombs there.
He's been phenomenal from a defensive point of view all tournament, has Will Coombs.
I was just about to say, I think if Saxons get the next score, they'll expect to close this game out. I think the way that this game is going at the moment, 2 scores is going to be difficult to plug the gap with only 3 and a bit to go.
Yeah, and this is the pod to do it. There's Archie Devlin. Devlin stepping, Devlin accelerating over the line, but who else but Will Coombs making a defensive touch. And this pod for me has a bit of everything. There's Devlin to Graham to Rory Fulton. Fulton stepping back on the inside, Graham going for the line, but Sam Clacker makes a really good touch and then stands over Archie Devlin.
I think we're waiting for a little flick pass out the back. Twice there, we've had, Louis on that side. I think it was, and then it was Lewis.
Rory Fulton carving a gorgeous line off the ball. And it is a wonderful pill fired from the hip of Louis Trays. As you watch it here on the replay, Devlin down for Trays. Trays takes 1 step, and then Rory Fulton just evades the diving touch of Tripp, and that is stunning from the Saxons.
It was the quickness of that ball off the ground there. He didn't hardly any back lift. He just fired it straight off the ground to take on the out. And 2 ahead, 2 to go. It's going to be tough for Sharks, but you never know.
Yeah, Chung needs to create something here 2 minutes left, 2 tries the deficit. It's not out of the realms of possibility, but a score's got to come here. As you see Western picking up against the grain, but there's one man you don't want to try and take away. That's Anu Shalalanko.
He's had a good game.
And Devlin picking up from half, Devlin accelerating, tap pass was on. Not quite taken, 90 seconds left to go.
So Sharks have got to score off this set. Pretty sure they've got to go hard, they've got to move the ball fast, get some momentum going.
Yeah, this is good momentum from Western. Sarah Cold involved as well.
A 32 with Dom coming in, firing the ball at the back.
I imagine that we will. As we see Dom Tripp picking up, scooping, ripping
There
long to Richards, Harry Richards, with a bit of finishing work to be done, but nothing doing. Then bit of a physical touch coming in. Just a moment, Matty Hawes, and there's a bobble of the roll ball. And Sharks want to go quickly. There's an opportunity on this left-hand side to do just that. Referee's calling play on. Tripp avoiding the touch of Hawes. Dom Tripp trying to get over. Steed stepping, Steed bouncing. That ball is battered down by Ben Lenouri. And there's got to be a little bit of go forward here. An urgency from the Sharks. They need a score and they need it now. They're already celebrating in the sub-box. As you see, the Saxons ready to celebrate. Saxons make the final touch. And it is back-to-back championships in the men's open category for the men from the Southwest. And what about that performance? The Southwest Saxons come through the old enemies, Southeast Sharks. It was more convincing this time from the Saxons. This team's only going from strength to strength.
Yeah, I think when they went those 2 ahead with 2.5 to go, I think that was just too hard for the Sharks to pull back. It looked like a one-score game all the way through, but congratulations to Saxons, and I think Sharks just picked at the post really.
Congratulations to Saxons indeed, who not only make it back-to-back titles here, there's 5 Southwest Saxons titles here over Nationals weekend. Sharks and Saxons producing another marvellous game here on live stream, but the Saxons coming out on top. We've got, I mean, Chris, just sum it up for us, because this Southwest Saxons division has just gone from strength to strength recently.
Yeah, I think Nationals moved to this window, what, 4 years ago, something like that, I think. And what we've seen, for me, is a real emergence of the university talent. In this country, the university is what is standing England out from the rest of the world at the moment. And the way that these teams are encouraging and bringing that university talent forward is just superb. And no more so than in Saxons. Yeah, you've got a lot of the Exeter guys in this team, the bad guys, and it's great to see them come together and do back-to-back titles.
Absolutely. The Southwest Saxons have gone from strength to strength, and I can see we've got Chris Wormuth down there ready to speak to the Southwest Saxons. Over to you, Chris.
Thanks, Joe. Cole Graham. You're going to have a smile that's going to last the rest of the week, the rest of the year, maybe?
Yeah, for sure. That was such a good weekend, such a great final, awesome competition as a whole. Boys have been challenged, boys have had a blast, and yeah, it's been brilliant.
Winning a title is one thing, retaining it is something else. That's the old cliche. How was that within the camp?
A lot of hard work. The boys, we started prepping early. We've been training since like November last year. Thankfully kept a lot of the core group the same, which is brilliant. And all the boys brought in trainings in the morning when it's wet. A lot of hard work, but amazing to retain the title, and such a pleasure to have another great final against the Sharks.
And coming from behind as well. I mean, there's only one in it, but against when you're playing against internationals, the experience like Dom Tripp, Will Sericol, people like that, it's a tough ask, isn't it?
100%. Games, one team has their flow for a bit, the other team has their flow for a bit. We're just always trusting the process. Thankfully, we've got two great coaches, Gareth and Max, and they've set us up a good platform, and the boys trust it. And hard work is the focus, and it's not so much about the score. It's just keep going until the job's done.
When you see the Mixed Open do a number on the Northwest in the way that they did, how much of an inspiration is that?
It's huge. The region's done so well this year. I think it was Region of the Year, testament to all the hard work Max has put in, leading the regional charge, and yeah, it's so good to support the other teams, see everyone doing so well at Nationals.
We are going to, look, I'm taking you away from your photo. We are going to grab Max in just a second. Cole's going to go off for a photo. Thanks very much, Cole. We'll go over and just have a quick look at the victorious team photo. So if we just swing the camera around so we can see the champions banner in front of the Southwest Saxons, and very well earned, not just for today and sort of not just for this game because of with the Men's Open, but also because this has been a weekend to remember for the Southwest Saxons as a region. And we will have a quick chat with Max Shepston, who is regional lead. Max, I had to tot it down in terms of the number of titles that you've won this weekend, because the men's 50s won as well.
Did they?
They did, and which
5 now.
Yeah, makes it 5 for the weekend. Men's mixed opens, women's 27s, or senior women, senior men, men's 50s. After so long, where not the region, you are very much the region. What's in the water down there?
I don't know. I think we've built a good programme. We've put the time and effort into developing all aspects of it. So we've gone and worked with the universities to get the younger age groups through. We're working with our clubs, doing coaching support. Our juniors are now starting to come through, which is really good to see. I think it's been hard work that has sort of happened over a long period of time. It's not just me. It was Lexi before me. It was Martin. I think it's a culmination of a lot of people's work, and it's really great to see that it's starting to bear fruit across all divisions, and not just a couple where it was maybe a couple of years ago it was the senior programme that's doing well. Now it's the Opens, and our juniors are starting to follow that as well.
How much of a change has it made, particularly with the Opens, the switch to April?
I think uncountably that has made a huge difference in terms of the player availability, but I think we have made an active effort to go into universities to support their growth and their development and assist their coaching programmes, and that's been fed back by them giving their time and their effort to our Opens programme, and that's great to see. And it's now starting to be kind of a cycle where people who are coming through the England Junior programme, they know the ones who are already here, and they go, where do I want to go to uni? I want to go there. That's where touch is good, and now the Southwest programme on the back of it is somewhere I want to be. They want to be a part of the culture that we're building. And that's really nice to see, and we know there's already a couple we've heard in the grapevine that might be coming next year that we're excited about.
Taking your Saxons hat off and putting an England hat on, how important it is for the nation that, that, dare I say, the love is being spread a bit more in terms of titles, performances, finals. The Southeast dominated the Opens for so long, although other regions were shared. The fact that this is now a nationwide competition where so many regions could win it, how important is that for the country?
Oh, undoubtedly. It's great for the teams that are actually playing. Like, this weekend has been an awesome weekend for us, with every team having the capability to be everyone. Like, we played Midland Tigers this morning, who came 5th, and they gave us an absolute dogfight. They did not deserve to finish 5th. And that speaks to the level that we've got. Even Wildcats, last couple of years they have been struggling. You wouldn't know that from the way they played. They've got some real talent coming through. Their junior program is excellent. If they can hold on to those players, it's happening in every division. Northwest getting in the Mixed Open final. It's brilliant to see, and it's really good for the players' development. You see it in the England program. There's so much talent to choose from. Like, I feel envious of Mark, Tim, and the other
Martin.
Martin, sorry, I should know him because he's in my region. The 3 Opens coaches, the amount of talent they now have to pick from, you can't make a bad decision, and yet you can, because someone who is absolutely worthy of a spot is going to miss out. But it's a razor thin margin, so you've got to be on your game.
And finally, it's a long trip back down the M5. What's in the playlist in the car? And can you turn the volume up to 11?
I can't turn the volume up to 11, but definitely playing "Here Comes the King" by Ohana Bam.
And on that note, thanks very much, Max. Congratulations to the Saxons. Back up to Jotas to wrap up what has been a fantastic weekend here at Highfields.
Well, thank you, Chris. And from one Chris to another, I mean, I was just stewing over what has been a wonderful England Touch Nationals, the largest of its kind. Chris, this event has felt like a bit of a landmark in the touch calendar across the globe, but with this being the largest of its kind, it sets some good expectations for Nationals going forward.
Absolutely. I think, just coming back from the Asia Pacific, and we saw some amazing talent, Australia, New Zealand, the finals out there. But the finals that we're seeing here, which, they're not international, they are the next tier down, are phenomenal. And you see, the likes I've been chatting to the Irish, the Scottish, the Welsh that have been over here this weekend, and they said this is phenomenal for the European game to get this level of touch. This is as good as Euros. We'll see it out here. The players playing against each other in the men's, the women's, and the mix. The standard is right at the top of the game, outside of probably Australia and New Zealand at the moment.
Completely agree. And as Chris and Max were saying down there, the talent being shared out between different regions now makes it really exciting. I want to just come away from the men's open division for 1 second and talk about the mixed open division, where the Southwest Saxons asserted their dominance once more, but a Northwest team that had an average age of, we think it's 20, making it to a final. They had no training sessions. They turned up and pieced it together at Nationals, make a final. It shows that Touch in the Northwest is going from strength to strength at the moment.
Yeah, I think you've got the prep programme that's coming out of Chester. The work that Dave Sharp's doing on the junior programme in the Northwest at the moment is really, really good. And I think what we're seeing in the game at the moment is this emergence of young talent. I don't just mean the students, but actually we're seeing some teenagers, 15, 16, 17-year-olds are in the game and at the top of the game on this field there, especially in the mixed programme, but also the women's programme, and that bodes well for England, and I think also for broader Europe as we start to bridge this gap between the Northern Hemisphere and Australia and New Zealand.
Speaking of the broader Europe, with the European Championships coming right around the corner, bringing teams like Ireland, France, Scotland and Wales into the England Nationals fold, allowing them to test their mettle against the regional sides, not only proving as a really good setup for those international teams, but allowing some players who might miss out on that high performance setup, allowing them an opportunity to test their mettle against the international teams.
Yeah, I was chatting to the coaches earlier on from all three, Scotland, Wales and Ireland, but also the French team. For them coming over here, I mean, the France programme is going really well at the moment, and they're trying to mirror what England are doing at juniors and seniors, juniors and opens. But if you take the Irish men's, particularly the Scottish men's, I think the French women's and their mixed programmes, and the Wales programme is catching. They've got a few. They've been working hard in Wales. Jacob on the junior programme, Jacob Williams, has been really doing a great job, and I think it bodes really well for all the home nations, but also for France. And the Euros in Vichy, we've got 78, 79 teams we're expecting, really competitive categories, I think, at all levels. And I think some of these nations, they're going to test England more than probably England gives them credit.
Absolutely, as we saw Anusha Nalanko just flick up on your screen for a moment. Anusha Nalanko maybe being the defensive MVP player out there, and not only that, but having a hand in a few scores to take the Southwest Saxons to back-to-back champions. Chris, give us a final word on today's Nationals, this finals day. It's had that feel about it, it's finals footy.
Yeah, it is, and I think what's really pleasing is the standard across every category I've seen has been a step up from last year and a step up from the year before, and I think it bodes well for not just the regional game. Max mentioned there the West Wildcats. Midlands, my region, we've been stressing the importance of emergence of young talent coming through. West are not far behind. 2 or 3 more years, they will be pushing Southwest, Midlands, Northwest for that youngsters coming through, and I think it's going to be a great prospect for the game in this country.
Absolutely, and this isn't the end of Touch that we have here for you on Next Gen. We've got all the club competitions coming, and then the European Championships as well. The Touch calendar is only just getting started, and what a way to get us well and truly underway, where we have, what has been a wonderful finish to the day. Our final game finishing Southwest Saxons 8, South East Sharks 6. From all of us here at Next Gen, thank you so much, and we'll see you at the next one.
work to be done, timelines to be met, results to be delivered. That's what drives us. Partnering with the people who do the work. Getting more out of every hour. In a world of diverse markets, it's about listening more, talking less, truly understanding what's being said, solidifying belief and peace of mind, collaborating and designing yellow iron built tough, built to last, helping our partners embrace the work ahead, day after day, month after month, year after year. It takes words backed by action, words fueled by our founder, Gary Vermeer. There has to be a better way. Not just a phrase, but a timeless mantra that lies at the heart of every machine we build. Productivity has a name. Vermeer. Equipping our customers to do more.
Hi, I'm Mark Aldous, England Men's Open head coach.
My name's Martin Wright, and I'm the head of the women's programme for England Touch.
Hi, I'm Tim Osborne. I'm the England Mixed Open coach. Across the regions and the grassroots development, Chris, it's super exciting to see how we've grown over the past 14 years with the nationals. This time of year is pretty important for the elite end of the game because we get to see our open squad players perform in tough environments, and that helps us with selection through to the next international tournament.
Nationals is super important for us. It's the one point in the year where the whole country comes together, all the different regions competing really hard, playing amazing touch, but also great to see the community all together for this weekend.
It's a really important weekend for us. This, whilst we see the players at camps, you get to see them in a live environment here. So very, very important.
We have two objectives. First of all, we're looking for talent identification. So we're looking for the players in England that can come up to make up part of the open squads, but we're also looking for the players that are within our squad selection for Euro Championships this summer.
Same things we look for in all of our teams in terms of good core skills done well, fast, accurately, at speed, strength of character, resilience, teamwork, all of those core important attributes that we look for in our elite players.
Clearly we're going to see some interesting stuff on day three. Day one, everyone's looking pretty fresh. There's some tired faces towards the end now, but day three is where it's at. So those semi-finals and finals on Monday are really important.
We have a 3-year cycle through the World Cup. This first year is all about building the foundations of our team. The boys in the men's open squad have come together really nicely, built a great connection, and building through to the World Cup in 2028.
I think it's about the speed that the juniors come through. So our junior program is really churning out good athletes at the moment from the age of sort of 15 to 18. And I can see a number of them in this Opens Nationals tournament at the moment. And it's about how quickly they come through and challenge for places in 2028.
It was Asia Pacific Opens Cup last weekend in Australia. What have you seen from that tournament that you're going to go as almost like as an early pointer towards New Zealand 28?
Going to keep that to myself, mate. We're going to look at that, scrutinise it with the other Opens coaches, and tactically, strategically plan for 2028.
Touch is touch, and coaching is coaching, and both are really rewarding. I'd say it's slightly different coaching the women. It's a very rewarding experience. They've been really open in listening to what I'm trying to bring to the program. They're quite studious. They like to learn. They like to seek feedback. It's a real pleasurable place to coach.
I was Women's Opens head coach before that as well, Chris, for 4 years, and it's not a big adaptation, to be honest. It's about problem solving and figuring out what are the key problems to fix for the individuals, the team, and the squad. So yeah, not a big change, to be honest, whatsoever. Still the same game.
Mate, I'm loving it. I absolutely love it. The talent, the quality of the players in our open squads is fantastic. I think it's a real honour and a privilege to get to coach them. And the effort that they put into being the best they can be to improving themselves and each other, it's pretty inspiring.
The Marketing and Business Development Program, it's a program where people who are either new to Vermeer or new to your current role, you get together for about 5 weeks over the first 5 or 6 months of your time here. And you really get to start learning about the people, the products, the culture, and it really equips you to be successful in your role.
Some people are coming into Vermeer not knowing anything, so it's meeting people and getting opportunities and getting your face exposure and getting their exposure to you so you know everyone already.
And it kind of creates a more effective worker because they have that base knowledge of everyone that they're going to be working around and with. In my position with training, it exposed me to other areas of thought that I wouldn't originally include in my training exercises or in the way that I go about building those and routing those exercises.
Vermeer is a huge worldwide manufacturer, over 3,000 team members. There's a lot that goes on here. So this program does a good job of boiling down how our products are manufactured to how we distribute them through our dealer network, and then just connecting you with different people all across the Vermeer mile so you can do your job.
I've always been operations side, so this one showed me the other side of the company, and I have no idea when it comes to sales. So this has really kind of shown me using some of my engineering background and stuff about the product that I already know. Now I get to use it and learn about the sales and how we forecast and how we should sell it and how do we market it the right way. And so now I feel more equipped to be in my position than with my just engineering degree in general.
My favorite part of the program was not only making friends in the group, because you kind of bond with the people in the group, and there was about 8 of us in there, and they're still my friends to this day, but my favorite part was also making contacts with the people and the presenters. In my position, there's a lot of times where someone will say, hey, reach out to this person, and you've never actually met that person before. So now actually meeting that person and putting a face with the name, it makes my job a lot easier.
My favorite part was getting to meet with executives. We get a couple one-on-one sessions where they share kind of their whole career story, and you get a chance to ask them questions too about your own development at Vermeer. So you get to connect with them on a personal level, which is something you don't get a chance to do at a lot of other companies. So I think that was a really unique opportunity.
I just graduated, and I know that working at a company like Vermeer, I'm cared for, and they want to push me to be the best person I can. And as a young professional, it gives me a heightened sense of value in me as an employee, that the company cares enough to build me and my character.
And that's really what this whole process has been. People wanting me to grow, wanting you to do better, wanting to talk to you and make sure you learn the most out of what you can.
I'm just really grateful to be at a company that will invest this time in me to learn more about the company and get more context to really succeed in my job. If I had not had this program, I would not be connected to so many people who help me do my job every day.